right. Shit is on, player.
Alright,
we're going to do a Q&A. Just get into some of these metaphysical occult things. My man, I know you're going to use your God name.
yes sir, Elijah.
Elijah, okay. We know him as Kamani. How'd you get that name?
I got that name just about 20 years ago. One of my good friends was telling me how I reminded him, I guess, the characterization I drew up in this book. He was saying that I look like John the Baptist, and then I was a part of what they call the Order of Melchizedek, and they issue you names. And so then it just happened that even though we know John the Baptist wasn't a real dude,
but he represents a concept.
And so then so happened that when I got my name, it was Elijah, and Elijah John was supposed to be an incarnation of, or the energy of Elijah, you know, in that depiction, in those stories.
Okay.
And so that's when I received that name, and that's I bring the energy of Elijah.
Let's clean the area.
All right.
Add a little Florida water. Anoint it with the roses. All right. This is how you got the name?
That's how I got it.
Nice. All right. So you're going to be on the radio show. It's coming soon. We're going to have a live radio show where we can do a lot of questions and answers with my man Elijah. And we're going to have my girl P. Nicole Gills and Daniel Saxon also host. So we're going to make this thing live. It's not like we don't have the day. It's just when we decide to start it. But we're going to get the word out there before we go. So we talking about within the next couple of weeks. Just get this up. It's going to be on Talk Shoe Radio. We'll be able to give you the address directly soon. We're going to keep it live. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been doing. Just drop along this science. Right now we're going to try to, I always say a couple of hours, but this should end up being 5 hours. We're going to see if we go that raw today. I don't think we're going to go that raw today. We're going to do questions and answers. My man Elijah is asking me whatever, and then we're going to go in and see where it takes us.
Cool. So, actually, over the past week, I've been building with one of my good friends, and we've been asking the question, like, you know, what is free will? You know, and it kind of came about because, you know, she had brought up, well, you know, I didn't choose to be a woman. I didn't choose to be born when I was born. I didn't choose my family. You know, all these things that were basically these situations we're born into, and then how so many things happen to us. How, you know, somebody say, oh, I got lucky and this happened or this happened. All these events that take place that seem to be outside of our control. But yet we be talking about how much we have free will. And so it just began to bring up the question, do we really have free will? What is this thing they talk about called free will?
Well, the jury's still out on that, on a bigger picture. But there's less levels and big levels. Now, and this is why the jury is out, and this is in the occult world. You have two perspectives on it. Do you truly have free will, or is this somehow fated or predetermined, this whole path? The real science, the hidden science, the trick is you do have free will, but the choices you made in your human have already been determined by you, not by something outside of you that says you must be a woman, you must choose your family, you must be that. We're just, if we understood the purpose of coming here in the mission, then it would defeat the purpose. The idea of coming down here is going under the illusion that you don't know. Because then that's going to keep you on a path of discovery. If you already knew, then you just come down here and go,
it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. then it becomes, fuck are you down here for? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So those choices have been made by you. Now, here's where it gets a little bit tricky, or the theory comes in the occult. at certain key points during your life, you determined. You determined. And for choices you may not even understand or never understand in your human form. But in between those things is where you exercise your free will. So let's say you say, I came to Earth, and I'm going to sum it up to simplify, to be a astrophysicist. You're going to follow that path. Something in you is going to say, I'm just interested in this, or I have a talent for this. So when you say we have this talent, or we're interested, or it just kept calling me to do it, something tells me it calls me to be a writer. Like if you look at Courtney, like my book, she read that shit in 2 days and corrected it, read it again in the fucking a weekend, and gave that shit back to me in a pile like this and said, all right. I'm like, how the fuck could you do that? How could you do that? And because something in her is leading her. She made that choice before she got here. Even her parents. She said, I'm going to choose these people because they're going to make me 100% correct or 100% fucked up enough for me to do this purpose. So the choices were already made. You're just living it out. It's like kind of like somebody saying, Robert De Niro, in this movie, you're going to be a psycho. And they give him the script and say, you're going to be a psycho, you're going to look like this, you're going to have a limp, you're going to have a stutter, you're going to look like you smell dirty. They give him his whole character. Then he just goes, once he does, the movie is already pretty much predetermined. But in the movie, how he plays it and his little nuances are all him. You get what I'm saying? Yep. But in the end, he had a script that he had the free will to choose and not to. So the free will portion comes before you make the choice to come down here, and you living it out. You have the illusion, like everything else is an illusion of free will here. What toothpaste you choose, what shirt you like, if you're a vegan, all that shit is the illusion of free will. The true choice is, the true freedom is here. This is lockdown. That's like coming to jail and going, do I have free will? Don't make no sense. Right. Like you're in jail going, there's a lot of negative energy around me. I need to do this chakra work. The motherfucker, you in jail. You know what I'm saying? You're in a human body. The concept of free will is actually truly gone just based upon your human body. Like I said earlier, it's the context you want to say what free will is. You get what I'm saying? Because, you go to a Muslim country, then you say, well, this is free will. And then some of them will say, no, this is anarchy. It's all relative. But, like I said, you make these choices. So, as I was saying, you may have said, I need to be an astrophysicist to learn this lesson. But where the freedom comes in, or the illusion of freedom comes in, if you become gay, you may not, you may have made that choice down here, not necessarily up there, but you'll just be a gay astrophysicist. Or you'll fail at trying to be an astrophysicist, and maybe that even is the lesson. The idea that, and then it comes in, are we living a perfect life, even in this messiness? For some folks, you became a stripper, you became a crackhead. For some,
had a whole lot of kids,
real niggery or whatever that may be. And is that what you actually came to do, or did you fail at something and you need a do-over now? Because the idea is to come down here to learn in the best case scenario. The problem is people were forgetting that this isn't real. So you have people who are stuck here, then you have teachers who come to raise up those who are stuck to get them back on point. Or you go through a certain amount of lifetimes and you say, okay, I did the damn thing and I got what I needed out of that. So the free will came when you making your choices. When you're down here, because I know you felt this feeling, and this is a little bit more complex for people maybe to grasp, that you may move into a new life or a new phase in your life. And then you look at the people in that new phase, perhaps a new pivotal job or a new place you move. You're like, damn, these people are familiar. Like I know them. Like the deja vu, this happened before, or if not happened before, you just feel a certain familiarity, like this is where you're supposed to be at certain key points in your life, which gives you this feeling that something is controlling it, something is guiding it.
Whole lot of synchronicity.
Too much synchronicity, or wow, I just knew I was always supposed to be this. Or you even go to something like a camp and know all the people's faces at camp. You like, damn, it's like I know these people. You get that feeling because there is some guidance. The problem is we think there's Jesus guiding it, Oshun, Obatala, something outside of us guiding it. But it's actually you who are guiding it. You chose this path. So your free will was the choice. You're acting out a choice you made under free will. That looks like you're under restraints and you can question it, but you made the choice before. They said all that shit in the Matrix. You already made the choice. Now it's time to understand it.
Right.
So this is why you need to understand why you came here. See, I understand after all this teaching. See, I understand why I came here. Now that path could have went a different way for me. Certain people have advanced. It's not going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. But let's say I'm the regular average Joe who didn't do the alchemy for years in life and all this shit. All my life, if we were throwing a frisbee, I was the first one to teach him, no, this is the proper way to throw it. We was riding a skateboard, I was teaching my friend, no, you gotta do it like this. I figured it out. I was always, like, I remember somebody asked me, why are those lights above, on each of these street lights, there's a little light just randomly around. And I remember this exactly. I was like, because that's where the fire hydrant. So I never studied that, never heard that, never consciously say that. And we look, and not fire hydrants, but where you in New York they got on the streets where you can call the fire department.
Okay.
I can't remember what they were. They were just randomly around where you could just press the button, the firemen would come to that location.
Okay.
And that's where, and you would look for it because there was these little lights on the damn street lights. So just knew that. And I remember one time we was walking somewhere, my friend asked me something, we was on the train, how come this and that? And you know, I was in one of the morning, fuck you asking me, how the fuck would I know? And he said it, he's like, you seem to know everything. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And so basically when I started getting into teaching, I had old friends that, oh, that's definitely you, that's what you came to do. So now that made me understand choices that I made. You understand what I'm saying? I must have made or been that person. But doing this particular work of knowing thyself, I'm clearly able to say, now I get it. Now I can determine what I was, where I came from, a whole scenario thing. So this would be a successful life for me. This particular path will be a successful one because I figured out what I came to do. Now that same friend that was talking about him for years, he's still trying to figure this shit out. I just know there's something. Right. Now, I don't want to belittle him, you know what I'm saying? Because after I was living high on the hall, $25,000 a month off of selling porn, and that shit went away, all the niggas had was to look out the window and just be like, you know what I mean? Loving you is easy, cold, you're beautiful. That's all you had left. So at the same time, in synchronicity, and I told you about this friend, his mother and my mother were friends in junior high school. They got pregnant at the same time. Okay. So me and him, you know, a couple of months later, more, you know, it's even more complex than that. And so, ironically, when this happened to me, the money stopped. And same thing, just hustling in Philly. His shit got a little bit low. He came back to New York. He was with his lady. So we both looking out the window. So he says these words, let's find religion. Like, nigga, I ain't into that shit. He said, no, we need to find some shit. I'm like, fuck you, nigga. I don't care about none of that shit, nigga. When's the next move? I'm trying to figure, you know, this trying to figure who's going to sing back right now. He said, fuck it, let's just listen, watch this shit. So Farrakhan, Wayne Dyer, all the regular metaphysicians, which pretty much started it. Okay. After that, started the hard study, because I always was into metaphysics, light metaphysics, so my father was into it, meditation. My grandfather was a straight up dark. He was in the OTO and all that shit. Okay. So it was always in the background as something my father was interested in, you know what I'm saying? When my grandfather died, my father, who's his son-in-law, not my father's father, my mother's father.
Okay.
He's telling me, oh, he had the biggest occult library I've ever seen. I was like, oh, that's what all them books were. And interesting shit. So my father knew what time it was. And really, the only thing he really showed me a lot was meditation. And since I was a fuck up, punishment was reading. So read that shit, read this shit, read that shit. Or a transcendental meditation, Eastern metaphysics. So I was going to get some porno, you know what I'm saying, from my man Omar in Brooklyn at the Albee Square Mall. He had the best porno. When I moved here to Atlanta with Khadijah, I threw away suitcases of porno, okay? I just didn't want, I had so much porno in my closet when I was in New York. My cousin, I said, if I die and somebody had to clean my house out, my motherfucking wake is going to be real different. You know what I'm saying? And massive amounts of porno, okay? See everything. You know what I'm saying? I used to have a series called Passa Passa. It was just this fucking Jamaican series where bitches just show their pussy. They just dancing. Like, just various pushes. I mean, I had this crazy lady in there called Medusa. And they'll just start yelling on the mic, Medusa! Medusa! And she just come out looking fucked up. Anybody who know this video is dying laughing right now at Medusa. Crazy. Like, I was talking to one of the chicks I was with, and I was like, she's like, oh, you know that? Like, all the Jamaicans know that shit, so when I say it, they trip. You know about that shit? And know what's crazy? The Jamaican dudes out there was the first motherfuckers wearing skinny jeans and all that shit. Kanye West took all that shit from them. It wasn't even that faggoty shit that he's wearing, that old creepy weirdo shit, that purple rain shit. See, I fuck with my man. I fuck with my man E, cause he's from Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, and he represents. So, I get him on Prince every time. Y'all know how I feel about Prince. If y'all don't know, it's not too good. He's a talented musician, but all that extra shit, nobody's calling him on that. You know what I'm saying? And I know Kumani, when me and him get it all the time, so I don't want to get him to start representing Prince. But he knows. But all of that shit that Kanye West was doing, he seen and took from them and made it look like he was innovating something. When you go back to them pointy boots and them curled up tips and the tight jeans and the big buckles, the weird ass ballet shirt, them niggas, all you gotta do is watch Passa Passa. That was their whole style. They was the first ones doing that shit.
I seen that in some Jamaican movies though, too. Like
they wearing that shit.
The style they was having, like going to the clubs, they had like peacock feathers in their hair and shit, net shirts.
Yeah, I watched. They showed the peacock dude in the movie with Nas and DMX.
Okay.
What's that movie? Belly. They showed the one peacock dude, but that was light. I'm gonna have. They got the wildest shit because the shit is in Jamaica. He took that whole style and made it seem like it was something he was innovating, but it was actually stolen. So he didn't even innovate that shit. All that shit he talking. Now, so I was going to get the porn, and my brother Shabazz was right across selling conscious tapes. So my friend, who was like, we need to follow this from there, I said, oh, you'll love this. Let me get a couple of these. Farrakhan's. So I said, whatever, because I wasn't into it. What do you recommend? So Shabazz, who was down with Alchemy Productions, was like, yo, we need to get some Ostraquazy. That'd be good for you starting out. And it was like the Masonic, thing with Kemet and blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, what's the most advanced shit? So he had his shit ordered out. Elf, Black Power, Civil Rights, Farrakhan. Then it got into like C. Freemanel, and maybe a few more, Joe Pogram, the Melanin. Then it got into Brother Phil and Brother Bobby. And he had a section off of the table like this. He said, so niggas usually walk through his table depending on their consciousness. So I was like, no, I want the most advanced shit. Give me that and that. He gave me Phil and Bobby. Okay. So I was getting a lot of Quasi just to, because I found it interesting.
It's funny because I got those two at the same time myself.
Yeah, it was getting Quasi because it was interesting, but I was just like, give me a Phil, give me a Bobby, give me a Phil, give me a Bobby, give me a Phil. Didn't understand what they were saying. Now, I like Phil a lot because, you know, I don't want to say we were wordsmiths. My father, you know, he always wanted to speak. Let's just say that. So I was able to understand a lot of his wording. And then in Bobby, I used to get all the sit-down lectures, not knowing. I never seen him in a live lecture, where he's a little bit more reserved. And at the end of one of those tapes, I seen this dude talking. He was just yelling. He was just wilding at the lecture. Real skinny, though. It wasn't big body. Like, who the fuck was that? You know what I'm saying? Who was that dude? He's like, that sound like Dawu. You know what I'm saying? So he gave me Dawu. I'm like, nah, that wasn't him. You know, but I like it. You know, whatever. I'm just absorbing it all. And then he said, well, why don't you come to a live lecture? Nah, kid, that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. He said, nah, you need to come. He's right here at LIU. It's going to be Bobby, sexual kung fu, blah, blah, blah. So I seen Bobby at that live lecture. You know what I'm saying? And I said, well, that was the nigga that I seen him on the tape that time. But he's fatter now. You know what I'm saying? So our friend was still studying, and I was hitting it hard. I was absorbing this shit back to back. Now, what shows you that there is an intelligence behind what we're doing, that's where the concept of free will and your power lies, because Shabazz said it, even my boy Tef, Roswell, they just say the same observation. They said it different times. He said, I've never seen someone get this information and learn it so fast as you. Like a fish in water. So I've never seen this transformation. It takes niggas a long time to get these concepts. And they all said it at different times, not even co-signing. So that, meaning when they could recognize that, not just them, just it being recognized, means there's something in there that's guiding you the right way. Something that's pushing you where you're supposed to be all the time. There is an intelligence that is running this. So understanding that and being sensitive to that based upon your occult understanding, once you start opening up these areas of awareness that are a little bit more sensitive, you'll see that there's a grander intelligence coming from you that's running this. So when you talk in randomness, white man's doing this is what happened to us as a people, meaning you have no control, basically. That all that's telling me is you don't understand a certain high level of your intelligence, no matter how much shit you repeat from books or even your observations, that your true understanding, your true transformation is not happening. Your intelligence may be expanding, but your spirituality is stifled because you're not privy to the intelligence which must speak to you directly. You're not going to get that through what some old Kemetic writings said. You're not going to say, okay, you got what they're saying, because I hear them explain what they're saying. Oh, they're saying we could do this. They're saying our mind is this. They're saying this is in our head. This pineal could do that. Once you expand, you can do that. Once you expand, you can do that. But nobody's fucking doing it. Nobody's doing it. That's what I teach in class. Your steps towards working towards having your own realization. See, I realize that there is a divine intelligence that we are the authors of. There's nothing outside of us that we're petitioning, nothing outside of us that we're asking for relief, help, or assistance. Well, I mean, you can't really say it's outside of it. You ask the ancestors for assistance, but they are within you. They are within your DNA. You're calling on something that exists within inside of you, if you want to be specific. But the point is that once you understand that your divine intelligence is always guiding you, you're no longer distraught when shit happens. Now you understand if shit happens, it's because you allow it. And if your humanity doesn't understand it, It may not even be supposed to. I don't even waste my time trying to understand why chemtrails exist. But I do understand the overall concept. It wouldn't exist if we didn't need it to get where we want it. Even you don't get to say this is an illusion. They get to say chemtrails are killing us. Then let them. Maybe that's what we came to do. If you're suffering from chemtrails, if it makes you crazy, that may be the crazy we need to get to where we're going. Even if we can't intelligently explain it, you have to understand, once you understand that the intelligence of all things in existence is you. And you not just by the concept of what you're seeing on the wall, but the realization of feeling that intelligence, of probing and going into these psychic places, these astral places, and finding there's nothing but you there. There's nothing but faces like yours. And these faces come to you, I guess if we had to describe it, the same way faces of friendly black faces come to you. I've never seen those nigger faces that you looking, what the fuck you looking at, nigga. Never seen that in so-called some of the worst of my spiritual journeys, going in those places where people call the worst of the worst. You know, we always use our scapegoat, Baphomet, as the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? And people should even know that when we always talk about Baphomet and trying to break this down, which it doesn't even need to be broken down. I'm gonna go to Wikipedia, but that's where you get the word scapegoat. Yeah, you blame it on Baphomet. He's the scapegoat. It comes from him, and so you should know this basic thing for your intelligence. But in the worst of these worst places that I've been through spiritually, there's always a friendly face, and that friendly face is contingent on your light. The more light and power and confidence I had and knowing I had, the more the face became friendly, the more the energy became, I was supposed to be there. See, you may see it as, not you, but folks may see it as harsh and ugly and something powerful because you don't have enough light to play in that room. Because they'll show you on the World of Kemet that there's always a guy standing in front of you with a staff. Because you're the initiate, he represents a gateway. You're going through gateways. So the question is, do you have enough light? Are you supposed to be there? A third grader is not supposed to be in the 7th grade. And it ain't got nothing to do with hate or enemy. But if a third grader sat in the 7th grade, people will look at him hostile. What the fuck are you doing here? You know what I'm saying? Now after I learned my 4s and 5s, go back to your class, kindergarten.
And even if they could handle the intellectual side of 7th grade, they couldn't handle the social aspect.
Right. The social aspect, they have to be, it's like you have to be full, holistically ready.
Yeah.
Holistically ready. But even still, even within high school, freshmen, juniors, seniors, and sophomores are looked upon differently. You're a freshman. It's back in the line. We know newbies get this in any situation. Yeah. So it's the same kind of energy. And it's not, don't look at it as like somebody's going to hurt you as much as if you these things are dealt with. Your currency is light. So if you don't have enough money to get in, you can't get in the club. You know what I'm saying? If you standing out the club and you said a bunch of I only got $5, I can't get in. It's not like he hates you, but he's gonna look, motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Go get your money up.
Go get your money up. You know what I'm saying? Or you ever see a crackhead come with $10 worth of change? Nah, I ain't taking that change, yo. You got to get the fuck out of here. Run back to the singles. It's like, man, it's $10. He says, nah, get the fuck on up the road, nigga. And it's not like hate. It's just like you're not prepared. So most black people aren't prepared for a lot of these places. Really, a lot of that you get up based upon your confidence in your self-knowing. A lot of these things was like, I don't know. And I was like, fuck it. I started using logic. Ain't nothing out there besides me. That's what we say all the time, right? What can hurt me? If it's all me, how can it hurt me? Mm-hmm. So that's where you start when you're about to mess with something you think is out of your range. Mm-hmm. So you start, how can it hurt me? It is me. And actually, that's how you get through those gateways. That's how you pass. Mm-hmm. A lot of it is saying, because I know. That's why it says you must become the knower, or know thyself. Yeah. Don't just think thyself and wonder thyself and speculate thyself and logic or reason thyself. No.
Mm-hmm.
Why can I do it? Because it's me.
And that's what helped me a lot. After I took your flash, which was about last year at this time,
Wow.
and going after I started doing meditations and going into basic areas I never delved into, and I'd be talking to myself about well, number one, this is all me, so don't matter what happened,
Right.
It doesn't matter what happened, no matter what it looks like, what it appears to be, how it feels. It's all me, so I can journey into any of these places because it's all me.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a massive. That's a huge
revelation. It seems like there's nothing, but that's actually a real huge revelation once you start realizing that, because it's another way of saying, if it's all me and I'm endless, I'm boundless, I have no boundaries, then that's another way of saying the sky's the limit. You just put no limitation on your mind, which is really the nature of your mind. No limits. So the limitation on your mind comes when your consciousness or your humanity or your ego, which are all the same thing, is constantly stifling it with the reason, with logic, with common sense sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And so you got, once you break down those barriers, the limits of human thought, which is the only true evil in the universe, limit to a mind that has no limits, to put limits on it is the true evil. That's really the prison. That's really the stifling of free will. Just saying, we ain't supposed to do that as black people. We hear that often.
Right.
Blacks don't do that, and that ain't right for a nigga, and that's evil. That's actually the weaklings. To recognize anything as evil. Now, I don't get it twisted with things that are unbalanced. Punching an old lady in the face is unbalanced. But as I pointed out before, you may walk up on me and I'm beating an old lady's ass. You say, oh, that's evil. Unbalanced. Bad karma. I said, well, she just killed all my kids. Oh, that's justice. Divine right. That's Mayat now. You know what I'm saying? So just the fact that this circumstance can change is not a true thing, evil or good. Just in that one sentence. I'd tell you 1,000 ways we could prove that shit. Another way, I'm a businessman, I'm Obama, I'm in a room full of crack. Bad. I'm a crackhead from the other side of Vernon, you know what I'm saying, Queensbridge, in a room full of crack. Oh, happy day, you know what I'm saying? Look what we got here. There's a nigga named Goombo, Big Les, Goombo, crackhead. This nigga, the Coca-Cola man, was delivering Coke. Goombo snuck up in the truck, got his little briefcase, ran up on the other side of Vernon, Nas block. Opened that shit up and $25,000 in it. This nigga was buying crack, going, y'all think I need this shit? He's a big nigga, Big Les, Goombo. Y'all think I need this? I don't need this shit, throwing it back in there. Let me get 3 more. You know what I'm saying? Then we get 3 more. They was picking it up off the ground, showing it back to him again. It was wow. Nigga spent that shit in one night. Damn. Nigga said, yo, there go Goombo, run the other way. Real thug niggas were scared of this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Just wild. You know what I'm saying? It was a happy day for him. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
Obama was doing that shit. It'd be like, oh, no, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So there's no good and evil in that context. Let's say in the context we've been using it. Now, in the true context of good and evil, the true evil is actually humanity or human thought. Because it's actually the thing that's stifling you. It's actually the thing that imprisons you. And your ego imprisons the expansion of your mind. Because this shit, really, to know thyself, is to have the mind realization in the body. Because if you're already in that realization, you cannot realize anything no more. When you're in a human body, it's like looking in the mirror to realize. I can't see the back of my shirt. There may be a motherfucking mustard stain on that shit. Like, my same friend, when he got married, was the best man. His cousin, Mick. Mick passed. Mick came to me, too. Asked me how to fuck and all this shit in the spirit world. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, it's on now. But Mick was a little, you know what I'm saying? Like in New York, they figured out the hustle. They had some shit called street news. The bums would get on the train, street news. Get the street news. So it was a way to give them $1 and you get something now. So it was better than panhandling. And they was building all this shit up during street news. Same kind of way they had the final call. It was that shit. Cops got on them, y'all can't do street news anymore. So slowing down on street news. They figured out another hustle. And get a bag of sandwiches, get on the train and be like, look, we homeless. This money goes to this, that. They have a little pass on them. And they said, anybody want a sandwich? Now, you know damn well ain't nobody gonna eat no sandwich out of no goddamn bum's bag. So they had some plans on that. I'll take a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for feeding me. It was like we're feeding the homeless. People see that and be like, oh, I'm going to contribute to somebody who's doing something. So the niggas figured that out. Then there was just regular crackhead niggas on the train, you know, with their bologna sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So Mitt was on the train doing the sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas say, yo, Mitt on the train doing the sandwich. The niggas just love Mitt. You know what I'm saying? And Mitt was smoked. You know what I'm saying? So, cousin had his wedding. My boy had his wedding. So, we there. His mom's passed too now. You know what I'm saying? She was there. So, we go in the back. I'm the best man. We go in the back. Mitt come in with that little dashiki from the train. It's like a long Muslim piece. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, so his mom, my man's mom, she's looking at him, so she's trying to straighten him up for the wedding. Like, nigga, you really want this? You know what I'm saying? She said, hold up, turn around. She said, nigga, how the fuck you get mustard on the back of your shirt? This nigga had a mustard stain on the back. Like, how the fuck would you eat that Frank, nigga? So, like, she's like, how the fuck you get a mustard stain on the back of your shirt? But then I looked at it, I said, oh, this is reversible. You know what I'm saying? You don't know which way you can have this on. Right, this shit on. It's just funny. Mitt's a funny nigga. Like, we was like 5 or 6, right? So we all in the project. It's all in Queensbridge. His grandma on 10th Street, she used to babysit me. So my moms came to pick me up, and his mom was there. So they get to talking. So we like, Mom, we hungry, come on, it's 6 o'clock. So his mom go, look, go in my house and boil some Franks. You know what I'm saying? Just like, how the fuck do you boil a Frank? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's easy. When you see the bubbles, then it's time to take it out. We said, all right, let's get this on. We go in there, drop some Franks. Water just bubble. Be like, I don't know if it's done. Bubble all the way out. You know, I don't know if it's done. Put some more in. Boil them shits again. Put it again. Did it again. Boil them shits again. So like, I don't know if they done, yo. So, where is it? It's me, Mitt. Mitt, yo, what's up? Yo, Mitt, you ever made Franks before? He's like, yeah. I said, we don't know if they done. We had 4 Franks in there. He said, I don't know if they done. He said, I don't know. He said, get some bread. So he got him bread. He said, you got mustard? He said, yeah. He said, he ate the whole Frank. He said, I don't know. Give me another slice of bread. He said, you got ketchup? He ate the whole Frank. He was like, is it done? He was like, I'm not sure. Give me one more slice of bread. Got the 3rd Frank. So mustard. He said, they kind of eating it out the door. I think they done. Now we got 1 Frank left. You know, so he was like, what you gonna do with this shit? Look at mom's calling y'all 8. Mitt came by. This nigga was scandalous. We was 5 years old. Mitt had to be like fucking 13 or some shit. Scandalous ass nigga. That nigga passed. That nigga funeral was from the front to back. Niggas was doing pantomime at his funeral. This nigga Mitt. Anybody who know anybody from Queensbridge ask about Mitt. There's a real nigga. Like, he was an engineer. You know what I'm saying? Years later, we had Marley's house. You know, me and my man Prince doing demos. Marley had Mitt as an in-house engineer because Mitt was real cool with Marley. Mitt was a DJ. He was an in-house engineer, so he would do all the sessions. Mitt was stinking. Mitt was smelling like a half a kilo of stink ass. Being there like, yo, me and my man Prince, you smell Mitt? See, yo, Mitt is banging right now. This nigga been in the studio too fucking long, kid. Now, Mitt did the session, and Marley like, yo, Mitt, take the Beamer, drive these niggas back home. Because he lived upstate at this point. Nick was killing us in the car. We sitting there like, oh my God, yo, Nick, yo. Remember when Prince go, yo, remember Mitt that time? We talk about for years. Remember when Mitt was staying that time, kid? It was a different kind of ash and arm smell. Yeah, so Mitt was ill. He came to me in the spirit world, too. What the fuck I bring him up for?
Was talking about how you came up, the path to finding, becoming knowing that you're going to be a teacher.
Right. Yeah. So, like, when I look back, like, there's certain key things that were pivotal, and I think those things are fated. F-A-T-E, fated to you. Certain key things in your life, like me coming to Atlanta, that was going to happen. So people say like, well, how did Bobby have a stroke or this and that? Those were choices he had to make, something he had to go through. We're looking at it rationally, like, well, if he ate enough bananas and potassium, those are the illusion of free will. How do you know? Because everybody who smoke don't get cancer.
Yeah.
And some people do.
The healthiest people.
I never seen a 100-year-old vegan. You know what I'm saying? This is what's real. You can argue all day, and your arguments may be valid or right or whatever. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, when you time to die, it's time to die. You came here to do what you came to do. So you can be a vegan while you're here. You can be a meat eater while you're here. You can eat GMO or organic or whatever. All those things are not going to make you conscious or change anything. That's the illusion that you hold on to of power. I don't use fluoride toothpaste. I'm powerful. No, I don't think you should use it. I'm not saying you should use it. I'm just saying that's not what's going to make you conscious. Or it just makes you smarter than the average guy using toothpaste on fluoride and what it does to the human body. And it's not going to make you. Now, the more the human body is taxed, it's going to weigh on your spirituality. So I would recommend, like I don't eat fluoride, don't eat the bullshit if you can. For me, not for the purpose of being a better, more smarter human, but so it doesn't impede my spiritual journey. The more you are distracted by the body, the more you're going to have a hard time staying in that spiritual zone, which is going to take all your focus because you're fighting your own ego. That's your true enemy. Horus and Set represents your conscious mind versus your ego or your humanity. That's the devil and Jesus. Your higher aspect of consciousness versus your human consciousness. So by all intents and purposes, the more human you are, the devil's winning. You're doing the devil's work or the devil's bidding. It represents humanity. It actually represents the enlightened human. As the light bringer. The human who says, okay, I get it. I am in hell. And I am the king of hell. I am sitting on the throne of hell. I am Satan. That's the first step to say, now what's my next step? Oh, to become Jesus, the Christ. So out of darkness comes light. That's the resurrection. And that comes from your chakra system. Hell is the root chakra, and pretty much the other layers are these other two chakras. Here is where the crucifixion happens. And here's where the resurrection happens.
So, along those lines, and would you say that, because this word's been going through my head a lot in the past couple of days, and when you just said that, it made me think about it in a different manner, which is alchemy. So is the real alchemy being able to transform your humanity into the God you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The alchemical transformation. They got us hyped up as if it's a physical thing from leg to go, actual leg to go. Doesn't make any sense. On just if you use your, not even your spirituality, your rationale and your reasoning. They tell you about these reptilians and these Anunnaki. The story is, in their planet, they breathed gold. So they couldn't they were running out. So what they did was come to Earth, enslaved humanity to mine gold so they can transmute it back to their planet so they can read gold again. That's a lot of work for advanced civilization that can traverse the universe and infiltrate other planets. And they tell you there's humans like Da Vinci who knew how to take lead and turn it to gold. So you mean they couldn't figure out how to turn lead to gold, even though they can figure out how to traverse planets and metamorphosize into humans and all of that shit?
Good point.
It doesn't make any sense. If you have the technology to do all that, then you have the technology to turn lead to gold.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would think if you said there are humans who can physically do it, because they said Da Vinci and them niggas was actually doing it. I seen some documentary that said there was a few humans who were doing that. So if humans can figure out how to turn lead to gold, and really lead to gold is symbolic because they're technically supposed to be so far on the periodical table of elements that everything in between works its way up to gold, which is the highest frequency. So it's not just lead to gold, it's anything in the gold, starting at the worst possible scenario, lead. So, if that's the case, so it's not, so you say, well, maybe they didn't have any lead on their planet to turn to gold. They don't need lead, they just have the science to turn anything into this transformation. Doesn't make no sense. That's all made up shit. It all comes from one source. That's number one, if you're debating that. And that comes from Zachariah Stitchin. Mm-hmm. Was Bobby revealed, because Bobby was excellent at not only naming books, but naming the whole history of the author and how they came into being, where they either emerged from or the angle that was their biggest deal. Like John Anthony West, who is married to Swallow DeLubis's daughter. Swallow DeLubis was the first one to say the Temple of Luxor was the Temple of Man. That was his big deal. And they're still trying to figure it out based upon that, along with other things he's revealed. So that was his big deal. Now, John Anthony West's big deal with another geologist did a whole thing and challenged all these old Egyptologists, which is not hard to do, as the Sphinx being older than the pyramids by thousands of years, based upon the Sphinx having water erosion, but the pyramids don't. Because if you look at the Sphinx, there's these lines around it. So they did all the geological tests and found that to be true by almost 25,000 years older than the pyramids. Wow. Real interesting. Now, Edgar Casey said there's a chamber right in front of the pyramids with all that Atlantean information in. And they found, now that they have the equipment to see that there is. So you know they already went in there. They said all the answers to humanity, Edgar Casey, are in that chamber. Find out exactly what we came to know and what we came to be here. Now there's people, a white boy, something Melchizedek. Let me get his book. Huh?
Conval?
Yeah. Let me get his book.
Alright.
That's exactly what it is. Conval Melchizedek. Wow. This is one of his books. You got volume 1 and 2. Where you can see, let me get this in here. He's just a regular old white boy. But he has interesting information. He talks about the flower life, geometry. You know, he's breaking down a lot of mysteries. His name is spelled Grunvalo, and last name Melchizedek. You read some of his stuff?
Way back.
Okay.
Way back.
This is the ancient secret of the flower of life and blah, 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 blah. He talks about what they found in there, in that chambers, Atlantean information, and so on and so forth. So John Anthony West pretty much shook up the world saying this is actually older. This was the structure they was worshiping before even the pyramids. And are more ancient people than even the Kemetics. So they inherited that, is what John Anthony West and them proposed. Which is, so you got to know your authors. Bobby was, like I said, excellent at putting me up on that. That saved me a lot of time. knowing what these. So once you may read them and like them, then find out, like Zachariah Stitchin, which a lot of motherfuckers read, he actually got paid by the Jews to put out misinformation. So all that reptilian and Anunnakis all invented shit. And now they got you on YouTube showing motherfuckers morphing in the day when you seen fucking Neo fly and you believe this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they said, there's the TV show Divas on TV1.
I seen commercials for it.
Right. Ignorant, dumb niggas. They put her on one of them girls on the show as a reptilian. Like, you're trying too hard now. This is a dumb bitch-tillion. You know what I'm saying? She's a dumb nigga-tillion. But she's not a reptilian. She's a dumbass nigga-tillion. You know what I'm saying? They're just trying too hard. You know, basically, she was blinking her eyes in a weird way. Well, now you're doing too much.
Right.
And all based upon some shit that's not real.
It's another distraction, really. It's another way that makes it seem deep, like you're expanding yourself. You're on some so-called
it's trick knowledge.
Right.
It's trick knowledge. It makes you feel like you're more knowledgeable than the average guy.
Right.
But it's leading you to endless things. Number one, it leads you away because it doesn't empower you. Even if it was real,
right, it
doesn't empower you. You know what I'm saying?
What does knowing that do for you? You know?
Right, technically. It does a small amount. If let's say they were really here and that's your really enemy, you're not going to beat them with your muscles or guns. You can only use your spirituality. The problem is we don't know how to get into our technology. Therefore, we appease ourselves by looking at stuff that's not even real. But even if it was real, if you want to argue that it is real, what's it going to do for you? How you plan on stopping it? One dude stopped me in the street. This is when I'm in New York. That silly ass New York consciousness shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're Brother Penny. Yeah, I was just doing this, and the Anunnaki doing this, and they doing this, and they doing that. I said, really? Now, what the fuck are you gonna do? I said, I said, now tell me what the fuck does any of that mean? I just know now. I said, oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you know. One, Lord. That's why I don't like panic. I don't like panic because I'm not playing your fucking stupidity game. I'm not appeasing your stupidity. Even if it's genius to you, and it may be genius to a lot of it, it's stupid to me. So just leave me out of it. I say it all the time. And my face looks like leave me the fuck out of it. So if I'm wrong, let me be wrong by my fucking self.
Yep.
Nah, no, I'm not, but I don't care. I don't care who else. I'm the only one who's supposed to know I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to prove to no idiot shit that what I do know is the shit they're doing ain't working. Not for them. Then you still destroy it. By the time you get into your own shit and have your realizations, you won't have time, even if they doing all that shit 3 times as much as they saying, to even worry about that shit. You be dealing with your prowess. Let them put yourself in a position, let some of that shit come your way and them challenging you. But you know it's over.
So along the lines of doing things to empower yourself, like obviously that information doesn't, but a lot of information, for instance, where you learn about yourself, a lot of information that you present in your class, you know, in the book, and just occult information in general. Today was a little bit funny because I was driving around trying to get into stores and wasn't nothing open, you know, and I was like, what's going on today, you know, and then I realized that today was Easter. But I also know like, for instance, the Day of the Dead, which is what they call Halloween, things called Saturnalia, which is the 25th. These are different days that in our real information, we knew how to use these days or events to empower us. What are some of the things that, I guess, ways we could do there, how we used to do it?
Well, these holidays, I'm saying solstices, holidays, even down to Flag Day, with special days for different type of energies. You know what I'm saying? You can study those and figure it out. Most of that was kept alive in the Wiccan traditions. they're big on solstices and festivals and May Day and all of the rest. Black people still happy winter solstice panic. They still do all this shit. They made it another fucking birthday. Happy solar return with the solstice, nigga. I don't personally. One of the things you learn, and you don't really have to put a name on it, but I'm going to put a name on. Let's say this chaos magic is really getting out of the circles of time. To be able to, let's say you have some shit that they tell you to do at a full moon. It's the best time to do it. The challenge for you becomes, can you do it anytime at your own will? To do it outside what they call the circles of time. But your light has to be brought up to that level where any of this shit goes. Now it becomes easier. Certain days are real easy. And Halloween, All Saints Day, and the Day of the Dead, 31st, 1st, and 2nd.
Okay.
Are the most, are the time when the veil is the most thin. So that's the time I'm probably going to reflect and do something, because the getting is good. But if I have to do it, I'm not going to wait all year to get something done.
Right.
If I need it done, we could deal in a moment, or I'm not going to wait for a moon phase. But that's a level you have to get into. Remember, if the moon phase is good to do this, or November 21st is good to do that, or October 31st is good to do that, or December 25th is good to do this, who determined that? Isn't it your own divine mind that created this? So if it created this and it's limitless, why would you put it in the limit of days again?
Right.
The whole goal,
conditions on it.
Right. The whole goal is to move beyond limits. And perhaps that's what the whole of being human for all of us is, to really test limits. So the only really way to test your limit is putting yourself in a handicap. If you are limitless, how do you test the limit, or how do you expand the limit? You gotta handicap yourself. This handicap called humanity and the ego is actually what we're learning. We're learning how to overcome something. And we're trying to learn to overcome the ego and pride. Each individual does that, but humanity as a whole is the goal. How to humble yourself to God, what they say. But that's you. So I've been humbled by humanity. And people think, that's supposed to be, when I'm on email, oh yes, sister, your package is coming right away, Hotep, I'm so humble. Ain't got nothing to do with that. You're here to, that's surviving. That's what the ego is truly for. Survival. So I humble myself to my divinity. Meaning this guy named Panic doesn't come before any of this work. Simple as that. My needs as a human for paying my bills, money, and pussy, and Nikes, and whatever else does not come before humanity. Does it come? Yeah, if I want it. You know what I'm saying? If I want to go to the mall and ball, or why not? Be at the club. If you want it. But when it comes down to this work, okay, see you guys later. It was nice to meet you. I'm going home. Because I've humbled myself to the God force that takes precedence over my humanity. I've still appeased my human side. People, I don't watch TV, Panic. Why the fuck not? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean? You're not strong enough to cut through that bullshit yet? You know what I'm saying? I could be at Tyler Perry's house watching TV and I still won't be affected. I don't necessarily want to, but I'm not scared of it. You know what I'm saying? He said, why do you don't watch TV? Because you're scared, nigga? You scared of the TV? Because that's all I can see, nigga. You must be scared of the TV. None of that shit I get to do. None of that shit is getting by me. None of it is programmed. What are you scared of? Why you won't watch it? Entertain your humanity. Because if you don't, your humanity is going to need to be entertained in your conscious shit. And you become a motherfucking Hotep reality show star. Oh, you're gonna start performing there. Oh, hotel, because your humanity is gonna take on that shape. Your ego is gonna take on whatever. First of all, your ego, its very nature, is in survival mode. Anything in survival mode will do what? First and foremost, as a general, anything to survive. It will lie. It will tell you. It will tell you anything, including that you're a master.
Yep.
That's why you don't hear me saying, I'm a master. I'm a this. I ain't none of that shit. I am whatever the fuck you say I am. I'm not being fooled by that shit. I'm just doing the best I can. Because when you start putting these titles on yourself, it's nothing but your ego. They'll tell you anything you want. There's that story in the mythology of Buddha. It's meditating, trying to get past his ego. And after whatever odd years, his ego comes to him and says, "You've won. You're a master. I totally understand now. You defeated me. You're the winner. You showed me how great you are." And Buddha said, "I'm not even falling for that bullshit. I'm not even falling for that bullshit." You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people panic you this and panic you that. Panic. I appreciate it in a surrounding level, but where it penetrates, we're like, yeah, I guess I am that nigga. Yeah, never. I'm not falling for that.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna get me with that bullshit. So even when niggas will panic you the greatest, panic you the greatest, y'all niggas ain't gonna get me with this shit. Niggas ain't gonna get me with that shit. Sitting around, walking around this motherfucker.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah. Doing the puffy dance. Doom doom to doom. Yeah. Doom doom to doom. I never knew a lover. Niggas like, oh shit, hear when that nigga panic. Yeah, nigga, put it up, panic's here. Ain't never gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? I ain't falling for that bullshit. You ain't gonna get me, nigga.
Right. Next
time me walking around this motherfucker.
Next thing they're saying, start an organization.
Right.
You know
Even before that, next thing gonna say, you need to debate somebody. Yeah, nigga, let me show you how right I am. Look up on the board, nigga. Look up there. I put it up there. You know what I'm saying? Niggers. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. Right then, this is bad. We need an organization. We need it because we're better. You know something? Yeah, that's right. That's right. How do we greet each other? We got the whole lot doing that shit. Listen, and I know how easy that shit is. You know?
You know, the funniest part? Just to watch niggas do it.
Yeah, niggas will do it. Niggas will do that shit, son. I know how I know niggas will do that shit. Me and Shabab, we made up a word. We was like, we're gonna greet niggas umbalo umbele. And we went to the lecture with Bobby. He was like, hey, what's up? Niggas like, hey, what's up, man? We was going umbalo umbele. And they was going umbala. They was like, umbo. Niggas was doing this shit. I went to my man Tev. I said, umbalo umbele. He said, that ain't fucking nothing. Like, see, he knew. He said, that ain't fucking nothing. Like, he just called you on it. Like, he didn't know us. He said, that ain't fucking nothing. Niggas was like, umbele. Niggas was saying it back. Ask it back. We still to this day, what's up, nigga? Umbalo umbele. Because there was a tape going around with Cradle Moutoir. That's how I knew Bobby was a cool nigga. Well, you know everybody's taking all this shit serious. So I'm looking, I'm like, this is not funny to y'all? Shabab was laughing. Bobby started giggling on this shit. He's like, let me see this shit, son. He laughed. So I said, okay, this shit ain't, because that was my whole thing. I don't want to be in the dashiki. And half the niggas who fuck with me say the same thing. I want to dress up like this. Half the chicks who fuck with me is like, I felt like I had to take my perm out my hair. I'm like, nah, you know what I'm saying? That ain't conducive on your consciousness. If you do it, it'd be nice and one less chemical. But that doesn't mean you don't. A lot of the women want to be conscious, but they don't want to dress up in do yoga all the time. You know what I'm saying? They still want to be a little hip hop. So when they hear my shit, they seem to kind of say, okay, you can be conscious without doing the whole presentation,
Right.
which is excellent. So Bobby was ill. Bobby's like doing the voice and everything. You know what I'm saying? Because he kept saying like Craig Mutuak kept going, oh, Mr. Ike. So the whole weekend, me, Shabazz and Sabat and Bobby was calling each other Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike. You know, because he's talking to David Ike. Oh, Mr. Ike. A man never wears his boots in the house after war. The white man comes in with his boots after war. Like, you're like, what is he talking about? He said, oh, Mr. Ike, I fear I'm a homosexual. So he's like, what? Bobby said, just go to that part. He said he was in some initiation where they made him fuck a man.
Damn.
Yeah, he's a Zulu chief giving out the goods. He was talking about an alien race. What does he call them? The Chichewade. He's going, the Chichewade. So David Icke is going, yeah, the reptilians. He never really said they were reptilians. They looked reptilian and he kept saying, I got this from the Chichewade. And he was showing these devices that he had, like these iron devices. So a few years later, niggas robbed him. Niggas got him for it, son. He told the story. I was like, nigga, it was David Icke who got you for that. He said, they hit me over the head. He was telling the story. He said, I seen it. He said, the dude that stole this, he will die shitting on himself. Like, as soon as he was saying the rituals he did to these motherfuckers, I said, oh, Kratos is a real nigga now. Because he was doing all this stuff. And he's, you know, that white Smith, that crusty shit. And so Shabazz kept going, slava spit slava. So he's talking that language. He's going, I am your father, slava spit slava. Shabazz is a funny nigga. I'm going to tell you that right now. And so that's why I knew he was cool. Because that's when Bobby was joking when he said, Bobby's in a lecture saying that shit. Umbala umbele. Niggas was going, yo, it was the funniest shit ever. And you could see clearly in that, if it's still on YouTube, David Icke kept pointing him to this agenda. The ones who are telling David Icke, what's the other fat dude? There's Jordan. There's that other big conspiracy dude. Even white people are turning on him now.
He's got the whole TV show.
Yes.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah. If you don't remember his name, no big deal.
Yeah. He's the one who goes to their events and stuff.
Yeah, he's the one that.
And shit.
Yeah, yes. Him.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Eric Dubé, the flat earth guy, started shitting on him. He said, I was telling him, he said, there's an event where he started crying. Like, he played the event. Shit was so funny. He started crying. Then in the middle of the crying, he said, calling now. My number is such and such. Ooh, they coming. We got to do something about the Anunnaki. It was like, the shit was so fucking phony. And the other white boy was calling him on it. Because these dudes, remember, all the shit that you hear about is actually from them. Now it's been perpetrated by so many other people, but basically from that. So what is the Illuminati or the Illuminati's power? Nothing. Their power is fear and the hype. And the people who are supposed to be called blowing the whistle are actually the ones who are informing you about this shit. You would never know about it unless you ain't hear it from them. That's what their role is. They're the ministers of the propaganda. Under the banner of that, they're outing them. But what they're outing is shit you would have never known. And then what it picked up in with the general public is all of these other videos where you're going to observe and see what you want to see. Beyonce's this, Beyonce's that. Okay, so Beyonce had a Baphomet ring and a this and that and this and that. Y'all got to understand this. And you hear these lyrics and like, wow, that adds up to some occult shit. Most of where they're getting it from is Freemasonry. Which by just its definition alone doesn't mean shit. It depends on what true level or true information of Freemason information, which is all our shit.
Right.
None of that is outside of us. All you have are factions that were meant to teach other people our shit on a certain level. Freemasonry. So half of that shit is debunked, become mindless, empty symbols. So you'll see the black people doing these mindless moves and not really having the knowledge. If they had the knowledge, you would know. If they had true knowledge, they would be with you, not with anything else. We won't even say who they're with, because you assume they're with white people who know something. But the trick is, white people don't know nothing. It's the same kind of thing when you look at any of them old slave movies and there's 100 slaves and 2 white people on the plantation. You say, why the fuck wouldn't these black people just kill them?
Right.
Why the fuck are they just bowing down to these people's will? It's unfathomable to you now. But the same way, you ain't outside killing Anunnakis and Illuminatis and all that because you have this idea that they're superior than you. And they used to say that every slave movie at the dinner table. Well, the black man is not this, he's likened to a horse. You believe that shit back then. They were always showing you propaganda based upon something that's not real. We know they're not real. Their genetics don't add up to anything that even rivals you. So what they did was use the tactic of fear, propaganda, and hype to stifle you, to put you in a form of arrested development and suspended animation. Where so the same way we look at, because we're not under that same particular mind control, we look at it like there's only 3 white people here. Kill these motherfuckers. And nobody will know for days. We just couldn't do it back then because of what was going on. And that's what they're doing now with all the YouTube, the propaganda. None of that shit is real. None of that shit is real. It's not what's working is your belief in it is what's working.
Right.
Your belief in it is what's working.
Yeah, and this is years ago watching some of your videos actually helped me with some of that, as far as realizing that looking at the Illuminati, this, world power, that, all that, ain't nothing but a distraction. It's not helping you get back to who you really need to be.
Right.
And it's like sometimes I'll be looking at different stuff online, and I'll see somebody call themselves conscious, and I'll see this, and it's all good. And then they'll show, look at who just got blown up in Africa.
Right.
It's all shit about terror and all this. And I'm like, you're doing nothing but enforcing the same bullshit.
Right, you're enforcing his prowess. You know what I'm saying? Show me what you blew up of his. Or where you doing it. And why we're not doing that, because that's not where our power lies. They stifled your power and they express theirs the best way they can through physical violence, through physical means. And they got you believing that one day we'll have a physical a war with them, which you are off your game, out of your fight. Your mind is what got you into this. Your mind is what's going to get you out. I know it seems like a disconnect. If they punch you in the face, you're going to use your mind.
Right.
It seems like a disconnect.
Big disconnect.
But truly, your mind is what gets you in a position where they never can touch your face. They will never have the opportunity to punch you in the face. Because you're not using your mind, you have now offered them the opportunity to strike you. Once you start building up your mind, I know it seems like a hard thing to put 2 and 2 together. How using my mind is going to keep the white man off of me in the gas bill. But you got to understand, the lack of using your mind is what got you in the place you are now. Because physically, this weaker man who can't even beat you in a regular street fight enslaved you and got you over here, and you pay your light bill to him. How's that happening? That's just from the lack. That's not even from him using his mind. That's him just using fear and the lack of taking. It's actually taking advantage of a port of us in a portion of our sleeping. You gotta understand, we've been here for millions of years. We did the damn thing. So it's not like we was trying to stay up. We're trying as a collective to transform. Remember, we talked about that grid.
Yeah.
We're trying to transform. So in our transformation, this portion is supposed to be a sleeping portion. We're going to wake back up to our right mind. It's another phase, another yuga, another age, another eon that we're waking up into. And this eon is one of our ancient conscious phases. Now the hope is that in this particular phase, we can transmute off of this plane instead of going through another cycle of whatever has to come down the pipe for us in terms of this debauchery again. Because its very nature of this place is probably the worst case scenario you can emerge in a material body. While we think it's the ceiling or the crown of our existence, it's the worst you can emerge up into. Once you understand that, that's your illumination. That's what this symbol of Baphomet is. This goat or this or the devil is the symbol, and all of these symbols around him are illumination. As above, so below. These wings represent the astral, the crown chakra illuminated. You know what I'm saying? Androgyny in that yoga meditative position, kundalini, you name it. You know what I'm saying? Is there. 5 points, the 5 points of man. You name it, is there. You know what I'm saying? And really, that's why you need to understand two things. The ancients or the occultists or the ancients, they would disguise certain energies in the cloak of evil, because they understood these energies are not for your average guy. You get what I'm saying? So if you looked at it and said it's evil, that was just an indication you're not ready to see the light in the darkness. So each person said, never vibe with me, I wasn't with it, that's the white man, that's evil. That doesn't mean nothing to me. What I listen to is your spirit saying, I'm not ready for it. Because then there's the whole load of people who look and say, someone's always interested about that to me. So that never bothered me. I get a lot of that too. You know what I'm saying? Because I talk about a lot of complaints about, Baphomet and that, but really there was a lot of girl Nas, probably one of the prettiest women in the conscious shit. You know, everybody, there's a lot of likes on her pictures.
Right.
And when we were talking back in the MySpace days, she seen that Baphomet, which was pretty new because the network of consciousness was coming together. So it was really taboo. It's less taboo now because it's not a big deal. Not as of a big deal. But before, this was 9 hours. It's a white man shit. It was terrible.
Yep.
She was one of the ones who was like, it's always interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? I found it interesting. You know what I'm saying? And one of the other conscious niggas was telling her all this kundalini shit that he could do. He's a master of this. And how he curl her toes up. She said, wait a minute, motherfucker. I go to the club and the nigga to curl my toes up. That ain't nothing. I ain't trying to figure that out. That's easy to figure out. She said, what I'm trying to figure out is some next level dark shit. And she was on it. Because my boy KL, when he passed, and I talked about it, and she didn't know that I was doing a whole ritual to find him in the astral world and bring him to another one of our friends, Lou, who passed, who came through and said, bring him to me. KL got with Lou. See, when they say, because we'll talk about it, they say, when you die, don't go towards the light, go towards the light. And Bobby said, don't go towards the light. Don't go towards the light. You go towards the light, you're coming back here. That's astral light. Astral world's connected to this. You're supposed to go towards the darkness. And when you go in the darkness, you're going to see like a little orange light, which is your light. So you're not going towards the light of this world. You're going towards your light, the light of your soul. So I had to go towards deeper in the darkness and found KL's light in the soul. Then brought him with me and brought him towards towards Lou. Lou said, I got it from here. Then I went deeper. I went to sleep. KL came through. Oh, I didn't know we was Egyptians. I said, yeah. I said, well, what's your name? He said, Ta'ant Nefa. So I said, hang out with Lou, come see me later. Came back and told me, you need to sell the herb packs. Nah, nigga, that ain't gonna work. 5-6 years later, Here we are. So she calls me and said, yo, I seen your boy KL in the spirit world. She said, I was in the room hosting people. This is my girl Nas telling me this. She said, then I seen your friend KL, because KL had records out, so they knew what he looked like. His picture was up on MySpace. She said, he asked for you. She said, as soon as he asked for you, she said, I could see you calm down. Snatched this nigga, and took him. Same night I did that ritual. Yeah, she didn't even know about that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, all right. You know what I'm saying? So she caught on to, so that was confirmation. You know what I'm saying? But she was a bad motherfucker. I remember I went to the store, my man Matt. Matt was a friend of Bobby's. He went to high school. Called him My God. He's in New York. He had a store in New York. So I went to Match store, bought a bunch of shit. He had these ill clay or glass hardened, some old wild pieces, Harriet Tubmans. I bought one and put them on the altar. I literally was getting no juice from this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I don't know, this ain't supposed to be here. And that's easy because I talked to Harriet Tubman plenty of time. She said she's a female Anubis.
Interesting. That makes sense for what she did.
Like, how it came through. Bobby said he's been looking for the female Anubis. So, soon as me and him, I went in the channel, and as soon as he said that, I said, oh, that's Harriet Tubman. She came through. What she said, I don't remember. I was deep in trance, but Bobby got it, because I was on the phone with him. So he got it. And he talked about it on lecture. He was like, shit, this makes so much fucking sense. You know, she's the female in this Anu. I can't remember. Oh, there's another female name. Because he showed me the study. I said, yeah, that was her. And so she came through plenty of times. So I mailed this piece that I wasn't getting no juice for the Nas. He said, as soon as that shit came in, lit up her house. She said she was on the couch, and Harriet Tubman, she said she was falling asleep, and they was talking on the TV about Harriet Tubman. She said she's going to sleep today. She said she woke up, Harriet was there, playing with her funny parts. I said, now that makes sense, that Harriet liked chicks. She said, yeah. She said, she told me some more stuff. And, you know, and so she was on it, you know what I'm saying? And like, I'm not really surprised, but, cause, you know, you'll look at her on Facebook, she's just a cute face. But no, this motherfucker had power. This motherfucker came to New York. She visited me in New York just to hang out. We went, got a drink. When I tell you niggas was stopping in the middle of the street on motherfucking Fifth Avenue. Like, her power was insane. Like, I wouldn't even want to be with her. You would never get no rest. Like, niggas would be getting at her. She's 100 non-stop. Like, you think, you know, motherfuckers take selfies that, okay, it's a selfie. I seen this motherfucker live. Oh my God. I was sitting there going, this is amazing. Like, this shit is amazing. And this motherfucker smelled like, not like peach cologne, like real fucking peaches. I was off the hook. Everything is insanely perfect. Her pictures are insane. I'll show you them. She's on Facebook. She looked better than her fucking pictures.
Damn.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's dangerous when they look better.
Dangerous. Dangerous ain't the word.
Because normally like, it's the opposite.
Yeah, normally like, okay, she went down a peg. I thought, yeah, okay, you know, your selfies are going to make it look right. In 100. Niggas was, you know how you with a girl, niggas like look and they keep, niggas was like this while I'm standing there. I'm like, really? And this was only for the little, we just had 1 week because she was there doing other business. Crazy. But you would think that's where it stops. This bitch, real. Now I did the channel on her. I got the names. She was one of my sisters in Egypt. One of my incarnations were a deity called Kim Waset. There was 2 incarnations and I was both. There was one who was brother of Ramses and son of his brother, 2 Kim Wasets, the older one and the younger one. The younger one died young. The younger one was the son of Ramses II, and they did a whole ritual to send him to the west, which is here.
Nice.
Blew my fucking mind. This is when Anubis and, no, not Anubis, Nefertim and Nebnu came through to me. This shit was wild. He was dealing with Nefertim, which is the son of Ptah segment.
Okay.
Which is a cat head. And word to the mother. I got pictures of this shit, all this shit on MySpace day. I was on the first floor of my cousin's house. In the tree at first, there's a black cat. Open the shit with some Pet Cemetery shit. I was doing this shit. Eyes was glowing. And nigga, what the fuck? So, you know, I had the window opens in the tree. I'm like, wow, this shit is wild. You know what I'm saying? Then, word to the mother. Went in the front, my cousin is like, yo, this cat, and I heard it. Open the door, this nigga standing, sitting in my room by the altar.
In your room?
In the room by the altar on some Pet Cemetery shit. I closed the door. Oh, shit, son! How you gonna get this motherfucker out? I said, yo, open the front door. I'm gonna try to chase it out the front door. I said, we had a cat, so I said, put our cat in the back. Opened the door, ran under my bed, ran out the window again. I said, good motherfucker. Closed the window, right? So I'm like, what the fuck was that all about? Blah, 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 blah. So now, go in bed, lay down. Cat jumps on the windowsill on some jack-o'-lantern shit. All fucking night. I'm like, this shit is wild. Go to sleep. It was gone. Open up the window. It was Friday. And I went to work. After work, I went to my girl's house. Spent the night. Me and Bobby was talking about it. He's like, yo, I got the channel. Put some liquor and some carnation milk under the bed. Put that shit under the bed. At my girl's house. And I said, wait a minute. I feel that motherfucker's back in my motherfucking room again. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh shit, I just knew it. Got home Sunday, and sure enough, opened the door. I said, I asked my baby, I can't know. Looking, kicked the bed, ran out. You know what I'm saying? I said, motherfucker. I said, I looked around, looking, nigga had on one of my t-shirts, nigga pissed on it. It was a circle. Let it dry out, cut it up. I still got it over there. If I look, I can still find it.
Okay.
It's still on my altar. I cut it up into strips, right? It's over there somewhere. It's on one of the shelves. Cut up into strips, put some of them strips in a cat candle. Lit the cat candle. First of all, the cat was in the tree for like 4 days. I got a scream. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I kept the window open and had a scream. 4 days. I said, well, I had to feed this motherfucker. It ain't leaving. I got some food, put it at the base of the tree. Still up there. Bobby said, I hear that motherfucker. Didn't leave. You know what I'm saying? And so got the cat candle. You know what I'm saying? Big black cat candle. Lit it, the shit after a while just lit up into a roaring flame. Not just was like off of this cat piss like fuel.
Damn.
That's the only.
So you wrapped it around?
I just sprinkled it on the top, lit the candle. You know what I'm saying? Like regular. Mm-hmm. After a while, it was not even the first day. After a while, it just turned into a roaring flame. Like, that's one of the only candles that I put out. For a while, I kept that candle. I don't think I have that no more. I kept that candle. That's how powerful this shit was. And I still got some of that shit in here somewhere. If not, I think it's in there. It's in there. I'll find it. Because I know I wasn't getting rid of that cat pig shit. And another cat came and stayed in the room. I got pictures of that cat too. It's on my computer. I can show you all that shit. It was in the window. There's another cat that started staying. So now, eventually they just went away. I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I did the meditation. That's when Bobby said, yo, check out Nefertim. That's when Nefertim came through. I have a Nefertim. It's probably out there. No, it's definitely out there. I'll show you. I got the Nefertim statue. There's another one called Nebnu, which you can't find hardly anything. He's just the Lord of Fear. Now, so I started studying them. When I went into meditation, they showed me an incarnation. That's when they showed me I was Kim Waset. Never heard. Bobby said, you know something? He said, when I was in that phase where everybody was changing their names, so I started to change my name. So I started to use Kim Waset. Nobody don't know about that. I said, yeah. I said, that's because there's a connection between me and you coming to the West. And it shows a whole mythology of Kim Waset doing a whole ritual buried toward the West, coming toward the West. So I knew the Kamites knew how to shift the energy to here. So I knew some of us, and I got that when I dealt with Phyllis Hyman, that we knew how to project ourselves to here. So it shows Bobby, me projecting ourselves here. It was wow, like going through a gateway to the West. When I seen that shit, I was fucked up. So after that, but I found out that she was a sister
Okay.
She was a sister. You know what I'm saying? She gave me that kiss goodbye. That's all I needed. You know what I'm saying? Went home. Said, I'm going to find out who this motherfucker is right now. Me and her were sisters and brothers in that phase. Now, then I was going to say, now, when I went in the dream to get with him to Nebna and Nefertim, that's when it came through, because they're protectors of Kim Waset. And that's when it came through. My boy that I was telling you about, Dane, was Nefertim. And, no, I'm sorry, he was Nebna. We had another friend named Stacy who got shot when he was 23, was Nefertim. Now here's the fucking thing. He is deathly afraid of cats. Deathly afraid. Nebna was the Lord of Fear. He's experiencing his own power. He was afraid of the shit since we was little. When we was little, his mom was afraid. There was a cat that did something, came in the house. She called us. We all ran over from his grandmother's house to her house to get this fucking cat. I was definitely afraid. He was always afraid of cats. I love cats. I had cats in my house. Where's your cat, Lord? Where's your cat? They call me Wolf. Where's your cat, Wolf? Where's your cat? I'm like, ain't there. I'm putting it in. Now you gonna pull it out, dog. I'm still out here, that scared. Our cat in Brooklyn, the one I said we had to bring him back. He's like, y'all got a cat? He just won't stop talking about it. So much so he's like, now we're gonna chill outside. Now we was chilling outside, and we were chilling by a berry tree. At a berry tree, New York, you can't eat them. This is a berry tree. And my man Stacy's last name was Berry. So I said, I had that realization. I said, yo, that's Stacy Berry. I said, that's Stacy. Stacy was always, one time Stacy, and this reverberate, we was on the 4 train in the back of the 4 train. That's the thug train, you know what I'm saying, going uptown. We from Queens, so we guess. So, you know, you post up. So niggas put on beats in the back, and as soon as the police come, turn it off. You know what I'm saying? Police, these niggas high. Back of the 4 train. That's the 80s delight. So we on the back of the 4 train. We sitting together. Stace sits on the other side. Niggas walk on. I was like, Stace, why you sitting on the other side? He said, because the niggas don't know I'm with you. I can protect you that way. Alright. Now, let me tell you what we did to Stace. Stace got us back. Back in the days, 80s, we in Queensbridge. You know, the games. You know, in the hood games. It's like the Ruckus type shit. Not as big, but nigga, the whole hood is outside. You know what I'm saying? We on one side of the court, he on the other. You see the States over there chilling like this. Let's go get this nigga. He snuck around, just pulled his pants down, whoa, in front of the whole hood. But his drawers came down too, and he's like this. That nigga really stood there for a hot minute, ass naked. He said, alright, let's pull this shit up and just walk home. Word is born. We get it for years. Now, here's the ill shit. My man Dane don't want to come in the crib. He's like, I ain't fucking with the cat. He said, I gotta take a leak. I said, let's go in the crib. I'm gonna take a leak right here. He said, I'm gonna take a leak right in front of the berry tree. Because we just decoded. I said, yo, that's Stacy's berry. I said, them berries always be in the crib. I said, I know what I need to do to light them up. I need to get a bayberry candle. You start want to fuck with them, bayberry candle. You know what I'm saying? Just to light it up, put the berries in it, light it up. One time I did that shit, there was berries all the way in my bathroom. I'm like, I asked my cousin, y'all put these in it? Nope. States. He came through on a hurricane, told me his god name, Akiendo. After I did some shit with Ogun, as a matter of fact. You know what I'm saying? And States got shot. He said Ogun was the one getting all the energy from all the stray bullets. Yeah, I love Ogun so much. He said, nah, nigga, he told me we had to feed, nigga. He said, well, I used to get, there's always a bullet coming in some window killing some kid. I said, nigga, that's me. That's a delicacy. I said, well, you need to release that energy. So as he did, the next day there was a hurricane in Brooklyn. And my man Dane, who was closer to Stace, called me and said, yo, there was a hurricane, I was sleeping. He said, yo, it destroyed all the white shit, Bensonhurst. He said, I felt like there was an entity on it, a deity. I said, yo, that was Stace. So his name was Akiendo. He said, he felt it. So he take a piss in front of the berry tree. He said, yo, Wolf, look out for me. Whoop, whoop. And these niggas taking a piss. Police just rolled up. I said, oh shit, son. She said, all right. She's putting on her little nasty nigga gloves. Like, yeah. So she's like, could you come with? You should hold up. You know what I'm saying? You just finished taking the piss. So she wrote him a ticket. And I'm laughing. I said, yo, that's Stace. Because he's laughing. Because I said, we pulled his pants down that time. He said, yo, Stace. I told Stace, don't fuck with me like this. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me. I said, because I'm the one who pulled his pants down. I said, yo, they ain't thought of that shit, son. He said, yo, that's fucking Stace still playing jokes on us. So about a couple of months later, Dane, he's in Philly. He's like, yo, word is born. He said, I almost got a warrant for that pissing shit. I said, say word. He said, yeah. He said, yo. So I'm not going to jail for a pissing ticket. I'm laughing. I'm making all these jokes. Pissing ticket, nigga, pissing ticket. So Stace is doing that. Stace better not fuck with me like that. Word is born, Stace got me. Word is born, he got me. Let me show you how he got me, kid. Trump one day, I'm like, fuck that shit, I want a turkey burger. Get on my bike, going through the back way. Twist it, get up, take a piss. Whoop, whoop. Oh, shit. But now I'm conscious and arrogant. Fuck that, nigga. I'm fucking, they writing the ticket. They didn't even give me the receipt. Because they knew it would turn into a warrant. I'm twisted. Like, they didn't give me no fucking receipt or nothing. I'm sober now that I'm at the spot. Got back, forgot all about it. Didn't even think nothing about it. Word is born. Was going to this chick's house. Had some magic shit in the bag. I used to love bike riding. Come give me a cheddar cheese and turkey hero. Sit in the park. I'm in Marcy. Banging it out. Whoop whoop. You know the park is closed, nigga. So what? Get on the phone and BlackBerry. Talking. They like, you give me your ID. I'm arrogant giving them all that shit. Yeah, nigga, whatever. Yeah, whatever. You're off the phone. I don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? Baphomet shit showing. They scared of the candle shit. They shook. One nigga wouldn't even touch me. Shook. One nigga said, he got a warrant. Hold on. Huh? Excuse me, what's the sir? What did you say, sir? Sir. Said, you got a P ticket, nigga. I said, Stace. Turn around. Oh shit. Where was born? I'm in the car going. Oh, Baron Zombie. I get to the shit. I'm sober as a motherfucking preacher now. I'm in lockup. They got the whole Brooklyn, that motherfucker, in lockup off of a P ticket, son. I said, do you have any water? They said, yeah, we got some water for your ass. You got any bottled water? He said, get to that sink and cup your hands, nigga. So, whole weekend, of course, they, you go through the system, they let you go mice and just niggas and come to watch the States got me for that pants down shit, you know what I'm saying? So these niggas fuck with you too. It's cause it's not real, it's a fucking joke. And we take that shit seriously. Oh, it's gonna be serious. If you don't take it, them niggas is having fun. They there. And the crazy thing is though, they look out for you. So as a form of protection, Stace has always been there. And he said he was on the train. You know what I'm saying? So they always there. It's always protecting you. And you always got it. But you have to turn your attention to it. Most of us either don't know how, and really it's not really about method of don't know how. You don't have the will or the fortitude or the confidence to believe it's working. So when you do hear something, you're looking for something that you've seen in the movies to be more dramatic, and you're not looking at that subtle voice that's always talking to you.
I think that's the hardest part because
it is.
From my own experience, my human mind is constantly trying to tell me to do something that makes sense until I sit and meditate and get back to the real me. Right. And then I'm like, oh, that ain't what I'm supposed to do.
Right.
It's supposed to be doing this.
Because you're using, that's the real fight between Set and Horus. You're using rationing and reasoning versus spirituality and knowing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know it's true because each time you fuck up, what do you say? Something told me I shouldn't have done that. Each time you have a victory, I knew I should have did that. That knowing is what you're trying to harness and expand on, not your rational reasoning and your
thinking mind.
Because that will lead you in a flaw. That only reacts to whatever stimuli is there. Government tell you we on red alert, you're going to think and react to that. Tell you on yellow alert, react to that. Tell you terrorists is around, you're going to think and react to that. You're going to react to whatever's going on. You need money, you're going to think and react to that. You're rich, you're going to think and react to that. So that's too volatile for you to depend on to guide your anything in consciousness. If you're just a human, you need to go with that on your feet at every moment thinking mind, that volatile mind, because you're working humanity. So you're going where humanity leads you. If you think of spirituality, you're thinking of a bigger picture. You're thinking of purpose. You're thinking of guidance. You're thinking of holistic thought. You're thinking of stability. You're thinking of things that it to invest in more. So, and with that guide, and you're thinking from a greater mind. So from that guidance is how you're in the know. You walk around with the knowing, the confidence, those people that you see that just got it together. And even the humans who have certain aspects of their life together, it's really about portions of them that deal with the knowing in them. So you play basketball enough to know that you could bust my ass. Like if I said, I challenge you to basketball game, you probably say, okay, nigga, you little short ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I've been doing this for more.
Right.
That portion of you doesn't have to think or reason. It knows. But if Michael Jordan said, motherfucker, I challenge you, you're going to start thinking, what game? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, I know you know what I'm saying? Let me put on these sneakers. Let me do that. If I said, let's go downstairs right now, you're going to like, really, nigga? Like, okay, if that's what you want to do to yourself,
right.
Let's go. This nigga about this fucking tall. Check, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So there's that portion that you know. You know what I'm saying? And even worse, if Khadija say, I challenge you to a basketball, you're going to go, oh, that's fucking cute.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to shoot underhand. Remember the Grammy shots? You're going to shoot Grammy shots. And because that portion of you are confident enough to know that you don't have to reason, think, or rationalize. So that's where that same knowing has to come in this area, where I don't have to think or rationalize. You do something to me, I'm going to know. People do shit without knowing. My barber yesterday, nigga, you seen the Baphomet piece. I guess today it must have been.
You had it out?
Yeah, I had it out today. And what's crazy is, and we and him had a little bit of discussions. He already know what I'm about. And he's about that Jesus Christ life, you know what I'm saying? So he really stays in his lane for the most of the part. It does cross paths every once in a while, and I embarrass him, but not even trying, because I have no lust to do that anymore. So yesterday, I guess he must have been feeling it. So he tries to ask human questions to see if I'm in a quandary. And my answers really disturb him based upon the confidence, which he's not deriving from his Christ. So he'll ask me at New Year's, what's your New Year's resolution? I said, not a goddamn thing. I said, my shit is going well right now. See, that confidence, that knowing is something you have to get. Even if it's not, say that shit. Just to say, well, I need to do this is another way of saying, I'm not satisfied with myself.
Yep.
You have to be satisfied with yourself in the moment. So to say I'm satisfied in the moment, I don't have a goddamn New Year's. Not to mention it's not fucking New Year's. But we ain't going to be all of that with this fucking guy. Say, everything's going on well. My motherfucking woman's fine. My money's right. My life is right. And my dick is long enough. I'm good, nigga. And I can see it hurts that, you know, Jesus, I need Jesus to make me better. Just, I'm a wretch. Shit. So, he knows about the book. So he goes, are there any other media outlets you can use to sell your book? I said, fucking no. I said, in fact, I need a break. You know what I'm saying? And the nigga said, I can tell he was hurt. You know what I'm saying? So after the haircut, my sons were with me. I got him a haircut. We going up the escalator. Panic! What's up? I said, I can't. I said, you want me to come down? They're coming up. I'm like, I just call. He comes back up and says, I got this for you. And he gives me this shit. Some Visa gift card shit. Let me try to make it like it looked. It came just like this. Let me hold this up. Some Visa gift card, right? And it says $20 to $500. So I guess he put something on it. And there's a way you can check to see the amount.
Yeah, he's calling to the number on the back.
Okay, calling the number to see what he put on it. I'm gonna see what it is. It's probably just $20. I'm like, no, you don't have to give me that. I probably could buy your house with you in it still living, but okay, like you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He said, no, well, you've been consistent and you always tip and you always all right then. Well, he said, I don't need to give it to you, I want to give it to you. And when he put it in my hand, that nigga said, the Lord is our shepherd, I shall not want. I know he really made a hard face and was looking at me. He gave his only begotten son. I'm sitting there smiling like, what the fuck is this? And this nigga, his whole demeanor changed. This shit was so fucking creepy. He said he gave his only begotten son for you. And then I was like, well, okay. After he finished, I said, well, okay then. And then he went back and went, okay, man. And went down and said, asked him, I said, did you hear that bullshit? I was like, no. And I thought about it later. I said, oh, that was a Christian ritual. This was just to stop me because he was looking at this piece saying that shit. He was fighting that. I said, but since your dumb ass don't know magic, you shouldn't have gave me this. So I'm gonna end that shit. That little energy you sent my way, because that's all this shit is. With this little bullshit right here. So now we gonna give it to them. Back there. And we gonna see how your only begotten son works out for you. I'll be giving you that motherfucking update soon. So I realized it because the spirit told me, I said, what was that all about? I said, oh, that was not really his form of magic, but his form of trying to counteract this shit. Feeling guilty about taking Satan's money. Because really that's what you do. See, I can end him on that. I said, really? When I give you that tip, you're taking Satan's money. This is evil money. Now what you gonna do? Now what you gonna do?
You need this shit on film.
yeah. I'll give you the next time we do a Q&A. I'll give you the update on how that went. You know, I may hear some panic. My mama, you doing? You know, you want to be like, yo, you shouldn't have did that. So, no. See, the shit I do is not really to get at people. It's like, but if you come at me with that energy, oh, you gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have did that. You know what I'm saying? You just took off your glove and said, I challenge you to a duel.
Right.
Oh, begotten son. Oh, nigga, I'm gonna show you some begotten shit right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you some begotten shit. I was gonna send him a picture, like on my phone, and say some wild shit. And be like, oh, my bad, I didn't know that was you. Like, this therefore shall be with you. And send him a sigil and be like, you know, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry, I sent that to the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? And really fuck him. I was like, I ain't gotta do all that shit because I want him to live. You know what I'm saying? You'll be gone. You know what I'm saying? His own begotten son. Like, oh my goodness. And he was real serious about this shit. This is yesterday. So they think that's counteracting, but those are invocations. See, I recognize that for what it is. It's a weak one compared to what you truly are, but it's one that will work based upon his belief in it. Because remember I told you this is about confidence.
Right.
So his confidence that he actually said something that's counteracting what he defines as evil or the devil is actually magic. Is actually more magical than half these niggas calling themselves magical. But half these niggas calling themselves magical is worrying about David Icke, Maxwell Jordan, the Illuminati. He's not thinking about that as existence. He's steadily focused on Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior and begotten Son. And that knowing in him, doesn't matter if it's a falsehood, This is all an illusion. This all isn't real. You just know what you know. That's why it works. So that's why debates won't work.
Yeah.
Because it's not humans try to need to figure out the right and wrong, majority rules, and all the rest of that shit. But spirituality, it's your knowing that makes it real. Let me say that shit again. It's your knowing that makes it real. Not some sort of realism or some sort of ancient reality that makes it real. It's your knowing that makes it real.
At some point, though, from my experience, you know, like when your relatives pass and you communicate with them afterwards, you know, like with my mom when she passed, my younger brother told me that she came to him and she was real scared. Like she knows what's going on. It was a whole different reality. And she wasn't prepared for it because her whole life, not her whole life, but her whole adult life, a big part of her adult life, it was very much so about Christianity. It was hard Christianity. And I used to have real conversations where like, look, you know, like, you know, talking about Christianity, look, there's crucifixion in all history. Let me show you all these different, this same story repeated over and over again time. You know, we go through it. She's like, well, I'm just going to believe, and I'd rather this and that. But in the end, what my point is that even though that was what she believed here, when she passed through to the other realm, she had to confront the fact that those illusions fade away. Like it doesn't
exist.
Right.
It doesn't exist there because it's not built on that technology. It's something that you have here. That's like trying to say, when I die, I'm going to see Cinderella. We wouldn't even think of that because we know it's a story from here. So is Jesus.
Right.
So is that whole Bible. It's a fucking story from here. What's real is the metaphysics behind it, which is never confronted.
Right.
Which even in your death, you can still do the alchemy and transform there. Now, understand this. Right next to my barber, Damien, there was a man named Mr. Rush. When I first came here, Mr. Rush was in that shop. Mr. Rush was a funny old nigga, because it's the barber shop. After niggas was talking about dead shit. There's a dude out here named Zaytoven. He's a big deal out here as a producer. Okay. He produced the Migos. Okay. That's one of his biggest ones. But he's like a big deal. Zaytoven used to work at that same barbershop at Stonecrest. So when my son was showing me Zaytoven, this is something that does not interest me, that music. Even though I do like the Migos a little bit. Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. I just kept singing that shit for like a year. Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. Hey, every time my son would ask me, yo, can you get some more Pop Talk? Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. Here we go with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? And Coco, I'm in love with the Coco. Once I get caught on some shit, I was stuck. But anyway, when he was showing me Zaytoven, I was like, I know that guy from somewhere. I said, he's conscious. I said, I think he's at my lectures or something. I said, I know him from somewhere. He's like, no, that's Zaytoven. That's Zaytoven. Yeah. So when I went to the barbershop. Oh, he's in the barbershop. I said, he's cutting hair. So I told my son, I said, no, he works in the barbershop. Not Zaytoven, So I went to the barbershop. This is before, actually when I first went, Damien, the Jesus Christ Begotten Son, was the dude who was cutting my hair. He bounced, he's a teacher, a school teacher. So Crystal, girls cut my hair. The bitch is always on the phone, you know, doing silly shit. She gave a hell of a head massage at the end. And like, you know, niggas can't do it. Your barber give you a head massage. So that whole shit, I was like, this bitch getting a tip. So she talked on the phone too much. Damien came back, started going back to him. Now, but I asked Crystal at the time, you know, when I went back, I see the picture of Zaytoven up. So I said, who's that dude? She said, yeah, he used to be a barber. He started making raps. He still comes here every once in a while, cuts his friends here, and So I said, I knew it. You know what I'm saying? So Zaytoven was arguing with Mr. Rush, fake argument. Mr. Rush had some slick shit to say all the fucking time. He said, Mr. Rush, I'm just trying to help you out. Mr. Rush said, look, nigga, do not help me unless you see me fighting a bear, motherfucker. This nigga. So after I know I was hooked on this shop, you know what I'm saying? There's shops up the block. I still go to these niggas. Mr. Rush was just say some wild shit. Everybody's trying to fuck Mr. Rush, you know what I'm saying? But this nigga he was just an OG. And I didn't realize his son, who sometimes cuts my hair when Damien ain't there, Kenny was his son. That's Kenny's father. I said, oh, Mr. Rush is talking this OG shit. But devout Christian is the day is long. One nigga came in and started talking about religion one day, and he was just another dumb version. He was a better version than them. Mr. Rush was like, magic don't work and witchcraft don't work. Jesus, he was just that. Mr. Rush died about a month ago now. You know what I'm saying? Even I went to the wake. You know what I'm saying? I took time out my schedule. I said, I'm going to go to the wake. Had him laid out. He's an old man. Nobody was that sad. But I know he was a Jesus man. So I ain't hear much from him, but he came through still trying to hold on to that Jesus. So when I seen Damien go into that phase, the nigga was just talking right, Jesus Christ is just, this shit was like some old exorcist shit. I knew that was partly Mr. Rush trying to hold on to that philosophy. Because Mr. Rush was good with it. He used to see me with it and never confronted with me. Just every day, man, everything copacetic, give me the fist that. But he never, and one time, Damien was talking to me. Damien just went into this spell again. You can't do it without Jesus, panic. Jesus is the way. That same Christian shit. I said, and I went easy on. I said, nigga, you only believe that because your parents told you that shit. He's like, no. I said, no, it's mind control. And you could see this was really shaking him up. Because you could see the confidence in my face. This is just silly to me. I wouldn't even. This is not even. That's why when you said the second time, I was just sitting there smiling. I'm not. This is silly to me to confront you. I said, I will beat you down so fucking bad. I would hit you with this. Is God good? Yes. Is God all good? Yes. Is God all powerful? Yes. Then he can't be all powerful if he doesn't control evil. If evil is something that's not in him because he's all good, and he can and evil is outside of him based on, then he's not all powerful. That means there's a power that exists outside of him. When you explain that, go back down the escalator, cut a few heads, and try to think about that. You know what I'm saying? I could trip them up all day, but that's not. I don't teach dummies. I teach geniuses. That's what I'm here to do. I teach them. I smile it off, take his card, and show you what some real science is here. Because I seen him read a couple of books. So I just try to even intellectually see. I don't say do spiritually because my intellect is slow. My intellect is way advanced, always has been. So that's how I know it doesn't really lead to you to know alchemy. See, because when I was watching all the intellectual teachers, I'm sitting there going, they say a lot of words, melanin, kundalini, I never heard before. Now that I read and studied these words, them just saying these words intellectually shows me they're really not doing too much but introducing you to words. So when I started now reinvestigating all the Bobby Hemmett stuff that I was buying, I'm saying, wait a minute, he's not introducing you to words. In fact, he's introducing you to some of the lamest words ever. But he's telling you about experiences. And that's what I'm about. I know how to intellectualize all this shit. I've been reading forever. My father's been making me read. So after I heard this new vocabulary, after that, I'm sitting there like, but I just feel like I know new words. But he's telling you how to get into some shit. And I was about hands-on. My whole lectures been, this how you do this, this how you do that, this how you do that. And I don't know if I said it, I think I talked about it. Obatala, who in the mythology doesn't drink liquor, what you pour for him is isopropyl alcohol, all white. Now, for you deep niggas, watch that shit. What it does, what Obatala told me is, see, there's layers of information. If you're here on planet Earth, to pull down a creative idea, it has to come through layers and layers and layers. Even if it's a good idea, by the time it hits your head, it has went through a whole bunch of mud in the soil. So to have a pure experience for Obatala, which sits over the head, you have to give him isopropyl alcohol to clean. So that's what he drinks, and it goes fast. You drink that, he drinks that, and your ideas come to you pure. So start pouring isopropyl alcohol for Obatala. That's a gem. That's how you do it.
Absolutely.
That's what you do. That's what you do.
Yeah.
And these things come through in channels. So I was about the methodology. And I could see Bobby was talking methodology. So that's why I really started saying, this is somebody who's actually doing something. Mm-hmm. And Bobby was aware of it because he said he'd go on conferences, and the best these niggas would say to him is, oh, you sure is crazy. And he would say, after I sat down and gave you 8 hours of advanced information, all you remember is the jokes. And these were the niggas that were sitting on the panel with him. Mm-hmm. So he was aware of it, that niggas wasn't getting it. You know what I'm saying? And very few people did. But he still did his work. Now, little things, he said he got the victory on. He introduced the black community to the devil. He said niggas ate that shit up like it was a Thanksgiving free dinner.
Yeah, that shit was mind-blowing, actually, because my introduction to it was maybe just like 3-4 years ago. I ain't gonna lie. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was introduced, but still more of a spooky way years ago. It wasn't the real.
Totally understood.
Yeah,
he missed real, what we talked about last week.
He was doing that shit way back.
Yes.
I mean, like, what, 90s?
Late 90s. That was his first, or maybe the second phase of his study, because he came in where, like, Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and them niggas was still, I don't want to say them niggas, even though that's still divine. Let me those wise masters, what they were doing were with that style of intellectual scholarly lecturing. So by the time they brought forth metaphysics and occult science with Phil, Dawu kind of bridged a lot of that too. Mm-hmm. He was semi-occult, semi-RBG, and he still talked about Kundalini and things. He still had made mention of it. So Bobby and them just went to that phase of metaphysics and occult. Brother Bobby and Phil, Dr. Blair too, what was I fucking talking about again?
Talking about when he started introducing the devil.
Oh yeah, so that next phase. So eventually Bobby started introducing the devil as he went deeper in the occult. So he really inherited the black power or the Afrocentric community. So people were there for Afrocentricism. So it was actually hard to bridge methodology because they were there just for pride. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? This is who we are. We look like the people on the walls. That's us. We mean something. So he was trying to bridge, he would say it. He said these words. We're not trying to deal with the history. Let's deal with the mystery, which was methodology. After we figured out it's us, what was us doing?
Right.
What was us doing all of that for? We wasn't doing that to leave that behind to be cute. There's science in that. So most people are still dealing, you need to understand there's a difference between Afrocentricism and metaphysics, and at least metaphysics. And there's a difference between metaphysics and the occult. Metaphysics means beyond the physical. So it could be an excellent description of your powers. That's why the more words you say in that area, the more you see, or the more descriptive you are, the more intelligent, the metaphysical you are, the more descriptive you are. The occult is about a hands-on experience. And that's the alchemy. You have to do these things physically to initiate the ritual or to initiate the change, the actual change, the change in your thought process. That's the occult science, the hidden culture, the hidden way to be, the hidden way of activity, action, thinking, movement, and life. You know what I'm saying? Which is really where we should be at with it, hands-on with it.
Yeah.
And there's very few true occultists. They're saying they're occultists, they say dark magic, dark side, play dress up, and say, whatever you mean, whatever you say, I'm just a dark version of it. You got on yellow panties, I got on black. You know what I'm saying? You got on yellow drawers, I got on black. You know what I'm saying? It's just another performance, but not actually, wow. I get this a lot too, panic. Wow, I did that and that happened. I did that and now I do this. I do that. There's a guy named Jeff Moore. What a lovely fellow. You know what I'm saying? Took the class. Sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? I like this guy. He's always supporting me. He's always there. He'll always buy a panic pack and And whatever we got going on, he's there in support. He always has a kind word to say. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, when he took that class, he's the one that's emailing me saying, yo, I used to go to work and it was the plantation. Now it's a pleasure. Now, okay, we're not saying work and slavery is a pleasure, but he's saying if he's going to do that bid, if he's going to be there and have to go through that, he's going to figure out in his mind a way to make that shit not be his fucking chain, not be his goddamn slave master. He's going to own that shit instead of it owning him. And he said he learned that from the class, and he gave me a whole nother stuff. So when I hear that, that's progress. He shape-shifted or changed, instead of a job that was torturing him, to beat that job. Now, if he wanted, he can go beyond that job. You know what I'm saying? And do a business, do whatever he wants to do. You know what I'm saying? But it starts in the space that you're in, to be able to shape-shift and change your reality. That's what this whole game is about. What you conceive as real and your ability to shift it shows your power. What you conceive as real now, white man, Illuminati, are you able to shift that? That's why I said earlier, the real shift is with your mind. It's not going to be physical. You know what I'm saying? You don't, when there's an infection in your arm, do you go to war with it? Or do you cure it? Cure it. You have to cure these motherfuckers. If they're a sickness or a disease, how do you truly fight a disease? With your intelligence, your superiority over this saying, I know how to defeat this. This is not, first I identify it and say, okay, we already have medicine for this. And truly, they're actually a sickness of you. They're not even their own entity, which is what they've been trying to do for the longest, which is what cancer is trying to do to you. If cancer invades your body, technically, it's a foreign invader, is it not? But what's it trying to do? Make you think, or absorb you, make all your cells cancer cells, and it become its own entity while you no longer exist. That's what white people have been trying to do. Become its own entity. How have they been doing it? Well, you've been doing it for them. They're the devil. So now he's his own entity when he was just a sickness that you develop outside of just on yourself, based upon your mentality. Something you created as a disease, as a wrong. So he's been trying to get you to believe he's his own entity like any other disease that is taking over you. Any disease is trying to take over you. So he's the devil. He's the Illuminati. He's the Anunnaki. He's the Palladian. He's everything but what he is. Some shit you need to cure that's actually an aspect of you. He represents all the lower aspects of you. The worst case scenario of you. The worst case scenario of you. And that could only happen because you weren't the best case scenario of you. And even understand this from your spirituality. Even the best case scenario of you is truly the worst case scenario of you in the bigger picture. So even the best you strive to get here is still always the worst of what you truly are. So by the time we cure humanity and everybody's cool and all black people, there's no wars and black people love each other, peace reigns and there's food in every pot, you still fucked up in your true sense of the word. How do you know? Well, all that Egyptian shit that we like to follow, once we look at what they were saying on the walls, all they were trying to do was get the fuck out of here and never come back. So if you say they were at the height of civilization, let's pretend that's where it is, even though it's proven that there were other civilizations that were just as high. But let's say they were just at the height of civilization, and this is the best it gets. So even when the best it gets, they were still aware that we had to get the fuck out and never come back. That says a lot to me. That says a lot to me. That's worth investigating and giving that some real effort to me. And when I gave that some real effort, I'm like, wow. There's a lot of everything is kind of saying how to go and not come back. Every mythology, every ancient society, how to go to the heavens, how the star god is this, how Nibiru's coming back, how how the universe B will come back and absorb universe A, how often the demiurge energy we shall emerge across the Hende, the great course in the sky. Everything is like, get the fuck out of here. Except niggas is sitting around talking about how to get an economic plan. Like, you lost in your own shit. All the shit that you wearing and got on, what's the philosophy of that shit? Is getting out of here. You the only nigga wearing that shit talking about, well, let's stay and make it better for us. You know, I hate rap, but I want to interview Jay-Z. Like, what are you doing? Like, get into your shit for real and stop using it as a invention. Remember, your ego will tell you whatever you want to hear. So it's been telling you advanced because you wearing this shit and your hair is this way and you say these words and you're not advanced. You just a nigga with this information doing the same shit you would have been. You just a new nigga. It was like the understanding I came into earlier that as much as I was listening to a lot of niggas lecture, I was getting a new vocabulary. So I knew how to say chakras, pineal, melanin, kundalini, yin yang, as above, so below. You know, all these fucking words. Hotep, burigami, saying hello, doing this when you say hello. Peace be unto you, namaste. We knew all these words. I'm like, I'm still the same nigga stay. You know what I'm saying? The same nigga stay that I was. Nothing's really changing, but I know how to greet different niggas that, and if they know the greeting, they're in the club, they're in church. And so I said, this is not it. You know what I'm saying? And now that I look back, after getting deep into the occult science, after I look back, I'm sitting there going, oh, I see what's the sickness of our black people, or a sickness of our black people. I'm sitting there going, oh man, I see they got these vocabularies. That's what one of them niggas called me and did that shit. I said, look, stop fucking talking to me like that. I did a lecture, Guru, Ragnarok, and dealt with some of the Norse mythology, which is pretty much considered white mythology. But I was showing, no, this is nigga shit. And it is. But the characters are depicted as white. Thor actually is a redhead with a red beard. You know what I'm saying? And this is Sweden, Norse. And in it, the mythology, they have what they call the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Most people know that now because it's in the movie Thor. Thor is from Norse mythology. Thor, Odin, Freyja, the giants, the frost giants that we've seen. There's 9 worlds. There's Asgard, Midgard, and I forgot the name for hell. And there's a tree that connects it all. There's a snake that I can't remember the name, that Loki gave birth to. See, Loki's key. Loki's actually a giant, like they showed in the movies. And in Ragnarok, Loki takes his real side against the giant. He introduces chaos into all these places. So Thor fights his son is a wolf too. A wolf sits and is going to be released. Fëanor, I think his name is, at Ragnarok. So they got this, when they die, they go to, why can't I remember this shit? But basically it'll come to me. When you die, and they stole, on Star Trek, stole a lot of that mythology for the Klingons. Because Klingons, when they die, they go to Stove Core. They talk about they'll sing opera to you in Stove Core. So I can't remember this shit. Let me see if the Norris book is right there. If it is, because I do want to bring this up. Where are you at? So many fucking books. one more place I can look. I don't know what my Nefertiti statue is. Yeah. Nah, I got too many fucking books. Can't find that one book. Let me see if I got my Nefertiti statue around here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Let me see if I have that. It's probably in here. Those little pea things. No. I had so much shit over the years. But here it is. I actually found the BlackBerry that I was on when the cops came up on my ass. Like, I got all this shit somewhere. Fuck, I'm trying to find. I got so much shit so all over the fucking place. I know I had them in the bag.
Well, I mean, you got the picture right there.
Of
Nefertiti.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that picture. No, I was looking for the little cat pea things. Cause I want to like some of them shits up. I forgot all about it. Now here's the statue. His little sword broke off on this one. But this is Nefertiti right here. And you can get him. You can't get Nebnu, but you can get Nefertiti. Let's put him somewhere in the picture. Let's see if he's gonna be in the way here. Get his face right there. That's Nefertiti. He usually has a sword because he's a protector. But Van Halla, I remembered it after all of that. Valhalla. So is it? Yeah, the halls of Valhalla. They'll say it's made with shields on top, spears on the side, and all this shit. He said each day you die, you go to war up there every day. You die, and you wake up, feast, die again. You're in Odin's house. So they have all these halls. That other story we talked about, Beowulf, you've seen the halls. It's very interesting mythology. A lot of it, I read, they fight these giants. And it took me a while to realize that you're my niggas. Because this is a white-based mythology. To show you how important it is. Not really important, but to show you how important it is to them. This comes from the Swedish, Nordic, Norsemen, they'll call it, and I'm missing one other, but Sweden, Northmen. Now, if you got to watch the show Vikings, because this is Viking mythology that we're talking about, Norse mythology. It's called Norse, Northmen, the Norsemen, and Sweden. So the German people are settlers from this area. So the German people have a connection to these people, also Iceland. And so now, when that volcano on Iceland erupted, that's when I did the Guru died at the same time. So I connected them to Heimdall. And what's interesting is, Heimdall was played by a black man in the Thor movies, by Idris Elba, which they beef with insanely. When they found out it was him, all these white people, the same way they did Little Orphan Annie, leave shit white. And they was beefing because technically this is a white pure blood. So this whole superior race and pure blood that the Germans get from is from their Norse ancestors in this mythology. So Blavatsky, when she did her works and talked about the coming of a race called the Aryans, which are niggers, which are technically us. The Aryans, see, she went to a Tibetan monastery, they let her in after a while, I told her. And she was able to see these old documents about the 7 original races. One of those races was called the Aryans. The Aryans were niggers, first and foremost, because Brother Wayne Chandler talks about who the Dravidian and the Aryans were that had founded the Hindu religion.
Okay.
So if you want to find out more about that, you can Google that. But if you want to make it easier, get Brother Wayne's book, Ancient Future.
Okay.
And he'll talk about, these niggas is us. But Wayne was a big studier of Blavatsky. Because in her book, Secret Doctrine, which was a big one, Wayne came and brought his version, and there's a lot of words she used that he was able to decode over the years. And he said, you copy right out of my book. So I got my book, page for page, and copy Wayne's notes, which was a big deal. Because you could tell that's how he wrote his book, a lot of that Secret Doctrine. So he went to this Tibetan monastery after they let her in, came down and started talking about this one race called the Aryan race. The Aryan race are going to bring back this consciousness. This is interesting. Because while these niggas is trying to contact Oshun and Mayat, me and Bobby was like, let's contact Hitler. Let's see what's up. Well, we did. And basically, that nigga worded for us. He said, the true master race is us, black folks, of course. Now, if there was no Nazi and movement, and you could, if I said master race, you will say what? He's a racist. He's putting everybody down based upon our history. But technically, what I'm telling you now is still talking about a master race, us. But you would never look at it now because you have now associated with white people, Hitler, all of this shit. So now that I'm saying, if they didn't have that, and we said it, we would have got that attention. Now we're actually under the radar because of this cloak that was provided to us. That's the science on that, or one of the levels of science. So we actually have a cloak. The true Aryan race, because what Blavatsky seen was this Aryan race was supposed to bring back this knowledge. That's what we're charged with. So technically, I know I would be an Aryan by its definition. Anyone who's bringing this back, you get what I'm saying? So now, if I was to say all of this without that cloak of Hitler and what it was in the past, we'd be dead in the water. They would know how to identify us immediately, because there would be no one ever who said, no, we're the true masters, we're the gods. Because that's all Hitler was saying. You do the Alchemy, but it was all fantasy. They took on a persona that Blavatsky was talking about because she's German. They took her as her word, and along with Norse mythology, this master race, the superior beings, so on and so forth. So it's interesting to look at that stuff, and they're trying to keep making these things physical. Because you hear about the Bifrost Bridge, and now people understand about it more. It's a bridge. It's really just your chakra system. That's the true Bifrost Bridge. That's your chakra system. But in the mythology, they mythologized it, and then they show you it in the movie, this bridge that takes you to all these other worlds. In Sweden, which is where Norse mythology comes from, that's why you get this extra white, pure white blonde person. That's where that exists.
In Minnesota.
Right, I got you. That's what it is. That's where they are. So now, they created something called a collider, which is the Bifrost Bridge. And then they made it, no mistake, to put it in Sweden, where the Norse mythology exists of this Bifrost. They're playing with you. They are trying to set up off of all of your technology. So while you're distracted about the Illuminati and some war that's going to be in the street that's never going to come, they're using your technology, your science, to try to advance themselves. And you won't, and you are the author of it, and you won't stop them. Too busy worrying about the shit they putting in your fucking food. Should you worry about it? Yes. Should it be the only thing you worried about? Fuck no. There's ways to stop that. There's ways to shut that down with your mind. See, I know how the little energy that little child sent my way, I really don't have to do much. Just my thoughts on it is enough. But I'm going to give it to them, and let's see what happens. Let's see what the card's for. You're going to get what you gave. See, I don't give them extra. I'm not on a vendetta. What, nigga? Because I can shut that whole shit down. I'm not even interested. He's a child. He's sick. Even when he's saying it to me and I'm smiling, I'm like, this poor sick baby. Right. In my mind. It's a poor sick baby. So, if you have an ill intent, we're going to see. If he has an ill intent, I pity the fool. I pity the fool. But if he's just dumb and ignorant, he'll be alright. God, which I am, saves the ignorance and the babies. You know what I'm saying? And he's just an ignorant baby. And that's really what that means. That God protects the ignorance in the baby, because somebody may be getting out of you, they're getting at you out of ignorance. The ones that really get it is the ones who think they're doing magic against me. Oh, you want to be magical? Let's be magical. Let's see if your shit works. Because the only thing that works is not... See, this is where you're going to lose. Because they think, well, Oshun is protecting me. No, nigga, that's not what... I'm a scientist. These are nothing but definitions of energies. And the deeper or the more power you have, the more you got power. That's why you ever think about it? Like, if I'm a daughter of Oshun, someone would say, and they get Oshun on you, somebody else is saying, I'm a daughter of Oshun. And then they're doing their same, like, is Oshun fighting herself? No, because all you're doing is energy. Same way you see in the movies, Yoda and the Emperor. They fighting each other with different power. They just told you it's the dark side and it's the light side. But no, it's how much you can wield that power. And I know half these niggas' minds ain't right. They are worshiping the shit trying to wield it. And nobody really gets at me, but let's pretend. You're worshiping the shit trying to wield it. And I own this shit.
Right. Furthermore, you got to really do the work.
Right.
You know, like you were talking about the intellectualizing of so much. Intellectualizing doesn't give you the actual skill sets that people talk about, the ability to do magic and do these works. You got to do the work.
That hands-on realization. When I used to read books this big, I was studying computer networking. But until I sat in front of that computer and actually started doing it, it didn't matter. Yep. It was all theory.
Yep.
It was all theory. And half these niggas ain't really having it. They worshiping that energy. I told you, I put honey buns in my microwave. My microwave do not put honey buns in my ass and tell me to heat it up. Because I don't worship my microwave. I control that appliance. Mm-hmm. And all the names of all these deities, and it ain't just the ones you know from Ifa. There's hundreds and thousands of them. Let me get that book right now. And I'm sure I should be able to find that one. These are the first two books I give out in my class. Y'all need to see how big these motherfuckers is. Let me get it right. Look how thick this motherfucker is. And this is this book. This is called Dictionary of Ancient Deities by Patricia Turner, Charles Russell Coltier. And another good book. You see how big this motherfucker is. Turning to the side. Look at this shit. Look at that. I want you to really see this. How big this motherfucker is. This book is called Encyclopedia of Spirits, The Ultimate Guide to the Magic of Fairies, Genies, Demons, Ghosts, Gods, and Goddesses by Judica Ilks. And from A to Z in this encyclopedia is nothing but deities from around the fucking world. Artemis of Cepheus. Shit. Greek deity. I'm gonna give something that you never heard.
That one usually, well, you just went faster.
Hesperides, the Sunset Ladies, the Western Woman. Even in this one, the Western Woman, that's the black woman in the West. This is a description of an energy of you right here. Beautiful goddess of the sun, preside over romance, conjugal pleasures, especially on honeymoon night. They are entrusted to be the keepers of the sacred, priceless treasures belonging to the Olympian spirits. Oh, it goes on. I'm not even going to read those. Favorite people, brides, bridal consultants, gardeners, perfumers, snake charmers, tell you a manifestation, iconography, depicted as a tree and a snake or a dragon, things you can give items.
Hiaka.
What's that?
Over to the right. Hiaka.
Okay.
This one.
Oh, Greece. Oh.
Polynesia.
So here's a Polynesian deity. known as the volcano goddess, Pele's little sister. Just so much shit you can get into and deal with. Powerful goddess in her own right. Hayaka, right? Hayaka, I guess that's it. Hayaka, Hiiaka. Brilliant magician capable of detecting and deflecting virtually all magical tricks. Listen closely. Detecting and deflecting all magical tricks.
Boom.
Right here.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Right here. If that was a magical trick, I know the energy. See, now I have a name on the energy to send back. All magical tricks, surprises, and danger. She's a benevolent spirit who helps people, offering warnings in times of danger. Devotees seek her protection against all forms of harm. Hayika is a healer, botanist with such profound knowledge of plants that she was allegedly able to use them to return the dead to life. She invoked for miracle cures. It's not much. And I'm reading slow because my fucking eyes. But even names like this motherfucker. Ho Hensiko. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker. This is everybody. Hakima. You know what I'm saying? Jewish god. You know what I'm saying? Hina. Another Polynesian god. I like that name. Now, let me get my glasses so we can go through this shit. I got some reading glasses. My glasses are downstairs. I got some reading glasses up here. Hold on. Let me get these. Alright, got these funny ass Starsky and Hutch glasses. These shits do the trick. I don't feel like I want to get my real glasses. Looking like goddamn an old ass nigga. Hezekiah, daughter of Humia. See, even in Cain, there's a god named Cain. And I'm going to look up Cain. Cain was conceived in Polynesia. Pele transported her to Hawaii, carrying, Cain is a woman, carrying Hezekiah carefully in the form of an egg. Her full name is Hiiaka Ika Paleo Pele. They giving you the shit, the fuck. These motherfuckers, if you know what you're doing, this shit is gold. So her name is Haika. Cradled in Pele's bosom. Haika was Pele's favorite sister. An alternative myth suggests that Haika was really Pele's secret child. Pele treated Haika as a most trusted servant, but eventually Haika asserted her independence. Haika is presiding goddess of Hawaiian Islands and among the spirits presiding over Hula. That, you know what I'm saying? There's so much information that everything we do is deified. That's what this means. Manifestation. A beautiful, graceful dancer. Color is red. Sacred pants. Uaya, lecture tree. Pala or lace fern. Also see Cain, Capo, Leka, Pele, Haumia. Hina. So Hina, I want to go to Cain too. Hina, Polynesia. Hina is the moon. She is countless aspects, but her lunar connection manifests constant. So you got different energy names for the moon. And then it tells you here, Tama, dawn maiden, here, Nuti Po, great goddess of darkness. There's 7 different names for Hina in the moon. For y'all just don't know, all of these deities are nothing but energies. And to call them by their names is another way of commanding and directing the energy. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you is a deity. So if I say fuck you, I'm the man. I'm sending the energy your way. I say I love you, which is a deity. sending energy your way. The definitions of I love you become names like Oshun and Pele and all the rest of these names around the world have different names. And the way our thought process goes into these energies from Polynesian, we can have different aspects of that love. So for us to just be stuck on Oshun is small-minded. And that small-mindedness comes from your religion. You love Jesus.
Yeah.
So Oshun is just one of thousands of love goddess. You know what I'm saying? Kuan Yin, like, where's the niggas online named Kuan Yin? You know what I'm saying? Venus and all the rest of this kind of shit. Freya.
I've seen some Venuses.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, motherfuckers' real names be Venuses, you know what I'm saying? Where's the motherfucker's name? Hina. You know what I'm saying? So you just stuck. Hina is the matron of all artisans, especially those who create crafts traditionally associated with women.
Sounds like henna.
Yeah.
Like the writing that they
Yeah. You're right. Right. You would use Hina. She is the matron of women, of childbirth, guardian of the dead. Hina is also the matron of traditional healers. Anybody who heals. Instead of choosing the same energy that everybody's pulling off of, Hina. You know what I'm saying? It tells you spirit ally, cool, tells you the other side of it, cool. Woman, manifestations, woman, mermaid, coral reef, trees, banyan, breadfruit tree, plants, sweet potato. There's so much physical things you can use to tap into this energy. Creature is an Annie or a mullet or dogs, bird, mud hen, tree, oha, linha, offerings, lei made from O hen lua flowers. So whatever this O hen lua flowers, which you probably can find wherever, this Hawaiian shit, make a lei out of it, and that's her. And it tells you who's the seed. I can see this Cain nigga, H-I-J-K. Or is that her mother? Because we know Big Daddy Cain. And I got this page. Because look, this, I think it was Kalowisi I did in which is a Zuni. What the fuck is even a Zuni?
I don't know.
Exactly. There's so many deities in places you've not even heard of. You know what I'm saying? Like Komo Kawa, the wealthy one. Origin. Kawaku Luti. Where the fuck is that at? You know what I'm saying? The Kawaluti, and you know the Kawaluti people traditionally perceive as luxuries. This deity. He may appear as a man, a giant octopus, or something in between. Concert spiritually is a servant of an octopus. So you get an octopus picture or statue, and then you have this deity, if it so moves you enough. There's a deity named Knockers. Knockers.
Crazy.
And Knock is the spirit of Cornwall's 10 mines. They live in the mines, but they work with them. They're also divine miners. So anybody who has to dig and pick some up, you got it. Kitchen wife's god, China. You niggas are stuck on old Shun. Kings of hell. The 10 kings, the 10 judges of hell. That's who I'm trying to fuck with, nigga. Khonsu, Kronos, all these niggas is up in here. Alright, where's that king nigga? Jupiter. Where's my nigga Big Daddy?
Down there.
K-A-N-E. Cain, also known as Tane, pronounced Tane. Oh, no, this is not pronounced Cain, it's pronounced Kane. K-A-H-N-A-Y. Kane. Almost like Kanye West. Even though that nigga. Classification, Akua. It must be somebody, the Akua people of Polynesia. Kane is amongst the foremost deities of Polynesia and parts of this far-flung religion. He is considered, or is it he, considered supreme creator. Sometimes in conjunction with Kanaloa. Kane was lonely and longed for female companionship. Unlike God who gave his only begotten son without no begotten bitch. He ain't got no begotten pussy, but he begotten a son. How you begotten a son and you ain't got no begotten pussy? How you begot that? Well, if I want to be impotent, I got to look impotent. You can fuck around. He gave his only begotten son. How did he do that without a begotten bitch? Funny ass nigga. So, see, even Kane was lonely and longed for female companionship. He longed for female companionship. You heard me? He longed for it. But there was one problem. Woman hadn't yet been invented. Shit. No, the feminine energy was. See, and I know what they mean by that. The feminine energy is the zero, right? And that represents nothingness. Out of nothingness comes the one, God. So when God has to find out, wait a minute, I'm alone, like they're saying here. This is deep in the mythology, because I see this mythology. I'm alone and I long. Either sometimes I'll say to know where I came from, which is the vagina, the nothingness, or I long to understand myself because I was born of this. So I make two. So they say women must come second. She does come second in the concept as the consort. But just like you, it happens. You come from your mother, and then your wife becomes your mother again. So niggas who can't find women like that got problems with their moms. See, when I look at Khadijah, I be forgetting that she's my woman. Like, yes, mom, yes, mom. Like, even yesterday, we in the damn thing. You didn't put the cap on the soda right, nigga. Oh, wait. You gotta sit on the goddamn. Nigga, sit down. Like, you put the cover over your shoulder. All right, hold that there. Like, yes, mom. I ain't your mom, I'm your woman, motherfucker. And it's like, but that's the science. 0, 1, then 2. So out of nothingness, or what represents nothingness, you to realize it, sometimes you'll realize the nothingness, which is a reflection of the two. So I realize a lot of things through your woman that your mom's was. She's a mini version of it. But so when they're saying here, that's what this means. That's the science behind the story. When they're saying he was lonely for feminine companionship, but there was a problem. Women had not been invented because he was still in the one. He was the one God. And the one, of course, represents the penis. Finally, Cain literally took matters in his own hand, formed a woman from moist red beach sand. He breathed life into her, named her Hein Hao One. Earth formed maiden. Wow, that's what it means, earth formed maiden. They made love and became the ancestors of all humanity. See, there's so many mythologies around the world with this same shit. This is to be stuck in saying, I'm in the E5. It's like, it's small to me. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you're here to do, then hey, have at it. But to me, this is too much. Cain is considered the lord of Akua. He is the spirit of procreation, as Canola is the spirit of the sea. So Kane is the spirit of the land, and a particular lord of the forest and his creatures. Birds serve as his messengers. That's interesting. Manifestation. Kane can be manifest in any way he wishes. However, typical forms include a handsome man lighting hailstones and rainbows. Direction, east. So, all you niggas that's going to say, that's Kanye West? No. His direction is east. East. Well, it says, Kanye rests in the west and moves toward the east. But he named his child North. Wrong direction. So he ain't moving. If he'd have named his child East, I would say, that's west going towards the east. We might have something here. As much as I would hate to admit that stupid nigga is anything but a stupid nigga. And his birds are crows and owls. So in other words, there's just so many energies. Because once you get past the deities and worshiping, which you think you're supposed to do, or you understand that they're energies and appliances to make your house more comfortable, then you work with a whole different thing. And books like that I just read from give you so much direction, iconography, consorts. It gives you so much understanding about that energy for you to do this type of work. then that book means something. If you're just reading it and intellectualizing with it, trying to memorize it, so when somebody asks you to drop some science on it, then you figured it out wrong. You're feeding the wrong beast. You're feeding the wrong wolf. The wolf, when you become that shit, see, there's a difference. That's the methodology I teach in class, how to become these energies. So you don't have to petition Oshun for love when you actually become Oshun.
That's the real shit.
That's the real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's definitely real shit. I mean, that book right there is probably the one I've referred to the most since your class.
Right. Because that's
it's got so much in there. I mean,
the first class I teach niggas, you don't even need the other classes if you do this.
Mm-hmm.
But all the other classes are going to act like sauce on your spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? All the other lessons that I teach during the balance of the classes, and it still only points to, once I drop, how to actualize or how to activate that. Once I give you that secret, then all the other shit, fairy magic, astral traveling, altars, chakras, mind control, laws of Tahuti, Necronomicon, crystal magic, candle magic, all that other shit that I teach is like, oh, now all of this shit is unraveled once you understand the flat path, the straight path. Mm-hmm. That's a big revealing in this class from the parts I teach. I'm saying, if y'all don't know by now, you can get it at my website, occultlectures.com. That's occultlectures.com. What's up? Chilling. Yeah, it's recording. Oh. That's it. Oh, you got a question? Oh, them socks looking real Fruit Loopy on you right now. That's what I wanted, dog. You seen I ate some Fruit Loops yesterday. And some socks, dog. So you can get it at my website, occultlectures.com. It's the same as this YouTube channel, Occult Lectures with an S. There you can get all my products too. I sell products to open up that pineal gland, various herbs, all natural, all organic, all food products. So if you ask me what's in my herbs, you'll never get that secret herbs and spices recipe. But if you are allergic to something, tell me and I'll let you know if it's in there. But I can tell you there's no drugs or organic. This thing is the level of an icon, my herb pack. It's the level of an icon. We like McDonald's, hundreds of thousands served. This is some old shit right now. If you're missing out on this, I don't get it. Repeat customers, understand this. I need to say this each time I say this. I don't mail out like it's Amazon or eBay. So, and all you niggas who email me and go, I know you said it's not Amazon or eBay, but that don't make it different. You know what I'm saying? That don't now make it Amazon or eBay. You got to wait for this. Especially I do it, somebody get excited, if somebody gets some money, a lot of people buy shit, you have to wait. This shit is a factory. There's something always going out. If you feel it's been way too long, you have the absolute right to ask, hey, what's going on? Could you check it out for me, Panic? I just need an update. But don't start getting demanding, because I'm more than willing at any point to give you all of your fucking money back and say it was nice to meet you. Enjoy the free lectures. I don't owe you nothing with herb packs. I only owe you what you paid for. And I'm telling you in advance, if you have a problem with time, you may want to email me first to see what it is. See how busy I am, see what I could do, and I'll do the best I can. But believe you me, I'm not jumping through hoops for your $25. This is not primarily what I do, is research. I'm not getting up to sell products. So I'm not looking to be the businessman of the fucking year. I'm looking to get you what you paid for as fast as I could. But that's factoring second to my spirituality, which I told you on this tape today. Nothing comes before that. So, if you got a problem with time, don't get it. If you're patient, and I need you to understand something before you think you're arrogant and you're going to make any threats about taking your, I'll just want a refund. Like, let me explain to you. I've been doing this for so long. The black people who are repeat customers pay my bills. So I'm not looking to win no new awards. I don't have to jump through no hoops. I'm just being real with you. I don't have to be extra courteous for your little money to hope that you tell somebody to give me more money. I don't need to do none of these things. All I have to do is just keep existing because the people who I've already helped support me. With that being said, don't come on a power trip. You'll get what you pay for. You just have to be patient. Simple as that. You don't get what you pay for, feel support, you get your money back. And we start from where we left off. We start from where we started at the beginning. As someone who just enjoyed free lectures. The end. So you can get all my stuff at thecultlectures.com. Now, I will say this. 85 to 90% of the people get what they want on time. So that's not really a big deal anyway. But some people, it's a bigger deal than most. So for most people, they don't care. They just wait and get their shit. So I don't really have too much of that problem. But I do need to address the 1 or 2 people who do have that problem. And all I can say to you, the best I can say to you, it is what it is. You don't like what it is, no one's forcing you. You know what I'm saying? Read, study, do whatever you need to do. Alright? So that's the end of the commercial. Cultlectures.com. And we'll go to the next question or something.
Sure. I guess, well, we finished off talking about the deities and how to utilize deities, utilize less used deities, because that energy becomes more available to you.
Right.
I guess, what are some other ways that, I guess, now that we know that, what are some other ways that people can basically tap into more of their greater selves, tap into more of their subconscious, bring more from the darkness into the light?
Believe it or not, it's just quite simple. Because the darkness into the light that we're talking about is the darkness that represents, or the darkness that dwells within you. So it all starts from your definition of what's fearful, unknown, ununderstood, i.e. darkness. And it starts from a journey within. So the first thing you need to start cultivating is meditation. So there was one girl who did a consultation with me. She got on and started dropping all the shit she thought was magical about herself. I'm like, well, because what she was really looking for is me to say, oh shit, word. And none of this shit, actually, I was looking for that myself. None of this shit I've ever encountered made me say that. It started making me say, oh, I get it now. Now I understand why we do that. Even if I didn't do it, now I understand why niggas do that. It's a true understanding of knowledge itself. So she was dropping all these, in her mind, miraculous things that were happening. And though they were miraculous to her, she's on a consultation because she doesn't understand. And that's the point. You're doing this to find an understanding in why you do this and why this happens and what that means. So if you're not finding the understanding, that's because you haven't sifted through nothing in the darkness. So when she says, I'm finding this, I don't know why, my answer kept consistently being, you need to meditate. You need to meditate. You have to get in a meditative mind. You need to do that more. Anything she would say, she started cutting me up. Yeah, I know, I need to meditate. You know, you hear the arrogance. So an hour only lasted for about 10 minutes before she ran out of shit to say. Because they think it's going to be a big conversation and I can answer their questions in 3 minutes. And really, they run out of shit before the consultation is over. So she ran out of shit to say because she thought I would spend more time bedazzled by her story. And she hung up mad off of Skype. Because she says to me, I feel I was jerked and that. I said, here's your fucking money back. This is no big deal to me. This is not like, I don't waste my time hustling you out of $60 for a consultation. To be, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking for interesting motherfuckers. Now, at the same time, there's my man Cia Grant. Cia Grant used to just email me and still does every goddamn day about something. Panic, I noticed that when you burn a fire, I'm not reading all this shit. I'm just trying to get out orders. He did a lecture. I didn't realize it was him, or a consultation rather. And blew me the fuck away with some of his realizations and discoveries. And I don't think he took my class. And was in awe of him. He did a reading with Khadijah. She was in awe of him. That was some real progress ass shit. So certain people are in different places based upon what they came down here with their intention, what they decided to retain. Everybody's in a whole different situation. But where it starts is you have to shut down and go into yourself, because this is where you answer questions and get answers. People can say things like myself that you can vibrate with. And some things I may say because I experienced it, and you may have experienced it some way, and you'll say, and I'll get this more, yeah, I felt that too, but you said it. You know what I mean? You said it better. You said it. Yeah, you're able to verbalize it. So the fact that you're not able to verbalize it in your experience, say, I know you experience it because we all niggas, and I'm talking about the nigga experience. So that's why it's going to connect in some way. Even with Christian niggas like my barber, I still know how to connect with him. He's just not worth it. There's nothing in him that's seeking this. So I don't throw pearls to swine. Mm-hmm. But if I wanted this regular conversation, I connect with this nigga all the time. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you wouldn't be cutting my fucking hair. So I know how to make connections. That's something I have a talent for doing. So this is the nigga experience. Everything I'm talking about, you're here because you hear the nigga connection. The problem is the mastery over it is the problem. And the mastery comes when you master your own mind. The first session in my classes, I teach the mastery of your mind, or the beginnings of mastering your mind. And what's the extent after you have the understanding of how your mind is sectioned off to absorb. Part of your mind is sectioned to absorb humanity, your ego. That's the 10% of your brain that you use. Then the hidden part, in the darkness, the dark side, the darkness that needs to be brought into the light, becomes your work. And that work is inner work. So we're seeking everything outside of ourselves for solutions. We're not going in for solutions, and when we do manifest a solution, we're not confident in it enough. Half these consultations that I get is niggas saying, well, something told me I should do this and I should do it. I'm like, why the fuck ain't you doing it? Why are you even asking me to tell you it's okay to do it? You know, one of the things I said at the altar, what works for me may not work for you. You put up what works for you. You have to first panic, should I do that? Panic, is it okay to do that? And I tell people after this class, I never want to hear from your mouth, is it okay to do anything? What I should be hearing is what Bobby heard from me, which made him kind of actually pay some more attention to me, and we got cool. Mm-hmm. Because what he heard was, when I did that, this is what happened. What happened to you? Now, if I should do that, should do that? I wonder, would you do that? Mm-hmm. He didn't hear that from me.
And what that makes me think about in relation to your classes, I remember growing up, I played basketball, and the best coach I ever had was in junior high. Mm-hmm. And he was so advanced in his teaching of the game that I never really learned anything more about the game after his coaching, right? What I finally was able to do is do some of the things that we were talking about. Right. So as I got older, I was like, okay, now I'm doing this, or now I'm able to, you know what I'm saying? Like the amount of information and vision that he gave us just in junior high about how the game's played. Here's what you want to be able to do. Here's where your game's going to elevate to. Here's what's going to happen. Boom, boom. Every practice,
he's a true teacher.
Right, he's a true teacher.
Because he set the foundation for you to become another teacher or a master.
Right. And so that's how I see your class, because after I took the class, it was like, so many of the questions that, out there, y'all who have not taken the class, you may have about your own process, your own journey,
right,
and how to, basically become, the best God, the best you possible. The template for that, I can say, is in the class, and from there, it's simply about you going and doing your work and doing everything you can do to expand, to grow into those things. But the template is completely laid out without a question. I
don't teach people to be another panic.
Right.
I don't teach people to think in a certain kind of way. I give you the tools for the foundation for you to fill yourself up with yourself. And that's what a God is. See, because after we're all said and gone, we build our realities with our own mind. So I make my own worlds. Again, the good movie to see is What Dreams May Come. Cuba Gooding Jr. and Robin Williams, which I believe is still on Netflix. And if it's not, get that shit, because it tells you what happens when you die in the astral world. And it lays down the concept of what happens in your mind, how your mind now creates your realities. So you cannot, I cannot get you to think as I think and do as I do and feel as I feel. See, when I talk about, Baphomet, understand the concept is sound. Wearing it around your neck is, I'm not saying everybody should wear it around their neck. Everyone should have a Baphomet ring like this. I'm not saying that. I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck what you do. If you can name yourself Baphomet or call it whatever, that's not my concern to get you all to understand Baphomet. But if you understand, this is just a symbol of all the shit you're talking about. Astral traveling, or astral power, I should say. Not just traveling. Kundalini, androgyny, as above, so below. With the hands. Enlightenment, you know what I'm saying? The 5 points of the enlightened man. In the meditative position. You know what I'm saying? Showed that he's controlling the root chakra. He sits upon it. Androgyny, Kundalini. It's all there. And I'm missing shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all there. So this symbol, which is all it is representing your whole shit. To reject it is to reject your spirituality. So you can't say, I'm conscious, I'm spiritual, but I ain't with that shit. Then you don't understand. You don't understand what you're looking at. You're not looking at the devil. That's no devil. You don't get to say there's no Jesus and then get to say there's a devil. Mm-hmm. There's no fucking devil. There's no Satan. These are concepts. This is a polarity. This represents Satan, which is you, the fallen angel, the fallen angle of light. Enlightened. This is you lit up. This is you in your best possible position down here. That's what you're going for. This is the best possible you down here. His next stop is Christ. Or Christ consciousness. Ain't no Jesus. Christ consciousness. And that's what you're going for. This is what represents. This is the devil in Christ consciousness. It's simple. It ain't no fucking nothing scary or deep or Illuminati. Ain't none of that shit. This is created by Euphrates Levy for the Templars, ode to the Moors, about the black man's consciousness. It comes. They said, and these Moors were dealing with Islam because that was the religion of the day. Muhammad was Baphomet in Camite. Became Mohammed, which the offshoot was Baphomet, off of Mohammed. So niggas kept saying this is Moors and the Temple and something to do with Islam. Yeah, Mohammed, Baphomet, and this symbol is trying to symbolize it by an older occultist called Euphrates Levy. It's not that complicated, and it's a representation of enlightenment. The end. The end. It's not that great. So when you see it and you have issues with it, or it's not this, or it's not resonating, all you're doing is just revealing how far off from this. Nothing in this speaks to anything in your spirit. I didn't say it, you said it. So the way to enlightenment has always been an inner journey. And we've been looking outside of ourselves because that's a human trait. Something's going to give us something, or save us something. Once I get that, I'll be good. That's what you were taught in religion. Look outside of yourself. Shit, that was one of the main goals at the Council of Nicaea when the creation of Jesus, white Jesus. Get them to look outside of themselves. Because as long as they look inside themselves, there's nothing outside of them that we can do that will affect them. So once we get them to look outside for hope, we got them. Now we're looking outside and debating and arguing for solutions outside. Once we do this, once we get that, once we get an economy, once black people do that, we need to do that. We got to stop doing that. We got to do this. We got to do that. No, we got to shut up. Go in. Everything you need is within inside of you. And I know that shit sounds not even complex. It sounds goofy. It sounds like it doesn't work. But you know, every time you sat down and got quiet, that's when your answer came.
Yep.
But see, you do it on little shit. Should I join the basketball team? You wake up and you just know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna do it. You just feel it. And you could tell when you give those answers, it comes from feeling, not from thought. Like, come on, you gonna join the team? You make this face. That's not a thought. That's a feeling. You're expressing your feeling about that. Come on, you going to team? Oh yeah, I'm joining that motherfucker immediately. I can't wait till they open the door. Even though you're saying it, you're still expressing an emotion. That means you judge that by your spirit. So, because there's times you're going to join the team. I don't know. I think the coach is good. You're thinking. You know what I'm saying? You're using human rationale, and you still say, I don't know. Or you say this, I'm going to join. I think I'm going to go down there. Ain't nothing better to do. You use your thinking, which is weaker. So when you go to sleep, or you don't even got to go to sleep, you just be thinking, be sitting there eating, watching TV. You're in your own head. Should I make this decision? You know what I'm saying? You eating, watching Sanford and Son. Comes up, you're like, you feeling this way. And then you say, well, you think of the good parts you're feeling. Well, you know what I'm saying? You start thinking, that's when you're thinking of the good shit. That's when you're using the spirit. And you got to enhance those things, those intuitions. Enhance those by feeding them. That's like doing push-ups, getting your weight up. Most of our weight ain't up because we think our rationale supersedes it. So our answers are within us. We know. How do you feel about it? We say it all the time. But what's your feelings on that? That's when you're asking your spirit. That's when you're asking your spirit. If I say what you think about that, I'm trying to use your intelligence or your rationale, which may be effective in some cases, but that's not the most power I'm going to give you. I may ask you that really about the basketball team if it wasn't a life decision. You know what I'm saying? Well, join the team, maybe you'll get some more pussy. What do you think about that? You're going to say, I think more pussy's good. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to join the team if I could rationalize and say, you get more pussy, bitches like this, and wait till you do all that, and this nigga's fucking, and that's the history of it. You don't have to think about it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to say, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But if I say, what do you feel about getting pussy and you married? Yeah. Then it comes different. Look on there. Like, if I say, what do you feel about it? You know what I'm saying? Because you're married. Then you would have to start, I don't like this bitch anyway. Yeah. What she won't know. Or even more sensible, what she don't know won't hurt her. She don't find out. You start thinking about it like that. But if you're like, no, this bitch is true. See, Khadijah, I couldn't cheat on her. She's just so 100 in every way with me. It's like my conscious, well, I know, but before we even get to my spirit and all this our divine union and shit like that, so you don't even understand. Like, when I was young, my sister's hands, I used to grab it and suck my thumb furiously to her hand. She'd be like, get the fuck off my hands. Like, I used to make negotiations. I'll let you watch an hour of I Love Lucy if you let me hold your hand. Suck her thumb. The textures of her hand, I've never felt them before. Until I met Khadijah. It's twofold. I said, oh my God. It was like I was like all these things were reminders. You know what I'm saying? I was like shit that my sister would do, Khadijah does. It's like almost I've been preparing myself for it. Insane when I tell you. So, free will or fate? You understand? Guided. See, when I'm around with Khadijah, I know there ain't no luck and we ain't just happen to meet up. I think I told you the story, and I think I said it on tape, where this woman used to come in my bed. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I probably heard it on tape.
Well, let me say it for this one. When I was young, this woman used to come in my bed and sleep next to me, be up next to me, feeling me up. Spirit. And eventually I told my mom, there's this woman coming to bed, she says, a wet dream. I said, ain't nothing wet. What is that? You know what I'm saying? But for years, I remember this woman's face. So for years when I was with girls, and I never was holding on to I was going to see this woman. It's something I just totally forgot about. You know what I'm saying? But I would She would have the eyes, she would have the lips. I would recognize the face, which I knew it wasn't it. So there was some bomb ass women, some women, especially after Brother Panic emerged. You know, whatever you like. And my mom was actually like that. Oh, whatever you do, son, go ahead. I could pee in a coffee. Thank you, baby. But really, I didn't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't like whatever you like. Yes, sir. Like, a bitch, look, motherfucker, you need to, you know what I'm saying? You know, alright, bitch, you know what I'm saying? We about to, you know, all you do is talk shit every day, all day. You know what I'm saying? I was with that shit. So I met like a whole, by the time the Brother Panic came in, there was a team of witches I would fuck with. Yeah, see, one time my son was like, Stevie J is the man that's doing Love and Hip Hop. These two chicks are fighting over him. So hold on, pause that. Let me tell you who the man is. The nigga who had these hoes cooperating with them. You know what I'm saying? And they know. He's like, I just never thought of that concept. I said, yeah, because you ain't that age yet to pimp it. So all these witches I was fucking with, it was a cooperative situation.
Right, like sister wives.
Sister wives. All, you know what I mean? We fucking each other. Just, okay, you, and you, come on. Like, it's like the homos at the club. You, come on in. And, you know, they still cool to this day. And they all got mad and quit me when we could teach it. Because it was all good when we was all just playing touchy-feely. But when Panic started putting a picture up of Khadijah on his Yahoo profile, who's that bitch? And, like, I introduced so many hoes. I had international bitches coming, you know what I'm saying? None cared to that moment. Fuck, I bring that shit up for?
I don't know why you brought that up, but there's a question I have that goes along with that.
There was a point coming though. What was he talking about?
He was talking about getting to know yourself, the process, and then journey with.
Oh, okay. No, so in Khadijah. So you know so I forgot about this lady. So I mean, I had all that. I was talking about these women. I had all sorts of what most men would say. This is the life, but I was feeling like, nah, this is cultivating my ego. You know, and these they used to get on Facebook and just anybody who said something wrong, the bitches was at them. Like good people, you know what I'm saying. But I knew something wasn't like happily ever after. You know what I'm saying? And not because they weren't worthy of that. Because I used to tell them all the time, look, if you find something better than this, please. Because this is not going to get any better than what's happening right here. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't about hustling or being cruel. It was about this is what we're doing. And this, you know, I don't want you to get stuck on this. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they were a little bit hurt when Khadijah came, because it's like, wait a minute. I'm like, no, it wasn't you or what I didn't want. I was pretty much saying it in a nice way. I don't want this with you. I don't want whatever we like. I need somebody to challenge me. Because when shit go wrong, I don't want niggas to be able to say, well, it's your decision. I want to be able to at least say, well, bitch, you said it too. You know what I'm saying? You said the fucking shit first. You know, that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Where we are actually peers in our mind.
Right.
Not just whatever I say. Because it was just like you would do whatever. And if I was really taking advantage, you get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I wasn't even the guy to take advantage. But I was like, if I wanted to take advantage, you know what I'm saying, it would be there. So, Khadijah just emailed me for a herb pack on Facebook. Something about me immediately said, I'm going to give it to her for free. She said, well, wait, don't send it yet. I just moved to a new place. And she emailed me back. And whatever, I said, what's your number? I said, matter of fact, that same BlackBerry. I said, BlackBerry used to have their messenger where you didn't have to give out your number. You give them a code and they were able to contact you. So I said, well, here's my BlackBerry code. She had one too, a BlackBerry code. And she was like, why you giving me that? I said, I just don't want nobody had my fucking number. And this was when, Brother Pat. So I said, I want to see if your ass was normal first. And she actually admired that. So the first thing I said, send me some titties and pussy. See what she would do it. No titties and pussy. So I like her already. You know, that was the test. Real honorable. I said, well, send me some pictures. She sent me full body shots. So I knew this wasn't an illusion. I'm like, oh, she's bad. And she gained a lot of weight now because I fed her. Nobody's gonna help you.
Well, I know you asked him cook.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot you come over to for our car games and shit.
Yeah.
I be putting it down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My grandmother trained my ass, and I know you know. I remember your ass came over Thanksgiving and was like, you can tell this shit is good because of the dressing.
Right, you know it's my naughty cook. I make some dressing.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah.
And Kamani this is a real nigga. I love this nigga. He's a real nigga. This nigga is not scared to eat wherever. We went to a party. Kiana, she always have her New Year's party. I said, I'm going with Kamani because this nigga, he's going to blend in. So I go there and I see my man Ephraim. They pull me to the side. We talking. Kamani don't need that. This nigga is already mingling where the drinks at. Doom 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 doom. He's doing the puffy. Doom 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 doom. He's doing the surge dance. You know what I'm saying? The swim, the backstroke. Doom doom. The drown. The Spider-Man. The baseball bat. Like this nigga getting in. So like I was even with Kiana. I'm like, Kiana, look at Kamani. You got that little drunk face with a plate of wings, and you eat the whole wing, pull that shit out naked, just bone. I never knew a lover.
They just brought those wings out.
Yeah, the wings is nice and wet. I was like, come on, fucking them shits up. And this is a nigga. He cool. This nigga said, that shit is good if the dressing is right. He said that shit was so authoritative. I was like, damn, y'all, I need to spend more time on the dressing. You know what I'm saying?
That shit was already right.
Yeah. Shit was good to go. I need to cook soon. I'm gonna do that soon anyway. So, start talking, you know what I'm saying? And since I was catfished, if I told y'all who catfished me, y'all niggas would lose your mind. I couldn't even create the scandal, but I was catfished. So I said, I'm coming out there. We gonna get this shit straight early. Came out, sweet girl. I literally walked she was in her best shape doing yoga just before I came and corrupted her. In her best shape ever. Word is born. When I walked up and she met me at the airport, I said, this bitch is too good looking for me. I felt insecure. I was in the car like that. Oh, you like me? Still came, sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? I said, she's find a space for us to go. We went to Spawn Dividends. You ever heard of this?
Yeah, by the airport.
By the airport, yes. Seafood joint.
Yeah.
I know you know. I know I ain't got to ask you about no food. Went to Spawn Dividends.
When the A, that's one of the...
That's the spot.
Ridge spots.
Hood Ridge spot.
Yeah.
Exactly. So she found out from somebody. We went to Spawn Dividends. So I'm like, yo, I'm gonna put all my panic spices on that shit. Get what you want, boo. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I'll just take 10 hot wings. Hot wings? What, bitch? Look around you. You in a goddamn seafood restaurant. Get a lobster. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Get the fuck up. Doom, 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 doom. So she's like, okay. Ate this humble lobster. I'm balling with her all week. See, I already had a good job. So I was already a money guy. You know what I'm saying? Now, I wish I would. This would go order wings. Now we walk in the fucking restaurant. She's like, doom, 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 doom. Get the fuck up. Doom, 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 doom. Get the fuck up. I'm like, oh God. Okay, let me get the salmon. And she orders about 14 different sauces. You're like, man, that'll be extra. No problem. Before it was like, she'll look at me. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Now, I don't even get that look no more. Like, she'll be like, baby, we need another paper towel rack. I'm like, why? You're like, you be getting too big, baby. The paper towels you're getting too big. It doesn't fit that rack. I'm like, all right. So she put the new rack. I go downstairs. The old rack is in the garbage. I'm like, the fuck you throw the old rack away? Picked it out. You know what I'm saying? Rinsed it off. Put it up there. Forgot about it. I went downstairs. The old rack is gone. I'm like, what the fuck she threw away the old rack again? Then my son Keenan is over. I'm like, man, fucking Khadijah's getting spoiled. I gotta tighten up around here. She threw away the old fucking rack. He said, yeah, I seen that shit. He said, I washed that shit off. I took that shit home. I needed it. I said, yeah, she could have gave you the old rack. We could have put it downstairs. I got upstairs. Khadijah, why the fuck you throw away the old rack? It had some shit on the bottom. I was like, what it have on the bottom? Who cares? Nobody's looking at the bottom. We could have brought it downstairs. For what? I said, for touring them. It had some shit on the bottom. I tried to get it off. But I'm going to tell you what's worse. Nigga, you took it out the garbage. Well, maybe you all right. Maybe I'm okay. That motherfucker figured this shit that she could win anytime. She ain't no joke. So she be killing me. I mean, that's to the point of like, I'm gonna call your fucking mother and I'm gonna tell you what the fuck you doing around here. She said, when you do it, take pictures of this fucking house and see how dirty you keep it, motherfucker, and show her that. Well, I ain't gonna call her right now, but you keep this shit up. Watch. Nigga, okay, baby.
Right.
Okay. You're right. He's like, you're right, nigga. Now go the fuck in the room. Your show is on. One. Now, when I seen her, I was like, damn, something about her is familiar when I came out here. Something about her real familiar. And we went to see the movie, Saw. We in the dark. So I'm looking at this bitch. I'm like, that's the chick that used to get in the bed with me when I was little. Mm. So now I'm sitting in there like, oh shit, I'm bugging. So we walk, coming back to the house, I'm sitting there going, either this bitch is gonna kill me or I'm gonna be with her forever. So then I told her what was going on. She's like, oh, okay, you know, she's like, ooh, interesting. But I said, oh, now I know that's my soulmate. I know we were together before. I know all these things from Channel, but it's obvious we was together before. So finding each other is not destiny, it's going to happen. And you know what she said? She said, I used to watch a tape from when I was with Shabazz in Ireland, and those tapes are atrocious. Atrocious. Leaving my brother, not the work, my shit. Just talking shit. So much so I said, I need to stop and go study, you know what I'm saying, learn something. She said she was buying them shits, and she got it, she used to see it. And she said, she knows she's going to be with me. She said when she seen those tapes, she said somehow she knew she was going to be with me. I'm like, God damn. She said she wasn't really fucking, and she don't to this day. She don't fuck. All that Facebook shit I put up for her, she don't even know what that shit is, how to even send a picture. She's like, I don't fuck with it. She said she got on Facebook, put up a picture to contact me. She said, that was my mission. I'm like, damn, that was easy for y'all. I made it easy for y'all ass. I would have dangled some more dick around. You know what I mean? If I knew. She said, no, that's what she said. She put a picture up, took it down. All them pictures, I put them up. I take all them pictures. She hate taking pictures. Put them up. You see how far. She fired them up for click. And like all I did, and they all at restaurants because keep feeding her ass. Click. And you know what I'm saying? She knows I lose weight fast. She hasn't for a while because we've been busy. You know what I'm saying? We ship at the house. But, you know, this bitch went on a juice fast for 30 days. She got big, threw juice fast for 30 days. I'm like, damn.
That's hard.
Oh, yeah. That's hard.
30 days of juice.
30 days of juice.
That shit's hard. Sounds impossible.
Yeah. Sounds impossible. 30 days. No. She was going for 30. She did 21, I think. 21.
That's still ridiculous.
That's still ridiculous. Straight juice.
Try to do 3 days.
Right, straight juice.
I challenge anybody. Go 3 days, don't eat.
Right.
Just drink some juice. Good luck.
You will actually, after 3 days, the hunger pain actually goes away. Because I did fast more than 3 days.
Me too.
But the lust, the addictions, what really kick in. It's not like you feel the actual hunger pains, but you miss those foods. So that's when it becomes torture. So you really have to make up your mind not to do that.
Yeah.
And she got that will. She could do that shit, or she'll do gym, yoga, she'll do hot yoga, get her shit back in order.
Let me ask you this. When we're talking about getting to ourselves and understanding ourselves and basically, becoming the gods we are, that in and of itself is supposed to, should be happiness, right? Fulfillment.
Mm-hmm.
You reach this point where you know who you are.
Right. That's perfect that you said that. Happiness and fulfillment, and also I would add, it's the missing element. It's what we're all searching for, knowledge of self.
Mm-hmm. But now, when we add in the soulmate piece, right? So if you're complete in yourself, then you add in a soulmate. What's the magic of this?
Perfect question. That's the concept of androgyny. Because after it's all said and done, as a soulmate, me and Khadijah become one. This androgynous being. The divine masculine and the divine feminine come in one. You are a masculine and feminine being. Your soulmate is the other side of you. Me and Khadijah's union becomes heaven. So we can never be departed. And technically, if you know yourself, see, the only way you can find your soulmate, if you know yourself. Because you haven't gotten down to this. If you see that's such a perfect question. Most people are dealing with the surface issues of their humanity. So when they finding these hoes and bitches and arguing in the street, what they're dealing with is their human issues, not their soul. Once you start to break yourself free of the human thought, then you're dealing with the true self. And that's when I was able to find out. We used to have jokes. I was like, back in the day, you go up in my hood, I'd be fucking the shit out you. She'd be like, nigga, I wouldn't even pay no fucking attention. And the reality is, though I'm joking with her, I probably wouldn't pay no attention to her. I would thought she was fine, trying to fuck her, but not seeing her for what she's worth, because I didn't know who I was to be able to have that divine connection with her. So there probably been something about her, because she is my soulmate. Something about her that I always thought about, something, but I'm not ready for the experience. So you go through all these experiences, and until you know you like, there was this one girl, there was a famous lecture where she calls me an asshole. You know what I mean? She goes, I'm talking an asshole. And for like a month, that's what Khadijah was calling me every time I do something. Who left the toothpaste? You did? Asshole. She kept saying like that. Asshole. Like that shit was the joke of the year. Even though I scored in the lecture, I said, no, actually I'm a whole ass. And they thought that was funny. You know what I'm saying? But what it was, where that came about was, we talking about Tina Marie, who on the outside, who I found out somewhere she had some nigga in her. But on the outside, we thought she was a white girl. But all you gotta do is hear her sing to know something's different about that. You know what I'm saying? It's Tina Marie. You're using your logic and not using your spirit. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking square biz right now. You know what I'm saying? When you use your spirit, you know, you don't care what she look. That's some nigga somewhere. You know what I'm saying? In her. So we're talking about that when she made the transition. And what are you saying? We should do this to white people now? You know, that same bullshit YouTube made up logic as if you're checking black people. You know, like black people need to be checked. Like, well, I don't care what you do, bitch. You heard what the fuck I said. Like, well, you ain't gonna get me on that. I don't follow a moral standard. I follow a spiritual standard. And I go where the spirit says it. Whether it's likable or not. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this is real. Tina Marie's coming through. We talking. You know what I'm saying? See, there was a nigga that was following Bobby, wanted to be Bobby so fucking bad. So much so he started doing lectures for Bobby. And you would bring people to Bobby's house just to get him some money, which was all nice. But then Bobby started talking about Martin Luther King in this particular lecture. Martin Luther King came through after, what's his wife, Coretta Scott King.
Okay.
He said, no, she's actually hiding him. All the spiritual shit, which I talked to Martin Luther King, it was like that. Not counting what he did on earth. That's some regular human mind control government shit. Yes. We're all guilty of some dumb shit somewhere, but that has nothing to do with agenda, spirituality, and what you really are. So Bobby's talking about it, so the dude has got talking to him, and I was like, he's got a problem with that. And then he tells this other chick that used to follow Bobby, Bobby's the light side, and they both stopped calling him. Bobby's like, I don't get that. First of all, you think you deep, but shit I was fucking with years ago, you still stuck on them worshiping. He changed the names on him. He said, you're supposed to be deep, and you told him you this chaos being. You're a chaos being, this is chaos. That means change, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You stuck on this Martin Luther King, we shall overcome shit. Something else. We all something else. So it shows how niggas just get stuck constantly. You know what I'm saying? Constantly stuck, and you're mimicking this shit. And now the niggas totally something else, but this ain't working for them, or didn't work for them. So they're not really about true transformations, about the thing that's hot and ready to argue it. It's not true. So the idea is, until you remove layers of humanity, you're not going to find your soulmate. There's people that see, and that's what I was getting at. So the girl, she's like, well, she's like, so you saying we should follow white people? I'm saying you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, bitch. I don't care what you do or what you follow. What I'm saying is, whatever point I was making, what I'm saying is that and that. Take it for what it's worth to you. So I'm hitting them with the real shit, but they can't take that, because the real shit ain't no moralism, ain't no one way black people should be, and it ain't me telling black people how to fucking act. That's the last thing on my mind. Do as thou wilt. Do whatever the fuck you came here to do. I don't care what black people do.
Mm-hmm.
If they fucking turn off the lights, you niggas will be eating each other in the week. All these divine motherfuckers be eating each other in the fucking week. Be cannibals. I don't have no faith in that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Not in that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have more faith in black people's spirituality. See, when I deal with the spirituality, I can now say black people have supported me based upon buying my products deliciously well. That's where I see the love at. You know what I'm saying? I see people who come back and keep supporting and say, while they're doing the same, you have given me more than I can give you here. Great. That's a nice thing. You know what I'm saying? So my idea for us getting together and stopping some shit, I have no faith in that. It hasn't worked before. These niggas are still talking about the glory days of civil rights, which white people set in motion.
Mm-hmm.
They gave you a fight to fight. That's not. They said, I'd rather dictate your fight than you sitting alone and saying, wait a minute, I understand what our fight is. There's an ancient one coming about. So instead of this ancient one, they said, no, let's give them a fight. Let's tell them to march. Let's tell them to get in Woolworth. Mm-hmm. Let's tell them to protest the back of the bus.
Yep. Let's
put up Emmett Till's picture.
Mm-hmm.
There's 1,000 other dead niggas, but let's make this one the one. Same thing they did to Trayvon Martin. Ain't nothing changed.
Yep.
So they gave you your fight. That's not even your fight.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no faith in anything a nigga could conjure up and call it what we should be doing. So when I gave her that business, now she's hurt. She said, so are you saying that white people have a soul? And this is where I ended it. I said, actually, if I was saying it or not saying it, what I would like you to do is explain to me what a soul is, first and foremost, before you can say anyone has or have not got one. That's when she got embarrassed. Oh, I can't say I'm ready for that. Or I said, I know you can't say you're ready for that because you don't know what the fuck it is to determine who or who. I said, I know what it is, and I can determine that. Asshole. She just got so embarrassed, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to create a moral, religious position. We got melanin, they don't got, this is our moral standpoint. You don't know what it is. But what is melanin? What is a soul? So you got people doing soul readings. I'm like, look, the master said this word. On earth, you will never know what your soul is. And there's all these sayings, if I had only come to know thou soul and all that. But what they're saying is the concept of the soul, this original divine spark, is too complex for a human brain to even fathom to know. So you're really only talking about concepts of the soul as a divine spark, as a soulmate. Concepts of that really come in, just like saying heaven, nirvana, the afterlife, the sweet by and by. None of it's really definitive. It makes you go, okay, it's big and it's, the upper room, the here and now, the afterlife. It gives you a descriptive understanding of something. And really that's what the soul is, a descriptive understanding of this divine spark that's within you. So when you say a soulmate, you can only say this based upon really finding your divine balance. You're the missing aspect of me, which will come in the feminine form, which completes me, which balances me, which fits like this, where they say opposites attract. So if I am this, she has to be the exact opposite. So once these opposites come together, they become a whole. So that's what the soulmate is, and that can only happen with a certain level of enlightenment. There's no such thing as I'm going to give you a soul reading and tell you what your soul came here to do. That's not true. You're better off saying something in the spirit, because the spirit is what can be read. The spirit is a higher aspect on a higher agenda, or has higher, or comes from a higher place of information, astral world. The soul is too complex for you to fathom. You're not reading someone's soul or taking someone's soul. It's impossible. It doesn't exist. It's not even touchable or tangible. You get what I'm saying? For it to be moved or exist or even enhanced. You're doing things technically you're doing it to enhance your spirituality. But all for the purpose of that divine spark, which is your soul. So this work is for the purpose of the soul. So you get to say, my soul feels my way. You say, I feel this deep in my soul. You don't. By its real definition, you don't. These are theories. So to find a soulmate or twin flame and all the rest of the shit that we're talking, you really have to be at a place of where nothing impedes you. And that comes from lackluster of agenda. You have to release an agenda. And that agenda is a human agenda. So I want this, I'm looking for a woman to do this, I'm looking for a woman to do that. Now one of the keys is called unconditional love. I love Khadijah without condition. I don't love her because she likes to stay home. I don't love her less because when she wants to hang the fuck out. She was even in awe. Like, yeah, I'm going to hang out with this one and giving me reports. I'm like, bitch, leave me the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to do whatever the fuck I need to do. And she's like, I'm not used to that. A man just so confident that he don't have to check up on me and call me and I have to come back. Look, I took pictures after the event. I'm like, all right, whatever. And I believe he was there. And like, I like to hang out with her. We was going to hang out. She was going to hang out Saturday. She changed her mind. So she was like, yeah, I want to see Batman and Superman, you know, all this stuff. I'm like, I'm hanging out with Kamari. Her words was like, all right, go hang out with your man. I said, well, we didn't really have nothing inside. I was going to do because you didn't do it. I said, well, we're going to hang out tomorrow and da-da-da-da. I said, because I'm not really a hangout guy. I do it, but I'm not really a hangout guy anymore. So I'm like, you know, I opted to, you know, look, bitch, you know, come on and come out tomorrow. We'll do this. So she's like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? She's happy. But if I did, she's not worried about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I've shown her. That's some shit I don't worry about. I don't question nothing she does. Because I don't have an agenda and I don't have ulterior motive. When you still have that in you, you have not gotten to that point where your human agenda won't interfere with somebody to be able to find your divine balance. When I'm not in this, you see it all the time. Girls will say, I was looking for a nigga, or guys say, I was looking for a woman. I give up, and then they find somebody. Because you really gave it up to the subconscious mind. You put the agenda, because when you're looking for the agenda, you're going to find what's good in that moment. And then by the time you settle down with them, this bitch here, this bitch, you know what I mean? It's not going to be the real thing. All of her craziness is like almost perfect. And all of my craziness is like perfect. She knows how to deal with it. It's almost amazing how it works when you don't have that. I need a bitch to be like this. I just need her to be whoever the fuck she's going to be. You know what I'm saying? And whatever it turns out, to accept it. That's unconditional. So she now says, I want to join the circus. I'm with it. Okay. You want me to hold your whip? You want me to hold your whip? You want your lion trainer, bitch? All right. Want me to hold your whip? You know what I'm saying? She know I ain't going to get in the ring and put my head in the lion. Right. That ain't going to happen, but all right, baby, go for it. No, I'm just saying, bitch, don't get in there with line, but I must do it. All right, use Nephilim, you know, because I'm not going to stop her from her path. She's not my woman based upon my definition. She's my woman based upon her definition. Different thing. And that allows, that mentality allowed me to find a soulmate and to keep us transforming as one. That mentality is what keeps that going. So the soulmate it's actually the other half of yours in itself. You can actually never break free from it. Your realization of it is the difference. So even niggas, you told me yourself, even if you're not ready as a human to say, I'm gonna marry her, I'm gonna move in with her, I'm gonna do all of this, you still say, that's the one bitch that if I'm going to marry somebody, it's gonna be her. If I'm going to be, it's gonna be her. If it's this, it's that. And it's right there, but your humanity says, there's something else out there, there's other pussy out there. Once I do that, my dick ain't gonna be as wet. All of these human things. See, once I realized I got my dick as wet as I fornicated as much as it. I've fornicated more than any one human can. I'm fornicating with fucking 6 bitches at the same time. Where could you go from here? How much cum could you manifest in a vagina? You know what I'm saying? A lot for me, yeah, because you ain't getting no pussy. You know what I'm saying? We talking about legendary pussy. I got just a year on film. We just fucking on film. Ridiculous amounts. That's in my basement right now. Ridiculous amounts of fuckery. I did I got a PG, 6-hour PG version of that. I'm gonna put it on DVD for you. I'm gonna do that. And, where my ass and balls ain't out. But I'm fucking. Because, I can't just say that around. You know what I'm saying? But you see this angle. Like, you see this angle.
Looking at the camera.
Yeah, but you see the book right here. Yeah, motherfucker. There's all sorts of wild shit. You know what I'm saying? You just know I'm get my dick sucked. That's why I got a 6-hour. I just gave you that shit to someone to buy me. You say, yeah, I was watching it a little bit. And Linda said, no, we need to put that motherfucker on. Let's go. She put it on, and they in there watching this 6-hour fuckery tape. Yeah, Linda was there too. And she said, we need the energy now. See, they do it for spirituality. And so I got to do that. I'll do that this week because I got something that I have it on VHS, but I recently got the old HP, the H1 cams, because I couldn't play them for a long time, the original. So I got one on Amazon, real cheap on Amazon. So now I could plug up and do it. And I'm watching videos I ain't see for a long time. A lot of bitches. Just me dressed in Fat Farm shit is enough. You know what I'm saying? Got a whole Fat Farm suit on, Timberlands and shit. I had some wild shit on there. But I did all the fucking I could do. So I don't even have a fuck agenda with Khadijah, which is weird for me because every girl I was with, if it ain't about fucking, then it ain't about nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's behind me. You know what I'm saying? I advance more than that. Our divine minds, when you're in a whatever kind of relationship, it's based upon when you're fucked. And then you define that relationship as thus or such. I can feel that same satisfaction without even touching Khadijah. Just in our conversation. And that's not even no sucker for love shit. That's some shit I've never experienced before. If we never fucked, it would not even matter. It would not even matter. That's a bold statement. And that's not even just a sucker for love, I'm just whip statement. That is just a divine satisfaction that you're seeking through pounding pussy that you don't even know that you're doing. That's why you pound it so much, because you're looking for something. I'm no longer looking for anything. No longer. And like I said, I was fucking 6 bitches at the time, turned up looking for it. But I realized
the interesting thing about, I remember one time I come over to a card party. And we're all playing cards, and I was watching you and Khadijah's interaction and how much you guys are just really good friends. You could tell that y'all just really enjoy each other's company.
Every day is like me. Each time she walks through the door, it's like I ain't seen her for years.
Now it's like, that's real cool. I can see how they just pick it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
she's my people. Like I walk through the door, her face will light up. Just to have that shit alone is amazing. When you walk through the door, hey, like every moment I just be walking by 3 times. Hey, sweetie. Hey, sweetie. Shit is funny as that. Hey, baby. I mean, she'll get a soda. I'm doing work in the office, packing shit. I come down, get the soda. Come back. Hey, sweetie. Okay, sweetie. I walk back 3 times. Hey, baby. I'm like, this shit is crazy. And it's not an act. It's the same thing. She come home, it's like, yay, she's home. Like, that shit, like, I got a chime on my phone that lets me know when she's leaving, she's home. Just to hit, oh, Khadijah's home. Hey, what's up, sweetie? What's up? What you doing? Nothing. What happened today? This is real gay. What happened today? Oh, shit on a job. That's basically, I can't explain. It's just soulmate. You know what I'm saying? Just soulmate. You know what I'm saying? You know what she's thinking. She knows what I'm thinking. I can think a certain way. She'll text me and it'll be some shit that's relevant to what I'm thinking. Crazy. Ill. I'm a movie nigga. She's a movie bitch. If nothing else, that's where we win. She's always down to go to a movie, always want to see anything, always down to treat. And I was always, you ever see that? Ever see that nigga impressing these hoes out here? Yeah, I seen it. 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 Like, it's very real rare shit, and I'm good. There's a lot of shit I hit her with. She ain't see, but a lot of shit she has. She's just a lot about her that's perfect, and really that perfection starts in myself. And let's not even say perfection. That level of light starts within, and most people haven't come to terms with themselves. They always ask about love and love affairs. I'm like, you really have to let a lot of your shit go to let that person be themselves. Because that's really where we get all these problems. Trying to get that person to fit into the mold of what you suspect their girlfriend or boyfriend is supposed to be.
I think what you said earlier is right on point, which is a lot of times people find that once they let it go to their subconscious mind, like for instance, a person saying, you know what, I don't even think there's no soulmate out for that. There's nothing out there for me like that.
Most of the time, they'll be sitting right there under your nose and you won't recognize them for what they really do. And each time you reject the love, each time they actually expressing something that is love and getting to you, you reject it because you're really subconsciously making a choice not to let go. Bobby used to talk about it like that. Because he seen me fucking so many chicks. I think he thought the highest form of alchemy is love. Period. You talk to him, he said, I don't give a fuck how advanced you are. If you don't have a bitch that you in love, that you can call in your soulmate or somebody, or twin flame or somebody, you missing out. So when he see me doing a lot of the fucking, his whole thing is to get me with somebody. I don't know, nigga, I can do it. I can do it. So when he seen me with Khadijah, he was overwhelmed. We was talking about mythology, Shiva mythology. Shiva was the deep aesthetic. He was a deep mystical nigga. Pretty much the ultimate conscious nigga. Meditate every day, wasn't fucking with none of the world distractions. So some of the other gods were saying, this is a problem. We need to get him in love. So that's the divinity. So when they would talk to him, nigga, love, nigga, that's a part of earth. It's not real. All you need is yourself. You know what I'm saying? Or you have to go, all the shit that most niggas would say, or most people would say, or few people would say. So all these gods is trying to show him Pravati. He's resisting the most beautiful chick he ever seen. Resisting her. I know this is a distraction, almost, but no cigar. They are karma, not karma. There's a love god called karma, like a Cupid, shoots his arrow. And he sends it back and almost destroys love, you know what I'm saying, as a whole. So eventually he gets with the goddess Pravati. She makes him the ultimate house husband, basically, because he has different phases of life, which is talking about this energy in his different phases. As the destroyer, as Kali, as the birth, Shakti. He was with Sati, which was a sexual union because Sati and him eventually became the Lingam and the Yanni. So I'm sure there's more deeper mysteries into this understanding of what Shiva is and all of these different phases and avatars. And but with Pravati, he's basically the ultimate husband. But he laughs at her because he's like, there's something black inside of you. And he's making the joke talking about the Kali. So he's saying there's a phase in her, even though we playing this housewife shit. So she makes him the ultimate, actually the shit I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? Who left their socks on the steps? Patty! Nah. Okay, I'm picking it up, but not because you said so, because I needed them anyway. You know, that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But you're the ultimate house guy. So they're trying to explain to you these phases. And so Bobby would tell this story, and he was telling me because he was saying this is a form of alchemy even for the master. So you kind of look at that. I was hard. All I did was this shit that's around you. Hard. I didn't want to hear nothing. And even the chicks I was fucking with, we didn't do no dates or no movies. You know what I'm saying? I went to that house, fuck you, and I went to that house, fuck you, went to this house, fuck you, brought you over to her house, and we all fucked. It was just this going on and on, weekend after weekend. Doing that, then I go back to my place of the week, get busy. You know what I'm saying? So that was that life, achieving in the mountains. And then Bobby just kept, no, you gotta get this, you gotta get that, you gotta get that. So when you watch that sexual kung fu tape when he got with Linda, it sounds like some old Midnight Magic, Sucker for Love, you know, in the midnight hour shit. Oh, when Linda says this, I do that. Linda does this, I do that. All you need to do is chain me to the refrigerator, tell me when it's time to eat and have sex. He was going in. And niggas like, you know, laughing. And I'm sitting there laughing, but I'm sitting there going, hey, who's doing that for a girl? Like anybody, who's going to do all that? Who's going to admit that? You know? Mm-hmm. And I didn't understand what he was saying or didn't understand what it meant. And by getting with Khadijah, now I understand what he meant. He's saying you totally lose this ego. You totally lose your sense of illusionary power as a man. You totally lose your sense of condition. And you trade it in for unconditioned. No condition. No conditions on love. Unconditional love. You don't need to make a panic point anymore. I already made the point. I already fucked and sucked and got fucked by everything that's looking good on planet Earth. Please believe that. So it's no longer walking around trying to conquer that. It's really trying to conquer another part of you. You're the true alchemist, the true occultist, the true metaphysician, the true guy dealing with dark matter sciences. You're trying to go into dark areas. And the only dark area left is not conquering no hoe. And not necessarily letting them conquering you as much as y'all conquer each other in an equal balance. So as much as Khadijah bossed me around, if I say, Khadijah, I need you to do this right now, it is done. And if she say, Pat, I need you to do that now, double done. That's my son. It rises and sets, and it's called Khadijah. So it's going to happen quick. And that's, you say, well, is she controlling? She's doing that? I realized what Bobby was teaching. It's for me, actually. It's actually selfish. I'm free now. Getting with her, I feel so free. I relieved myself of what I think or thought I was holding on to that's considered manhood or prowess or normal or whatever you want to call it. I'm free from that bullshit. It freed a big part of my humanity. And it's something you have to go through because as many times as Bobby argued that shit over the phone. Like, nigga, I just don't, no, nigga, it ain't gonna be that. There was one chick, I'm not gonna say her name, fine as hell in the lecture circuit, right? So Bobby came to New York. He did a lecture in Harlem. She was there. This bitch was dressed up like I Dream of Jeannie. For real. Had the veils and everything. Niggas was on her. So now
she looked like some
exotic.
Like some, well, we would see now with some Arab, like, yeah,
Arab gear. Straight up a heroin girl. She wasn't bullshit. Now, all the other lectures, she used to roll up with a nigga. She had a nigga. A Moorish nigga. She was on the Moorish level. So Bobby's like, yo, you seen such and such a sister, such and such at the lecture. So I'm like, oh yeah, I seen it. She's always with a nigga. Mind you, I'm already six bitches deep now, so I'm good on pussies and varieties of pussies. So I'm like, yeah. He's like, yo, she's bad. He's smitten with her. I wasn't with Linda. I put that bitch down to the team. So yeah, he was teaming hoes too. You know, the young Bobby was getting a lot of pussy. So now, So something happens to her kid. Big. I don't want to get into details. If I even say the details, people might pick up on who it is. Something happens to a kid big. So he's concerned now. So even Linda's like, we was deep into some Necronomicon shit. And it was coming up on the 31st, which is the strongest, the veil is the thinnest. So we was getting busy.
31st of October. Okay.
Cthulhu. We was dealing with a lot of Cthulhu. So much so that, we answered the door for the trick-or-treaters. That's the spirits coming to your house.
Nice.
Through the kids.
Okay.
So that's why you feed them candy. As you put candy out on the altar, you feed them candy. And so Bobby said a little kid came with an octopus suit on.
Oh, nice.
Cthulhu. Bobby said them niggas was coming in this house going, ooh. He said they thinking I decorated like that for Christmas, but Halloween was just out everyday shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like that. Kids that come to my house, a lot of kids come in this door. I love giving them candy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
About piles and piles of that shit. Just, ooh, thank you, mister. And they come with their spirits. I love the little kids that come through. So Cthulhu came through. So Linda's like, no, y'all need to deal with it. We was dealing hard with it. Baths was coming through. There was a bath for Cthulhu. What was it? Salt, sea salt, sugar, cayenne pepper. Do that shit. Ooh, nigga, your pussy, your vagina's out there going to be on fire. Your vagina's going to be on fire. Cayenne, salt, sugar. That's it. And understand what Cthulhu is, the Necronomicon, and what you're trying to conjure. You know what I'm saying? Or you're going to feel it. You better pay attention to how much cayenne you put in there. You put in the measurements at your own discretion. Cayenne's going to heat that ass up, nigga. You going to know. You going to know. Nigga, you going to know. Now, we was doing all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? And, yeah, that was it. No. And, you got to get a pumpkin. See, this is what we did. You don't got to go this far, but you got to do it.
That's my favorite holiday. So.
Get a pumpkin, carve out the hollow of that pumpkin. Just cut off the top. You got to make no face. Clean out the hollow. That goes in the bath too. Cayenne, salt, pepper, and pumpkin shit. In the pumpkin, you got to go to the fish market or a fish market. Get a whole octopus. Put that in the pumpkin. Light the candle and just put it either somewhere in the water in the woods when you're done with it. But leave it up for the 3 days. Leave it in there for the 3 days. The 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd. For the Day of the Dead, All Saints Day, and Halloween. In between one of those days, you take the bath with the insides of the pumpkin, the cayenne, the salt, and the pepper. And, make sure you get your head wet. It's messy, but it'll clean your aura. And it'll put you on a whole nother phase, a whole nother life phase. It'll bring your aura into another life phase, dealing with some of these, what you call monsters. Now, if you don't understand what this is, I'm going to have to urge you to take my class in Necronomicon, something I teach. Or actually, you don't have to. Get the book. My book, The Origins of Occult Civilization, Volume 1, got a whole chapter on the Necronomicon.
Okay.
Whole chapter on it, what it means. So you could actually get that, and it'll explain what it means. Then you'll understand what it is you're trying to emerge.
I would still say they should do both.
That's the ideal, to do both, because you're going to get a whole different perspective from the mouth. But so you either take my class, sign up for it. Next class we're doing mid-August. The people who were at the end of March, you didn't miss anything. It had to be pushed back. Yeah, so we're in the middle of April now. All right, mid-April. So you didn't miss anything. That's the end of August, people, mid-April. Now, we was doing that. So she's like, don't be distracted. So she keeps calling, asking for help. This happened to a kid, serious thing. He was paralyzed. So I said, I'll channel some things. I got some things. I said, she needs to focus on meditations on the stem cells. She got to rebuild the stem cells. Of course, she took it. I got a little doctor to do it. I said, okay, she don't know. And I said, I've seen her around lectures, but I don't. You never know how much people really know. So Bobby's like, go over there and see her. Go over there. I'm like, no, I'm not getting involved. Spirit is telling me, let that just be. So I'm biking downtown, right where my boy is that sells the porn. Downtown, chilling on man Omar, sitting on the steps. Down in Brooklyn, Albee Square Mall area, all you see is chicks walking by. It's like it's a show. It's a delicacy. These asses just sitting there all day. See, the chick comes out the train station. I'm like, hey, how you doing? She's like, hey, how you doing? You can see in her face she was drained. She's like, yeah. I said, yeah, I know you from the lectures. She said, yeah, you know, I have this problem with my son. I said, yeah, Bobby told me. My name is Brother Panic. She said, oh, you're a Panic. She said, oh my God, I was just reading some shit you had posted. I got in my bag right now. She said, yeah, my son, this. I said, yeah, I told Bobby to do this. So, oh, you said this. So then nothing else is like, give me a number. Got a number. I said, yeah, I'll tell you some things you could do. So, you know, I'm telling her over the phone, just that Bobby's, oh, you need to go over there. You need to hit that, son. And I'm like, nah, man. I'm just helping from the phone. Look, man, what I'm trying to tell you is it's important for you to be over there. He's trying to get me hitched. You know what I'm saying? So now, I'm like, look, I can't do it, Bobby. The son, I don't want to see him. It's going to be too sad. It's too depressing for me. He said, look, I know niggas that will fuck her in the bed with the son. You need to go ahead on. Go on over there. So now, it's almost like from May to November, I'm just having semi-phone conversations with her. Just giving her whenever she would call information. So Bobby comes to town. I see her for the first time. Looking right, you know what I'm saying? She's still a little distressed because she's going to go out with her son. We sit next to each other in the lecture. I'm twisted. Next time, let's go to juniors. You know what I'm saying? On the break. Yeah, juniors. I'm twisted. Yeah, I remember getting shit all over my sleeve. Serum. Just how fucked up. Talking to her. Next thing I know, I don't even remember the conversation. Yeah, we about to go to Gina's house. We about to go to her house after this. So Bobby's like, He said, she was all over you like her AIDS. He said, AIDS from a patient, nigga. So we go to her crib, you know what I'm saying? We do what we do. And Bobby's fucking open. Usually after the lectures when he's in town, especially if he's at Sarnetta's house. Because he's like, Sarnetta's always on duty. He said, it's just not like when he's at his house, it's like, when he's at his house, that shit is still going on. I'm like, word? Because, we be like, at the lecture like this, and we get to Shabbat, we laughing, and Babu and Baylor. He said, no, that nigga's on duty, nigga. Because, he'll meet up with me. Because the Sundays and all, he'll hang around, go to New York, so I never really don't do that.
Okay.
Bobby knows his way around New York. So, but he hung out with me, so I take him to spots. Like, Bobby, it's so funny to be with Bobby, because in the conscious shit, he's a master. But and he's a master at, being around. He's been around. You gotta be to do what you're doing. He's traveled all this country just to lecture. But certain things, when you can force some new shit on him, he's like a child again. It's crazy. So I'm like, yo, I know what spot we go. We on 14, we gonna go to my man, I don't even remember the name of the spot, China, but quality shit. So I'm like, I said, yo, you need to order the sesame chicken. It's the best I've ever had. Or I ordered that. He ordered some foam cow, some crown shit with different meats in it. You know what I'm saying? Eating that shit, I said, taste that shit. He said, Hank, that was the best sesame chicken in the world. I'm like, he just kept ranting. I said, you need to get one to go. Take it back on the plane. Took one to go. Linda, old Panic took me to this place. And in this crazy way he'll talk about me is like I'm his older brother sometimes. Mm-hmm. That's how you know this nigga was like, he's a true chaos being. Like, not his ego just didn't exist on that level. Like, he would have to use it in his persona on tape. So you couldn't come and curse him out on tape. It's just not heard of. But after that, he was not like, I'm the boss, and he was just right. Whatever. If you come on with some good shit, or if you felt strong on some shit, he was going to pull the boss card on me. Look, nigga, I'm the teacher here. You need it. And if you're going to listen to anybody, I would be the one, wouldn't I? I'm like, yeah, but he called me, he was like, I guess somebody told him I must have cursed him out or something. He's like, look, man, these niggas, look, he said, Elijah Muhammad said, if we come up with anything after the trauma we've been through, it's amazing. I said, Bob, I understand. You were the one that first introduced it, so you had to nurture them. I said, I don't come from that. Look, man, the Spirit is saying, I said, let me tell you what the Spirit said to me. Like Harriet Tubman, you don't keep up, you get shot in the face. That's when he understood. He said, all right. You know what I'm saying? I said, I'm from a different angle. I speak from the position that they already heard you for 10, 20 years. I'm not really introducing. I said, people get introduced to me, but understand, I'm letting you know this is on you. You came, like he said, he inherited the Afrocentric movement. So it was more communal that he had to speak through. Now I'm saying, now that we understand, I said, now that we understand this, we need to understand. I'm talking to the individual alchemist, the individual person ready to transform, to transcend this. And it's an individual quest, not a communal thing. We can have a communal union in lecturing and Facebook and all of that, but ultimately this shit is really self-savior. You know what I'm saying? And save yourself. And you know, I speak from that angle. I said, it's not like I'm picking up where you left off, but I'm a different guy. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that's what it is. I'm different. I don't have a matriarchal style of teaching. I have a patriarchal style of teaching. So if you get a 60 on your test, I'm saying, well, what's up with the 70? And when you bring a 75 home, I'm gonna say that was good, but you know there's 80. And then when you come home with an A, I'm gonna say they don't have an A plus. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a patriarchal. You put your shit on the board. Your mother's the one that puts it on the goddamn refrigerator and say, I'm proud of you. Mm-hmm. I don't do that. And that's hurtful to somebody. You know, asshole. That's hurtful. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not here to play with you. I'm here to say I was able to understand Brother Bobby, Phil, and those teachers. So should you. And they have plenty of information for you to understand. Now that we understand it, let's talk about it from a different angle. Angle of deep methodology. And that's what we're talking about. So it'll be little things. He's kept pushing. So to be with this chick. So where you at? You at her house now? What y'all doing? He said, look, this is what you gotta do. You gotta get lost in it. Don't fight the love. I'm like, I don't love this bitch, man. Like, this ain't what we got. You know what I'm saying? This ain't that. He's like, look, you see most niggas. I said, if I found love by it, why would I fight it? Okay. He said, this is what you gotta do. You gotta wear her slippers and put on her robe. You know, you gotta see. There was an episode of Sanford and Son where he sprayed Lena Horne's perfume. He's psst, Lena, psst, Lena. I said, word to the mother, Bobby. I watched that episode yesterday, and I'm not doing that shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I said, first of all, her robe. This bitch weighed about 5. You know what I'm saying? I'm twice this bitch size. I couldn't wear it if I wanted to. So, and she's laughing at this shit too. So, another time he called, what you doing? Oh, we watching the fishes in the fish tank. He's like, oh God. Oh, good. He was so tickled that his boy panicked, or what he wanted for panic was to be in love. He was so tickled, but that's how dedicated and understood he knew this little alchemical science, that it's hard to actually teach that. Because when you teach it, it sounds like you just want to be whipped or you're in love. You will block this. Now I understand why he said naturally, don't block it. Because he's so used. Because now I can see being in love with Khadijah. When I talk to a lot of my niggas, what's up with this shit? What you tell me? They'll tell me a whole love affair. So why you ain't with this bitch? I'm not ready yet. It's a story there, and it's like, oh, they're blocking it, and that's what Bobby was saying. He was saying, don't block it. You know what I'm saying? So now, so yeah, he's like, we watching the fishes. He's like, ooh, it's cute. So he did this experiment. He'll call me. You talk about a nigga that's on some wild shit. He'll just call me with the wildest shit ever. Panic. Look, I figured it out. To get this money, what you got to do is you got to eat caviar. I'm like, what? He's like, see, when you see all these rich niggas in the movies, they eating caviar. That's the ritual. You got to eat some caviar. So I'm gonna try to get on some of this caviar. So that same fish conversation, I said, yo, Bobby, you ate the caviar? Yeah, man, I ate that caviar, I said, well, how was it? Well, see, me and Linda, we done figured out that it's gotta be the crackers that you eat the caviar with. I said, nigga, you ate that caviar? That shit was nasty.
Right, nasty.
Yeah, so
nasty.
He's like, yeah. No, I'll tell you some real funny shit. When C. Freemanell made the transition, C. Freemanell was known for drinking Old English 40s. Mm-hmm. No, niggas couldn't figure out how this guru nigga, so eventually he studied as a guru. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at his picture right there. To stay on the cigarette or the Newport or Salem or whatever it was, or what's the other one? The other nigga cigarette. Salem. No, Salem.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Newport, Salem. Newport's just.
Newport's is that. No, I think it was Salem.
Okay.
And he was an ill nigga. They said every city he did a lecture in, he would play the number and win. He would play the zip code. Shabazz, I don't believe that shit. He asked Shabazz, what's the zip code in New York? He said 212. When they played that shit, didn't come out. You know what came out? 718. Which was the other zip code in New York. He said, why you didn't tell me? I would play both numbers. And 718 came out. That's what's bad. I'm a believer. So Bobby's like, yeah, I've been drinking Old English in honor of C. Freemanell. I'm like, oh, yeah, getting this malt up. See, I've been pouring. He said, yeah, man, I've been dealing with all of these malt liquors. He said, yeah, I've been dealing with Coke 45. You know what I'm saying? He said, I said, yeah, nigga, it works every time. He said, yeah, nigga, it works every time. He said, yeah, I gotta go in the hood. But I was still in New York, so I gotta go in the hood and, and see, when you see a nigga standing outside, that's when you know you're in the right place to get the malt liquor. So he's been on this malt liquor ritual. He just kept saying, Pat, I'm drinking it. I'm like, yeah, if you listen to these names, the malt liquor's got all our shit on it. Coke 45, St. Ives, that's the Celtic shit. We going through all this. We Red Bull, the Blue Bull, that's Shiva, that's Osiris. I said Coke, that's the Christ energy, you know what I'm saying? So we go to Old English 800, that's the 800s is when the Moors came to England. He's like, that's the Moorish band. That's why C. Freemanell used to drink Old English 800. That's some Moorish shit. Now we going through this shit, we get open now. So, like, Bobby's like, yeah, man, I can't even say this shit in a lecture. I can't even tell niggas I'm drinking malt liquor in the lecture. He said, niggas ain't ready for this. So he's drinking all this malt liquor. So he said, Pat, you need to get on this malt liquor. I can't drink malt liquor. I said, all right, fuck it. I'm going to get some of the St. Ives. He said, yeah. Because niggas was complaining about that one too. We need to drink that. He said, niggas was talking about that one too. I got 2 cans of St. Ives. I said, all right, Bobby. I said, yeah, got the Kundalini lightning on it, nigga. I drank a can of that St. Ives. Word is born. I woke up. I was looking at the wall like this. I looked at the clock. I couldn't tell if it was 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. anymore. For like at least 14 minutes, I'm sitting there going, I don't know if it's 5 a.m. or p.m. I collected my thoughts. I'm like, yo, I'm throwing that other can of shit away. So Bob, I can't fuck with you on that shit, nigga. So, oh man, he's going hard. Then I said, Bobby, you still drinking malt liquors? Nah, man, I got the shakes. So I started getting the shakes. He said, I put my hand out, he said, I had to stop fucking with them malt liquor, nigga. Well, I tell you, this nigga is wild. He just called me. Especially when I used to work. Look, man, I figured it out. Fuck all of this shit. Fuck these gods. Fuck all of this shit. It's Excalibur. They ain't cut my head off and getting my power. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You just gotta release yourself. Fuck all this shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, B. No problem, man. Kid. This nigga's one time he just called me and started telling me about shit back in his whole neighborhood. But I promise you, I was on the phone laughing so fucking hard. The nigga said they stole a movie screen from the neighborhood and made a tent out of the shit. So they made a tent, but he said there's holes in the movie screen. He said shit got wet. He said he broke into the Catholic church, took all the wine and the communion shit. he said he had the whole kids in the hood coming up to him. He was giving them communion. He said they knew what to do. He said all the kids was in a line. He said the kids was just coming, kneeling down. He said he was on the playground. He said the kids was coming, kneeling down, and he was putting that wafer in their mouth. You know what I'm saying? He was drinking liquor, putting that wafer in their mouth. This nigga was just telling me wild shit about his town, Mullins. And like, I set up his Facebook, and all them niggas from Mullins started, hey, Bobby, how you doing? Still know how to dance? I said, oh, shit. Well, you know how to dance back in the day? Oh, man, look, Penny, I was bad. You know what I'm saying? He said, see, what I did was I go to the party, and I say all Big Bang Hanks rhymes. You know what I'm saying? Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. If your girl starts acting up, he said he's doing, then you take her friend. He's doing all this shit. He's saying the whole town is like, ooh. He said he used to wear a black suit with suspenders. You know what I'm saying? He said he'd be in there breakdancing. I'll go, Bobby. I said, Bobby, you can't pay me to believe this shit. He said, yeah, I was bad. He said, me and my brother used to dance. He said, my brother was kind of big back then. So instead of Soul Train, he was calling them Hog Train. He said, the chicks in the neighborhood was going, Hog Train. He said, I'm gonna call that nigga, see if you remember that. I said, you gonna bring that shit out to him? Them niggas is funny too. The one I met is funny. He said, Hog Train. That shit was just fucking hilarious. He used to just tell me some wild shit. Panic. This is what you need to do. That everything was panic. This is what you got to do. Panic. This is what you need to do. Panic. All right, do this. Like I said, after he got sick, I do miss talking on the phone. He was the nigga that anything come up, you know what I'm saying? You can hit him up. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Bobby, what's this? What's that? What's that? Really. And he was there because we went to a couple of dinners. His human was there. He used to love after he got sick. When I came around, Linda was like, yo, when you come around, he don't do this much talking with just me and him. We don't really, you know, but when he start talking, his speech was getting better. You know what I'm saying? He was like, yo, Pat, she was like, now he's starting to talk the same way me and Khadijah talk shit, they'll talk that shit too. That's how you know they soulmate. They'll talk to that shit too. And like she said, I'm looking for that. You know what I'm saying? Because he was like, Pat, always wear a hat in Atlanta. These fucking chemtrails. You know what I'm saying? And we went in the thing, in the restaurant. Linda said, come on, Bobby, take your hat off. You're in the restaurant. He just looked and said, this ain't the 30s. I'm going to take my hat off. This nigga is just fucking funny as a motherfucker. Like one time, like you could tell because after he was sick, everything was Linda. We went to, what's that Whole Food store out here? The one downtown on Moreland with an S7 Nanda. 7 Nanda, yeah. Went to 7 Nanda. So Linda's like, yo, I'm glad you're here, nigga. Watch this nigga. I just need to do everything I can do. So she's getting all her shit. Or I'm pushing Linda. Huh? Where was you at? I was getting over. Oh, okay. Linda. I'm like, oh. She said, yo, Panic is nonstop. She said, I'm just so glad when you come, he just starts dealing with you. So niggas was recognizing him. Oh, Brother Bobby. We said, yeah, I had a little stroke. I'm saying, I'm good. And then some young nigga, we was sitting down, we was waiting for something. We was eating some health bar in there. Me, Linda, him, and my man Will. So some nigga recognized by Bobby. And he said, Panic. Nigga lost it. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah, I had a little stroke. He said, oh, Panic. And the nigga looked at me. Take care of our elder. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just ridiculous. So like Bobby then we went to this Indian restaurant. The food was so fucking nasty. But Bobby be driving. And he showed me that his mind was there. He was like, name a year, 1970, blah, 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 blah. This nigga's mind is incredible. The shit that you don't see in lectures. Mm-hmm. His mind is incredible. Like, he could tell you a whole list of shit, niggas' birthday. Like, they was asking him after he got sick, raise your hand on the letter A and must be, and, you know, little basic shit. That nigga was giving them the history. Nixon was born on this, Nixon did it, this one died on this one, and they was like, where the fuck are you anyway? You know, like as a normal human, this is, he'll break down anything. Next, he said, what year he was born? 68. He was running down so many events from that year that's so obscure and so minute that is. His mom was crazy. His reference, it was crazy. Like for research, like he was the ultimate in research. When I was doing all my work, all I had to do was just cross references with him. He would give me so much detail on authorship, was insane, and give me the dynamics of how this shit came about, which was so valuable because you'll be reading it for what it's worth. You have to use so much of your brain power to kind of put it in context. He was good at putting this shit in context. Oh my goodness. Didn't even have the value of this nigga. And because we're used to his presentation and the presentation was he was so used to demystifying shit that a side effect of people took him as always playing, not really heavy in research. He's probably the illest researcher I've ever met. And there's niggas who Brother Phil's a hard researcher as well. You know what I'm saying? But I think and I'm saying it because it's the type of research I would do more or less. But, one of the master researchers. And what was interesting, his ability to retain the information. Very few times I've seen him with papers in front of him. And that's only to keep him in the structure because he was so chaotic. Bad motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Funny as a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't playing, kept playing. He called Linda one too many times that day. She looked at him, he just said, oh, okay. He looked straight down. And then they looked at me, he said, yo, I had a friend who kept doing that shit in the 80s, and his woman put him in the home. he said, this nigga ain't been free since Duran was hot. he said, this nigga ain't been free since motherfucking Boy George was the concert to go to, nigga. And I said, oh shit, I'll tumble for you. So he's like, yeah, he said, I ain't fucking with you. He said, one day Linda said she needed a break. She said, Bobby ain't called me the whole day. I said, wow. So he's there, his mind is there, you know what I'm saying? But what people don't realize, he wasn't lecturing about 2 years before he even got sick. So is he coming back to lecturing? He wasn't doing that before. He was tired, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't realize he kept pushing me to lecture. Because as I said, I used to lecture as a tragedy. And it was still good for its level, but it's nowhere near what my mind is now. Nowhere near my potential. And because what Shabazz recognized in my personality said you should be in front of the camera. But I knew I needed to know more, so I was willing to stop. You know what I'm saying? Just because, all these niggas just want to be on camera. If somebody give them the opportunity, that was never my best. I stopped to study. And in that period, I met Bobby. And Bobby was actually fascinated at my aggression, at study. That's what got us together. Because he would tell Shabazz, he knew Shabazz, but that your boy Panic, he said, that he's on, because I was calling Bobby saying, yo, I got this book, that book. You got that book? Because he says all these books for years, but niggas ain't getting it. I said, yeah. Not only that, I said, when I read it, these are the questions I have. That was the difference. Not, well, what is this and what should I get and what should I do? Like, yo, I read this. And the questioning that I was having, he was seeing a capacity for something that, in his words, I don't think he's seen in a lot of people after all these teachings, all his years of teaching. Somebody that aggressive and somebody that's competent. And remember, I told you, Shabazz and all of them recognized me as somebody who was able to take this information and understand it on a level that was not being able to see. I could almost get into anything and understand like that. That's a spiritual power I have. Yeah. I could read any of this shit and be able to spit it back.
The section in the book where you're going through the Necronomicon,
right,
was fucking phenomenal.
Right,
like the way that you were piecing together what these deities are, what they that shit was genius.
Yeah, perfect. Never been done before.
Mm-hmm.
Never been done. The monsters. What are these monsters of the Necronomicon?
Yeah.
And they told about the primal force. We've seen this before. We've seen this in the Titans. Medusa is nothing but the primal form or the monstrous version of Kundalini. But see, we also seen this in Hindu mythology. Shakti is the primal version of Kundalini, the goddess Kundalini. Shakti energy, though, is the sexual energy, which is the primal force of sexual energy. If Kundalini is the life force energy, what's the primal force that brings forth life? Sex, which is Shakti. Uma is a later version of the primal goddess Kali. Or not Uma, Durga is the primal one. So there's the more monstrous, or the demons, or the asuras, before they become the Divas, represents or Set before he becomes or Osiris, let's just say that, becomes the old becomes the evil, and the new becomes the light, because it's all about transformation. So if you are doing, if you still saying at your age, come on, Panic, let's go skateboarding today, that would look almost evil now. Even though at your proper age, that's the shit you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go on a skateboard and just tear up the town, terrorize the town. Got it, hang 10, buddy. But if we're doing that now, at this age, when the gas bill is due, that's actually evil. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same concept. Set was worshipped at one point. You can see that in Mark Morton's books. He was worshipped at one point. And now that old thing became evil. For instance, Jesus is evil to a Muslim now. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a new religion. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So Muhammad is that savior. You know what I'm saying? The prophet of... so when they said, what do you think about Jesus? He's a prophet, but he's not the savior. He's not... he gave your own begotten son. He's not the begotten. You know what I mean? He's just another prophet. So you always have to demonize the old. Moses actually in the Old Testament was the Jesus, the prophet. You know what I'm saying? And they even show Moses getting off to the Yeshua. You know what I'm saying? So Moses did the root chakra work, opening up the red chakra and tapping on the rock was another opening of the sacral. And I'm sure there was the day the sun stood still. That was the solar chakra. Okay. And he gave it off to Joshua after that. You know what I'm saying? Because the day the sun stood still is when Joshua took over, and which was always there. But he took over after that. That's the 7 horns I think they blew to make the walls come crumbling down of Jericho. I think that's in the same story of the day the sun stood still, the day Moses hit the rock and water, and the day part of the Red Sea. Okay. Shocking fucking story. 7 times around. Okay, yeah. And it opens up the walls of Jericho. Your heart. Nice. Thy kingdom come. Now, and Joshua took over. Yeshua. Jesus. This is where the Christ energy comes in. Okay. Raise it up to the Christ. Where were you at down here? Bondage. Come on now. So, what was he talking about?
We was talking about why you and Bobby started to link up was because he saw your aggression in the books. And then I was like, and then Shabazz saw the same thing about your comprehension and insight. And that's when I said, well, yeah, like for instance, when you get into the Necronomicon.
Okay. So the monsters, that's what we're talking about. So like, so no one's really did that for the Necronomicon, and for good reason. Because I talk about it in the book, H.P. Lovecraft was a white man who used to have dreams. He himself said, this is my fiction. But because he having dreams, occultists said, no, those are channels. So he wrote all this mythology, these stories that became legend. So he's the father of horror today as we know it. Prior to him was like Edgar Allan Poe and them. So it'd be like these weird stories like The Raven, The Mummy, Dracula, and Mary Shelley and them, Frankenstein. When he came about, everything we know is horror today. Phantom, Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Fog, The Mist, The Blob, Alien Species, Cabin in the Woods, Mimic, Phantoms, Frighteners, In the Mouth of Madness, which was based upon a book he wrote, The Mountain of Madness, The Mist, The Fog, and I'm missing a whole host of other movies. Reanimator was actually a story that he wrote. Because he said the public can use it, he made it public domain. That's why everyone can do it. They don't have to pay him. So everyone has hacked off from Stephen. And to really get an understanding, Stephen King is his absolute bitch. And Stephen King will tell you this. You know what I'm saying? Everything you know from Stephen King is H.P. Lovecraft. He's the father of that shit. But he himself said, this is only fiction. So you got people say he just was a great writer. The other people say no, he was getting channels. So you have a whole writing on his occult side, whole writing on what a great writer he was, or movies based upon him. And And he was originally a writer, so you have writings based upon him. So, this to say, and we already at 4:28. We're gonna go to 5 hours again.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, I didn't even notice it. So this to say, you have this mixed feeling about it. The movie The Ninth Gate is loosely based on him, and this is not Simon's Necronomicon. So nobody's really decoded him on this level, not without us in mind, because the white boys who deal with that and deal with them as occultists, like Donald Tyson and these guys. Donald Tyson also wrote that Sexual Alchemy book that your brother, that's out of print, that your brother sent to me. His brother's conscious. I knew his brother, at least online, before I knew Kamani and or Elijah. Before I knew K, before I knew him, his brother was cool, his brother was on it. Conscious folks. These are real intelligence in their family. Because things I was dealing with then, his brother would have something to add. You know, I got a mantra or a mudra, based upon what you told me. We was dealing with Sri Ramakrishna at the time. So he actually was pretty good. And I was talking about this book that I couldn't get. He sent it to me. Scot-free, didn't ask for anything. Good people. And even I felt Kamani was a good dude when he took the class, and then later found out that that was his brother. And out of all the people I meet and talk to, I remember his brother, and I remember that book. That book he gave me is by Donald Tyson. Donald Tyson actually writes a lot on the Necronomicon. He's got a Necronomicon deck and everything. And it's
I've seen that deck.
It's good, and he's good at decoding it, but they really can't give you the details because they don't have what we have. So there's no black occultists dealing with this subject like that, because we feel, even as occultists, so disconnected from it. But once you understand you're not disconnected, you are the all, and anything that can come out of anybody's mind is yours, because your divine mind is the father. Your divine mind is the mother of all divine minds. So whatever's happening to that little white man in Rhode Island called H.P. Lovecraft, you smelt it and you dealt it. You know what I'm saying? This is us. We're running this. They're running around this. And once you understand that you're running this, you put yourself in a position to take control of this shit. You have no control over it because you don't feel that you're running it. You feel that there are things that are outside of you. There are things outside of your behavior. I'm not going to go around and punch old ladies in the pussy. So that's outside my behavior. But somewhere, some nigga is punching an old lady in the pussy right now. That means it's not outside of you. Should we be doing it? No. Is it wrong? Yeah. Is it immoral? Yeah. Is it unbalanced? Yeah. Is it happening? Yeah. That means you have to deal with the reality is not outside the realm of you. No matter what reason you justify for that ignorant person getting there. Well, he's on crack. Well, he ain't have a father. He's retarded. The white man did it. Niggas ain't shit. Tyler Perry movies, chemtrails, towers. Whatever you want to say, niggas still doing it. So it's not outside of you. Maybe outside of your personal behavior. Nothing's outside of you. And that's the scary thing about humanity. If nothing's outside of you, it can become what it has become. This. That's why to perfect it is not in my interest. Because to perfect this shit means it still has the potential for becoming what it has become. Because we were perfected humanity.
That's what I was going to say. Is there any such thing as a perfected humanity?
Not really. We only always look at something that's better than us and say it's better than this. The grass is always greener on the other side. Remember when you was 18 and you had that job? It was absolute torture.
Yeah.
Now you can look back and say, damn, I wish I had that easy ass job. You know what I'm saying? I remember thinking about my old job going, oh my God. When I was in it, it was the most miserable. I thought it was the white man. And I was like, man, these little white lovable guys. You know what I'm saying? We had this torture nigga named Andrew. Called this nigga grandpa. I ain't your grandpa, motherfucker. This nigga looked at me one day and said like this, I seen the movie Do the Right Thing. It was surprising. I never even thought a black man would even, nothing like this could ever come out of a black man. He said that shit to me with a straight face. That was like 18, 19. All I could do is go, okay. That's how racist they were. Now, or how racist it seems. Now, that seems racist, right? Andrew he had his own store at one point. Now he's the manager at this one store. Had his own store, but he was scamming niggas at the pharmacy. He was doing something wrong. Took it. So he managed the store. So this store branched off and became another chain. It was the Love Store, and they had Broadway Love, what was I at? 77th Street was something Love. It was just Loves in it, you know what I'm saying? Called the Love Stores. It was just a pharmacy and drugstore, health and beauty. So they had Ricky Loves, and that was named after one of the owner's son. The two owners split up, so now Ricky Love became a chain of stores called Ricky's in New York, which still exists to this day. No more Ricky Love, just Ricky's. So y'all see Ricky's now, because Ricky's turned up. They sell sex items and makeup, a whole different store in the village now. Most Ricky's was downtown. So Andrew now, the old Greek nigga, is at Ricky's. He hires me. And a bunch of other niggas. Now he's saying straight racist shit. You know what I'm saying? I got my check, or a check for music, so I was up. Really up. So now you a little bit arrogant. So we had everybody cooking, pitching dinner. I brought a pie, you know what I'm saying, from scratch. Oh, this shit's good. You know, you understand? So let me ask you a question, because I came in late shit, because I guess he was asking all day. If you had the choice to be white or black, would you be white? And my reaction naturally was like, oh, hell no. Like, that was my, when he hit me, I didn't really think like I had to show him something to answer. I was like, oh, like whatever it was, it really caught my attention. I'm like, oh, fuck no, never. And this white man was so, he said, what? I don't, why? Like, I don't get it. Like, you wouldn't want to be white. Like, he was so out of phase and out of time. He's an old nigga. So we was calling him grandpa. Grandpa, come grandpa. So he's like, I said when it was grandpa, I ain't your fucking grandpa. But he was married to a Chinese woman. And I always said this is a racist motherfucker, but now, all I did was nigga shit. I would leave, do music, he'll hire me. He hired me about 4 or 5 times, so always give me a job. And when I got that money, I was like, I'm about to quit. He's like, look, you need to invest your money. I'll show you how to invest it. Don't quit your job. And I look back, even though he was a racist and couldn't help it because he's from that era, this nigga used to look out more than any nigga. He would always hire me, always put money on for years. I would go to do music because I was doing music. Back and forth, that shit get low. He just always hire me. And I could see through all of that shit, that nigga really thought of us as his kids. When I look back, in that moment, I couldn't see it. So when you look back, it's never that serious. It's only serious in this moment. So, and because even the seriousness of this moment, when I look back, it's an illusion. It's an illusion that you hold on based upon your thought in the moment. But this white motherfucker was giving me jobs constantly. And more niggas just like me. And the shit I was doing, boy, I was robbing that store blind. When one of the niggas from my job came over, because I helped me move, I had a whole wall full of product. What you need? I used to give niggas gift bags just for visiting. Claracel, Visine, lotion. You got an itch, some cortisone 10. I had all this shit lined up. All the Nexus shampoos. You know what I'm saying? That's when Nexus was baller. Sell shampoos out the crib. I said, Steve, you want to go to the house? You want to see some shit? So we all kind of eat from where we worked, dog. I said, we eat, nigga. You feasted up in here. You have racks of shit for years. Shit that niggas don't even use. Self-tanning oil. Man, just whatever I could steal. And then security and them niggas was like uncles. Because we was working there since we was kids. In that chain. Because the whole chain was a family. So the security niggas was like court officers. Everything was sign up for this shit. to do that with, big uncles. Big Randy, you know what I'm saying? He used to know I used to be eating, getting that perfume case. He's like, get that for my wife. He was like ill, tall. I just loved this era. But I thought it was the worst at the time. What that told me when I pondered on this and self-reflected on this, none of this shit is real. Even the anxiety that you're holding on, the chemtrails, the GM, that's not fucking real.
No.
It's not. If you can convince yourself to not let it affect you, you free yourself for transformation. You free yourself for some real work. Most people can't do it because they're so caught in the moment of what they think something's happening or something's doing to them, because you're out of control of your life. See, then I was out of control of my life, so it felt like whatever was controlling me was doing it. And if I'm not it's me controlling me. If I'm not in conscious control, then those fate moves in. It'll put me where I need to be. But the day-to-day is out of control while I go to where I need to be. Now I'm going to go to where I need to be, but I'm in control. So, of course, I need to be in Atlanta. I would never thought that, but I need to be in Atlanta. See, this is what Khadijah said to show you from her. She's from Denver, which means that she said she knows she had to get out. And her choice was this, New York or Atlanta. So she would have came to New York, and her choice was to come to New York and find me, or choose Atlanta, where I would come out here to find her. This shit is all divine. And that would have happened. The problem is, would it happen if I was out of control or in control of my life? To be in control of those moments is how you view this shit. That's a choice. So at the time, at a young age, I'm like thinking, this motherfucker is the worst thing ever. He looked in my face, and really, now I understand he's saying that because he didn't understand. Now, at the same time, there was another dude, Ray, white dude from Idaho. I couldn't stand. I liked Ray. He was a good dude, but I couldn't stand Ray. He's from Idaho. Didn't know then, I know now. He used to just ask a lot of niggas. He used to say shit that was coarse. We'd be upstairs doing some work in the office. He'll have Howard Stern, because I was working 12 midnight, so Howard Stern would be on in the morning. Howard Stern saying all that racist shit. So I'm sitting there, I'm fucking this and this, but Ray's listening to it. So Ray would ask us all nigga question. But Ray would be like, after work, wanna hang out? I was like, nigga, it's the morning. Don't get off at fucking 8 o'clock in the morning. So we go to Deuce, watch a flick in the morning, because we was up. It was like getting off after work. He would drink beers and, but he would always want to go see I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. He'll watch that shit with me and Boys in the Hood. I looked over this nigga at Boys in the Hood. He's like this. You know what I'm saying? He's doing this shit. Fighting back tears. I'm like, nigga, I don't give a fuck about, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't even there with Ricky, you know what I'm saying? So, I didn't realize then, but Ray was trying to beat racism. Because he would tell me, like, we used to sing this song, suck, 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 and the dead nigga fart, and smoke over the eat a dead nigga fart, dead nigga this. I'm sitting there like, I didn't even want to answer that shit with you know what I'm saying? But what I didn't realize then, he was asking me or trying to fight his racism. I remember we went to the court officers party, and that's where I actually met my girl. It was ill. I wish we'd have had cell phones then, because we stuck in the courts. We was putting on the judges' robes. We was just me and Ray was sitting in there with the mallet. Not guilty. Go home. We was just playing, but we didn't have cell phones back. Oh my God, that should have been the illest shit ever. But we was doing all of that shit, sneaking in there, looking at court documents, fucking shit up, and we was in the back getting drunk. You know what I'm saying? I said, let's go back out in the party. We went out. This chick just came behind me, started dancing, and I'm like, oh shit, turn around, bitch. And then she's like, yo, she said, I saw you walk in. I was looking for you all night. I said, word? Started tongue kissing her. She said, what the fuck are you doing? And I said, just chill, bitch. I'm slobbing. She's slobbing me down. Now we in the coat room. I'm slobbing. Her friends going, come here, Aurora. I'm like, hold up. She said, let's bounce to your house. She's like, I got a daughter. I'm like, I don't care. That ain't bothering me. But next night we fuck. And she started crying. I should have gave her the pussy too early. No, I'm okay. We good. And she was my girl for like 10 years after that.
Oh, wow.
She was a bad bitch too. And what I brought that. So like, yeah, me and Ray was he would just always want to hang with me. And I realized what he was doing. He was trying to fight the racism. And that day, he's like, yo, I'm gonna call my mother in Idaho. Calls still long distance. Since we was in the court, judge's chambers, he said, this should call all this. Call my mom. Hey mom, what's up? I said, I want my friend, he's black. You know, that type of shit. Put me on the phone with her. And I could tell she wasn't evil racist. This is Idaho. And this is early 90s, so this is coming out of the 80s. In New York, it's still racism. I mean, they would look at you like a dog when I was going to Broadway to work. And she was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, they do rap music and there's rap. She's like, well, I've seen Run DMC before on the TV, you know, that kind of just going at it. But he just kept forcing himself in our culture, which was a headache to me. And like me and my man Prince worked at the other store. So we'd come in, it'd be wild shit. We'd be just chilling because we was at the night shift. We went down there on that day off, me and Prince. Nigga came in the store and was asking for perfume. And Lee was helping them, the security guard. And then when the nigga walked out, beep, 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 we say, yo, hold up. Ran up on him, raised the manager card. The nigga, when he kept leaning over, was stealing shit. Mm-hmm. So then me and Prince said, oh, you stealing shit? Counting them out, pop, pop, pop. Ray's like, no, wait, don't beat. She's like, wait. Beat his ass. Ray was an ill nigga. Like, damn, I got on day shift, me and Ray got on day shift. Word was born. There was some bum that came in the store on the day shift. Ray was in the bathroom shit. Word was born. So I'm gonna knock this. Because we was knocking niggas out. Because niggas were coming in our shift, and our answer was just knock them out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we was just knocking them out. So now we in the day shift, we can't do that. But I'm like, I'm about to knock this nigga out. So I'm posting by the door. He's doing all this shit. He reached for one of the chicks. Now this is a spectacle in the daytime. It ain't like nighttime. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what up, nigga? Boom, just knocking niggas out. Yo, there's some wild shit. That shit was wild. There was this gay dude that used to come in, Marty. And the nigga used to come in, hey, Ray. So Ray used to talk to this nigga all the time. Like, Ray, get this nigga out of here. She said, what you up to, Marty? He said, I just at my friend's house. He has a piano and all of this shit. So he just used to say all this gay shit, how he used to have raw sex. AIDS was in the building, but it wasn't serious. Years later, this is after I'm grown and conscious. I just happened to be on Broadway. I seen that dude, Marty. Well, fucked up. He was sitting on the bench because in Broadway they have a middle island and there's seats at the end so people can sit there. He was sitting there, walking, say, yo, what's up, Marty? He said, hey. I said, you remember me? I used to work at the Love Store back in the 90s. Because we talking about, I seen him like 2004. This is years later. And I'm conscious, I'm everything. So what's going on? He said, well, you know, some days are good, some days are bad. You know, I got this virus. I said, damn, word? He said, yeah, you know, hi, Marty, da-da-da-da. So I'm like, damn, that shit is wild. So, word to the mother. About a month or two later, guess who I ran into? Ray. I ain't see Ray in years. Yo, what's up? Well, oh, shit, wow. Oh. This nigga had a straight cop uniform. I said, you can't believe it? Yeah, I did it. Then they kept asking me, I said, yeah. Remember the chick that the old bum was trying to get at? Puerto Rican chick, or Ecuadorian or something. You know, I married her. He married Nancy. So he's standing out there. There was some wet cement. So I'm standing talking to him. I'm like, I don't like staying with the police. This is when I was writing my book, and then he said, "What you about to write a book?" Blah, blah, blah. And this was I was still in the devil phase. I wasn't really excited. So then this dude jumped over the concrete. And he missed the concrete, the wet concrete, and didn't do anything. And, you know, just walked off. And Ray just started smiling. And like, all right, you good? And walked out. Where any other cop would have went 8. And then I had the realization. I said, his time with me made him this type of motherfucker. If he was just who he was, he'd have been any other white cop doing what he did. So him spending the time with me, getting to know me, and I wasn't really receptive to it, but he was trying to figure this, what are niggas? Mm-hmm. And when he was saying these songs, He was saying, look, man, this is what they taught me, and I don't understand. I need to know better. So he was saying this to me so I could teach him better. I remember he came in and was like, yo, I seen you do the right thing. And I wrote a report on this shit. He said, that's what I submitted, because he was still in school. He said, that's what I submitted. And in fact, he was saying, I don't want to be a cop, because he was an Irish dude. I don't want to be a cop because that's easy. So he was doing college all that time. So, and if I was 23, he had to be 28. I was like maybe 21, 22. He's like 28, so he was older. So he was like, I don't want to be a cop, I don't want to be a cop. So he became a cop. So when he was writing and saying all this shit about do the right thing, he was trying to let me hear it. I'm sitting there, I was standing on a ladder, like, all right, go ahead. All right, well, it sounds good to me. But he was really trying to say, look what I learned, look how I feel. And he was saying some compassionate shit about black people and this shit. So what I didn't realize, because I didn't care, being so young, what he was trying to do was rescue himself. Which I find out when you see them white people with black people and they're totally in love with them, they're trying to actually save themselves. Those are the ones who are supposed to worship gods, which are you. See, I had a step-grandfather who was white, and that nigga worshipped everybody in our family. That I got locked up, he the one who paid the bail. While you talking, he's the devil. That devil got my black ass out. When I ask you niggas, the gods, he ain't got it right now. He ain't got it right now, nigga. And you know how shit go. Uncles and all them there. He said, what? Boom, 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 here. But even that, he was always good for $10 for a pizza. You know, he was, you know, we called him Mr. O'Shea. Whatever you want, just to make that shit like a fairy tale. When we went over there, visit our grandmother. You know what I'm saying? High C punch, all the shit, you know, all the goodies. That's why my house is like it is now, because of him and her. Like, I keep the candy on the table, that's how they did it. Keep, you know, the cupboard, the shit is full. Like, Torrin is living that life based upon, it was such a fairy tale life. I used to be able to bring my niggas friends over the bridge to Roosevelt Island. You know, it was like walking into a wonderland. You know, so, but he worshipped my grandmother. But I found later my grandfather told him, you can give him, because I'm thinking there's friction there. He said, nah, we over, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I think you need to get with him. You know what I'm saying? He'll take care of you, do the right thing. I was like, my aunt told me. I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know it like that. Now, but that's my exact point. He totally worshipped my grandma. He used to call her the princess. Hi, princess. The princess is on. So I used to give her like the princess. You know what I'm saying? I said, oh. Then when they both made the transition, and what I see, I'm like, well, you know, white people ain't going, they don't have the genetics. Until I seen my grandmother absorb him into her genetics, into her body. I said, oh, his worship in her, she brought him into the kingdom, which is your genetics. Let me say that shit again. His worship of her was allowed him to get into the kingdom through her genetics. And niggas ain't ready, you know what I'm saying? Niggas is still trying to figure out what Kundalini is. But niggas ain't ready for this reality. So he was able to have everlasting life by coming into her existence. Being a part, now exists forever in a part of her light that we're calling the soul. Absorbed into her. Oh. So that's when I said, oh, okay, now I see how this is going. And then I was able to access him spiritually through a voice. So I started putting out tobacco for him because he is prosperity for me. He got me out of jail. He always had this, that, or the other. It was always something that we can give for him to make life a little bit better. He's up. He's in the building. So this white man, it's not about, this shit is really just coming out of genetics. It's not about this white hate. And it's not. It's a little more complex than that. You know what I'm saying? And they do have a pathway, but the pathway has to be to the total submission of you. They're not ready to submit to you yet. They're trying to dominate you, and it'll never work that way for them. It'll only stifle the process. But if they come in, who wanted to submit to these niggas? You see Lil Wayne got a commercial where he's pouring fucking champagne on his phone throughout the whole commercial. You want to submit to that? You know what I'm saying? I don't even want that shit around my house. You understand? So they can't understand that and not on, but the ones who do worship. See, Khadijah's sister is with a white boy. This nigga's the total slave of her. And that's how he's going to save himself. So something throughout his lifetimes figured out, it's not about beating them. It's about joining them. For them. That's not us. For them. So what Ray was doing was trying to actually change, which I seen in hindsight. I didn't give a shit about it at the time. He was trying to change through me. And when I seen him as a cop and how he reacted, not a reaction in front of me at all, but something that was so natural. He looked at it and had a joy of this nigga doing nigga shit. And I remember that face because it was the same joy that he used to get when me and my man Prince would come through and do what we did. And I said, oh, I really actually changed this white man. I really changed him from being, I hate niggas. Or even more than I hate niggas, I don't understand niggas, so I might as well treat them like this. I say he married the Ecuadorian chick, Nancy. Yeah, Nancy, not Lydia. I'm like, fuck, you married him. And then, of course, it turned into, let's get together with Mike and Larry and nah, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So now, a couple of times, the old grandpa, he came through. He was old as fuck then. But years later, I'm like, well, I know that nigga dead. There's no grandpa still alive? Yeah, niggas that used to work at these stores still manage these stores. They on Facebook. I still know grandpa's still alive now. I ain't heard of grandpa's dead. Now I seen him come to the spirit world. He was asking me, I can't remember what it was, but then pretty much asking me some shit. And I know, nigga, you ain't walking in there with me. Wherever it was, you ain't coming in with me, nigga, but just stand at the window and look. You bring your old ass in here. But as I look in hindsight, I remember this thing was telling me about formulas, and in his mind, he thought he was the original people because he was Greek. They're not the original people. You know that. But he thought that much. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they know. That's what they were trained. That he was the can't teach an old dog new tricks thing. But Ray was trying to not become that dude. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I could see in his face the understanding of a nigga. Because, I'm like, why is this nigga, and even mom said, why are you trying to jump the concrete that's wet? If you step on it, it's going to fuck it all up. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Or why? That's dumb nigga shit. And Ray I could see he took, not a joy in it, but an understanding of what's the word? A patience with it, which is really what these cops need. And I didn't even see it then, but then later I said, oh, that's what this white man was doing. So they have a path to everything can transform here. A roach can evolve. So they can evolve, but they're trying to, if they're trying to use our methods of evolution, no, there's no shortcut. They first have to become organic humans. So ain't nothing more organic than living out in nature ass naked, eating that white shit that every African eats. Ain't nothing more organic than that. Ain't no more going green than that shit there. So they haven't even went through that phase. And I think we talked about it. Well, I talked about it before, of that whole LSD era in the 60s was government. And it basically was trying to see will white people transform off of these hallucinogenic drugs. And they did. The hippie movement, they were just becoming niggas. They became communal, started taking off their clothes, and said, it's all about love. They said, we need to stop it. Then they couldn't stop it because they tried to stop it with propaganda. Oh, they got long hairs, look at these dirty hippies, and that didn't work. Because the hippies never did nothing. What they were talking about was peace and love. They said, okay, we need to do something where one of their own infiltrates. Then, Charles Manson. He was a government agent, went in and killed those folks and said I was on hallucinogenic drugs. That was the beginning of the end of it. Now, when they said, we need peace and love, no, you're not. Charles Manson. And that was the end. But what they were becoming was niggas. Aleister Crowley, occultist, know what he would tell his students? Take hallucinogenic drugs, because you're going to have this love realization. It's all about love. It's all about love realizations. That's what Bobby was trying to tell me by saying it, but if you don't understand it, you won't know it. And that's what I realized by releasing myself. Because one of the things Bobby said in lectures and was saying, me getting with Khadijah or you getting with girl is not really about that girl. It's about how you can release in your heart. So your heart chakra has to be ready to release. It's for you. She's activating your love. You're activating your heart chakra through her by your submission. Your ability to lose yourself and say, okay, I don't know what this means, but sure, let's do it. And that's you taking away conditions, taking away restraints, you challenging yourself, you walking a path that you didn't, and trusting in that other person, trusting in your choice. And that actually opens up a whole different frequency in the heart chakra, because that's where the work is. You know what I'm saying? And what you come with in this form of thinking sets your spiritual intelligence. This is your human intelligence. This is your spiritual intelligence. This is the place that knows. Your heart always knows.
Yep.
Your heart always knows. And that supersedes reason and intellect and intelligence, knowing. Because that's what the end result of reasoning intelligence is. Now I know. So what if you already know? We said it. Ain't no thought under the sun that hasn't been thought. But then that means it exists. If there's no new thought that you could possibly think of, if every thought, and metaphysicians, Dr. Delbert Blair, and all these guys have thought, no, every thought has already been thumped. If every thought has already been thumped, there's no such thing as a new idea. It all exists already. So you have to train your mind to have access to the all. Oh, there's a name for that. In the first law of Tahuti, the mind is all. The universe is mental. That means the all is in your mind. Your mind is connected to everything that can possibly exist ever, forever, ever. Unexist forever and ever, ever, and exist forever, ever, and all things in between. It's in you.
So when you say that, then it's, if the way it comes through to me, it would be what exists in your heart has always existed, because your heart is the real source of the knowing, right?
Right.
Where obviously we know the teaching of all is mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
But our knowing, all knowing, right, it comes through the heart.
Right.
So when I hear you say that, my mind immediately associates what you just said to the heart.
Right. When you say, I just knew it, I know it. It's like you felt it. You say, I'm feeling you, son.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I feel that. Mm-hmm. Like, you understand? Yeah, I feel it. You know what I'm saying? I can feel you. I feel you on that one. We say it all the time. And that means your heart it just represents two different forms of thinking. Quite simply, two forms of thinking. Because down here on earth, your heart can get you in trouble as well. You know what I'm saying? My son is a phenomenon, a crystal child for real. Not just saying it because I feel like that. Mm-hmm. A crystal child for real. He's a phenomenon among niggas with his heart. He's fucking amazing. And, but I see where it fucks him up too. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody ain't like that. So he's assuming everybody's going to be as pure of heart as he is. You know what I'm saying? He has little boy corruptions. You know what I'm saying? Try to sneak out, smoke weed, and put the door a certain way so we don't hear. He does all of that. But his compassion for people is unmatched by anything I've ever witnessed in all my years. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? His knowing for people. You know what I'm saying? His compassion for him is like, I have to tell him all the time, some people may not deserve this from you. You know what I'm saying? And when his friend died, Thomas, you know what I'm saying? Thomas came through and spoke to me and told me he was a crystal child. He started telling me about him. Shit that I was like, oh, it's obvious, but I never thought about that. And about the heart chakra and his protection of him now. And just a whole bunch of shit about how special he is. And really one of the things he said is, y'all feel y'all teaching him, but actually y'all can learn from this nigga. Because really, if the world was like him, this is the ideal world that we're striving for. So while I go hard at don't do that, be this, do that, don't do that, I had to reevaluate that. A lot of that I have to tell him to protect himself and cover his ass in the world as a father. But at the same time, I'm sitting there going, there's things, and I've had this conversation, you never change about yourself, no matter what I say. You just need to know how and when to protect yourself and spread that love that you have, that compassion that you have, that way of thinking. The way he would think about others and his concern is from a higher intelligence. I'm clear on that. Clear on that shit. And that higher intelligence comes from the heart and the knowing. You know what I'm saying? And the knowing. And if we could get in, and that's where we came from. We understood our brain was in the middle, in our chest, not up here. We're still trying to rationalize, reason, and debate our way out of this. You're not even speaking from the same place your ancestors was that you're trying to glorify so much. They spoke from a different intelligence, which came from the heart, speaking from your brain, which we know the Egyptians, you know how to say that in a lecture, in a goddamn debate. Egyptians threw away the brain, they sucked it off the nose. Well, they're telling that's a bold statement. Especially if they saving the goddamn shit pipes before they save your brain.
Right.
Your intestines, you know what I'm saying? So what does this mean? It means you need to reevaluate and understand the nature of these two different energies in yourself. One is spirituality, and one is your ego. So you niggas are able, they sound eloquent and able to drop science. For sure, out-talk me in any way they can. But now what? You won, you're right, but now what? Take your ass back to the projects or back to whatever mansion you live in now and just feel the anxiety of no self-satisfaction. Because you're not going to fool me and make me believe that you have somehow advanced yourself. Because once you advance yourself, the arguments stop. There's nobody to convince. Because you convince who? Numero uno, number one. There's no one to now convince. You can share your information and say, hey, it's up to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to argue. If you say something contrary to what I'm saying, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to smile. Because it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? If what's right for me is right for me, and what's right for you is right for you. There is no such thing as right or wrong. There's a book, and next time we do a Q&A, I'm going to bring it out. I'm going to find it first, so I don't want to dig through it now and find the exact location. It's an old book I got from Strand in New York, where they have a lot of these old books. He said, look, to the Egyptian or the Camite, right or wrong is not even a concept. They didn't look at right or wrong or arguments. What they looked at was many paths to finding light. If you were successful at finding light, good job. So then I have to ask, are you niggas finding light? And then that's where that's the only debate I'm gonna have. Are you finding light from it? If you could say yes and you feel convinced, then good job. You know what I'm saying? To a Christian, if you say Wicca is some weak shit, that's some white shit. Wicca magic ain't nothing. But to a Christian, Wicca magic is the next level of dark energy and dark magic. So it's all about your levels. So even though you can repeat a lot of shit and break down a lot of shit, that don't mean you're on a high level.
Nope.
Not at all.
Not at all.
It means you're an excellent lecturer and you may be able to talk to other black people who don't know nothing and look like a superstar. But actually, just the mere fact that you're in a lot of the situations you are, I may be a brain surgeon, but if you see me with some Crip shit on fighting, am I a brain surgeon? You know what I'm saying? If I'm a brain surgeon, yeah, nigga, you know what I'm saying? You niggas come pop off for me, I'm gonna see you niggas. And I'm gonna see you niggas hard. Y'all niggas ain't gonna wanna do nothing after y'all see me. Word is born. When I get there, nigga, y'all niggas gonna know my name. And say, what you do for a living? I'm a brain surgeon. You wouldn't even believe that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, word is born, nigga, Crip for life, nigga. Real nigga. Real nigga right here. What you do for a living? I'm a rocket scientist. Work for NASA, nigga. Work for NASA, nigga. NASA up. You be like, this shit don't add up. Cause a mentality comes with a you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. a mentality. If she says she's a supermodel, you're gonna look for her. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying. See, your lady look like a model. If she says she model, I'm like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying. I can see it because the way she carries herself. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so when I understand the basics of spiritual realization and how it transferring you, that's all I gotta watch. I don't need to know what you're saying, what you're doing. And not in a way of judging, it is what it is. You may be say what you are and be what you are, because I'm not going to challenge you on it. See, if I was going to challenge you and be like, Jay, you ain't spiritual, let me give you what real spirituality is. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, well, I know when that hit me, I got disinterested in even trying to do that. I got disinterested. The more I seen spirituality and the more things I've interfaced with and seen how much it was important for you to walk that path. You, the initiate, you have to do it. The more I knew, you can't save black people. It's not even what we're doing here. That's something you learned in the 60s. No, it's not that. It's not that. You can't do it. It's not, we're not doing that. The thing that's going to save you, the prosperity, the light, the transformative gasoline is something you must walk in on your own and do. It's your journey. You're the hero. You have to walk the path.
Mm-hmm.
And all of our paths are different, which means you cannot grab a bunch of black people and say this is the way. You can share knowledge, share information, remind them of something that may trigger something in them. But that's as good as it gets. I'm not going to say nothing to save you. I'm going to say something that triggers something in you. And that's the God force. That's the work. I'm trying to trigger something. I'm trying to give you methodologies for you to be able to do the work. We don't even know how to do the work anymore. That's the problem. Just dropping and showing how you smart about some Egyptian shit is not no work. That's great for you and your intellect. And it works as an excellent example for you to express your intellect in front of a whole bunch of black people who look at that and go, I guess that's it. The next thing, but they still walk out not feeling that they own that. They walk out feeling like they learned the lesson because they the same shit they learned in public school, that they heard a deep, intelligent guy talk and was better than watching Love and Hip Hop. But they don't walk around saying, I'm different now. Something in me is now forever changed. Something in me is now I can feel as elevation. Something in me now I can feel as transformation. I can say there's a before and an after this moment. Not a feel-good moment. That this nigga was dropping it like I knew he would. Best $10 spent. And no lecture. What time we got? We're gonna wrap this up now. We at 5:11, so we're gonna wrap it up now. Not the best lecture ever, but you feel good. Because I see these niggas' reactions after these things. See, this community's the bad, this community, they wasn't ready for it. And now I'm like, you sound like how you would feel after church. You know what I'm saying? God is good, it wasn't ready. We the only true warriors of God, and everybody out there is not the same old bullshit. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say this nigga showed me a lot today, showed me a lot, gave me a lot of work to do. That's what you should be saying. I don't hear that. Now I know I can go home and get a lot of work, or he sent me a way to study a mentality on how to study this, how to do this. He will teach that in class. I'm sure the mentality on how to get down with this, because that's teaching you. You make teachers, not students. I'm here to make other teachers, masters, not students. Not a nigga that need to ask me how does this go 5 years later.
Right.
Niggas that should be calling me, let me tell you how this shit went. And I did it, Panic.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear that story. I don't need nobody praising me. Oh, Panic, what do you do? No, fuck all of that. Tell me something. I need to hear the story that makes my fucking legs flat. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, yeah, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I want to hear that story. What? You did what, nigga? What? I really, I'm disappointed. Because I really hear that shit.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what all this shit is about. Self-realization, breakthrough.
I don't know. I should have a what's that stuff? a magic diary, a magical diary, because of all the as a scientist, you experiment.
Right.
So everything I've experimented with and the results I've gotten have just been crazy. Stuff that's happened has just been like, wow. I really pulled that shit. I told you about what happened when I went back to Minnesota. I broke out my candles. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, first one night stand, just meet girls out of nowhere. Just shit just popping off. You know what I mean? Like,
because the spirits are coming through them. The spirits, especially these weak motherfuckers, they'll use them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're like, you ain't using yourself. You know what I'm saying? And because they have a worshiping mentality, it's easy for spirits to take over. That's why that barber was saying, blah, 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 blah. He is the only begotten son, blah, 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 and went back to it. Blah, 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 blah. So I knew I was talking to him, and it was weird. He was smiling, hey, Penny, like it was regular. Penny, I think I'm going to give you this and that. I recognize Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, for He is His only, He gave His only Son, Joe. He went to that whole speech. And then, I said, okay, well, right then. I guess that's what it is then. He said, Pat, I just want to give that to you. I'm like, oh, shit, what the fuck was that? But because he's so weak and has nothing that protects him, they just eat off your ass all day. That's why niggas go through so much trauma, because if you're not going to use it, something else will.
Right. That makes sense.
Something else will.
That makes a lot of sense.
So that's why you're going to have to take control of your power, your light, and know how to direct it with your mind. You have to build up those calisthenics in your mind. And know how to direct it, know how to first know this shit is energy and not nobody named Oshun in the sky. Once you put it back in its proper perspective of energy and understand by listening to the personality, the iconography, you know what I'm saying, how to use it and use it in the human form to push it to whatever situation you need it in, then you're working with something. Then you're working on a way to start protecting yourself. So it's only two things you're doing. You're either pushing or pulling. Magnetism. Positive, negative. So you're either drawing a certain energy around you to you or pushing certain energies away from you. Comes down to two things. So, I don't even know the name of this goddamn... we talk about so much shit. So I'm going to let you name it. What you going to name it?
Shit, we done cover so much.
Yeah, no. Maybe something come up. But first, we need to also remind people, look for soon. We're going to make the announcements. We're going to make them big about the radio show. 9 p.m. to about 12 p.m. on Tuesdays on Talk Shoe Radio. Soon you're going to get the advice. It's going to be all four of us. 2 ladies, me and E here. He's going to be doing the boards, picking up the phones, getting the calls in. And the ladies are going to be doing what the ladies do. They both sexy ladies too. Y'all going to love them. And then I'm going to be doing the Q&A. We're going to be dropping science. We're going to make it big. We're going to get the family back together. The real family. The PanDemonium posse. PanDemonium crew. So we're going to get that together. We're going to make that real big. And like I said, the biggest deal, we're going to answer some real live questions. Keep it moving in there. So that's what it is.
Yep, it's going to be hot.
Yep. So we're going to name this shit PanDemonium. The session of Q&A, some shit like that. I like that. PanDemonium something.
I like PanDemonium.
PanDemonium. The alchemy and the coming of something. PanDemonium. No, alchemy and the coming of PanDemonium.
I'm going to send you that picture too.
All right.
Remember that I showed you with the girl?
Yeah. Then we're going to use that for the radio logo.
Yeah,
send me that, because I'm going to do the logo out of that. This is going to be Alchemy and the Coming of PanDemonium. Which is technically the radio station too. Alright, we're going to get out of here. So we get this going up. Alright, peace and ashe and nigga, okay.